I done more blah, but I can't come. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kid. Room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Got through 100 the and move. Get lifted, body look bit cool. Let's do fly over your head. Body got another on me, oh, double nine. Telephone cut that rain. Shout out my son for the rain though. I don't want cut my lane. Running fist fire, scare no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBA, fill up in the air. I be hitting minute more when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, let's go. 24. I done more blah, but I can't come. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kid. Room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Got through 100 the and move. Get lifted, body look bit cool. Let's do fly over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, scared of my life. Skittles. Grape hat flavor. Take all the vice. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spin it. Blind with a face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 为先将我包围。Renegade， 弄我自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套。鱼篮车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标。Renegade, go on the more.
Renegade, let's go. 24. I done more blah, but I can't come. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kid. Room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Got through 100 the and move. Get lifted, body look bit cool. Let's do fly over your head. Body got another on me, oh, double nine. Renegade, let's go. 24. I done more blah, but I can't come. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kid. Room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Got through 100 the and move. Get lifted, body look bit cool. Let's do fly over your head. Body got another on me, oh, double nine.
ahead of this. You don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's just thread. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me. And everywhere we go, it leads to an open door. We've made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and know there is nothing. And everywhere we go, we're leading to an open door. Keep me back, keep me back from you. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back, from you. To keep me
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Game Changer Southeast Asia Playoffs for Stage 1. We're on to Day 3 today. I'm your host Jen Lee, of course. Joining me here on the desk will be Coldan, who likes to talk while people play video games, which is perfect for us because we'll be talking in between the games. But Coldan, hello, how are you?
Hi, nice to meet you. First time doing the desk together, and we've got a couple of really cool games here today, so I'm really excited to get things, kicked off and started with.
Yeah, me as well. But with Day 1 and Day 2 though, what was your general impression?
Ooh, general impression. I think we had a couple of really cool games. I think when I was on the second stream, the B stream, down the lower brackets, I think things got really heated down there. There were so many close games, there were so many comebacks, a lot of individual, brilliances from different players on the team. And I heard that in the upper brackets, it was pretty smooth sailing for our two teams who are currently still in the upper brackets. So it's definitely going to be a clash of the titans, both in the upper and the lower brackets.
Those two teams about to face off. Are we going to be expecting a lot of aggression coming out of four teams today?
Yes, I mean definitely. These four teams that are left in the playoffs. Well, I can't even believe that we already have just the top four. But yeah, these four teams are insane. They're so good. And their aggression is second to none. Right? Everybody on these teams can, pop up at any moment. They can find multi-frags. So it's definitely going to be like a frag movie here today, I'm expecting.
Yeah, we are going to be treated to very exciting matchups. But before we get started, here's a video to guide you through the format.
This is the Valorant Game Changers SEA 2024. There will be 2 stages this year, Stage 1 and Stage 2. There will be an open in each stage and a group stage in Stage 2. The top 4 winners of Stage 1 will be seeded into Stage 2's group stage. The opens for Stage 1 will be held from the 26th to the 29th of March, and the playoffs will be from April 1st to the 5th. The opens for Stage 2 will be held in early July, followed by the group stage and playoffs. In Stage 1 Open, the top 8 teams will proceed to playoffs, and the top 4 teams will be seeded into the group stage of Stage 2. Stage 1 has a total prize pool of $10,000. In Stage 2 Open, the top 12 teams and the top 4 from Stage 1 playoffs will be seeded into group stage. The group stage consists of 4 teams of 4, and the top 2 teams of each group will proceed to playoffs. Stage 2 has a $10,000 prize pool. Visit gamechangers.fsl.gg for more information for Valorant Game Changers SEA 2024.
And here we have our roadmap. But as you mentioned, we already have top 4 in the playoffs, who will be heading straight to Stage 2 playoffs, where they'll be joined by top 12 teams from Stage 2 Open. From there, top 8 teams will battle it out in Stage 2 playoffs, with top 3 going to Game Changers Pacific. Coldan.
Yeah, it's super cool to see this format. I think a lot of the desks on previous days already mentioned it, but yeah, the Stage 1 impact is going to be pretty big on the entire scene. The top 4 teams that we have here today technically already have qualified for Stage 2 groups, which is an incredible step ahead. At least they get to skip that open stage, right? That Swiss stage for Stage 2. I think this gives them a lot of security, a lot of time to prep for the Stage 2 group. So really cool to see that these 4 teams are top 4 already. And but of course, right, you want to get that championship prize, you want to have that title, of course you want the points as well. So it's really cool to have this pan out this way.
Yeah, these top 4 teams actually be able to sit behind and kind of watch the top 12 teams come up in Stage 2 Open and kind of, prep, anti-strat, yada yada. But I just wanted to ask you, how are your predictions going with day 1 and then day 2? Everything going smoothly for you?
Oh, my prediction? Oh, you mean my predictions for the previous games?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. I can kind of go and recap the different matches that we had. Aura Differential versus Lilith. That one, I do believe Aura Differential was the better team. RIMA GC versus Dangerous Rose. RIMA GC won that. I think that was a bit of a unknown situation, right? We haven't really seen too much of RIMA GC or Dangerous Rose, and then RIMA GC has honestly just been impressing me throughout this entire tournament. Aura Differential beating up Mummy's Kittens yesterday. And yeah, now we end up with Aura Differential, RIMA GC in the lower brackets. Not too surprising for Aura Differential. I think they are a strong team, but yesterday's games were incredibly close, really cool to watch. So yeah, really excited to see these 2 teams battle against each other. Of course, you can see the highlights here. A lot of action that happened yesterday.
Of course, let's just kind of refresh our memories with day 2 highlight. Aura Differential and Mommy's Kitten, actually AD coming in hot yesterday, and it felt like the firepower, of course, was there, and they also had answers for everything Mommy's Kittens were doing. Yeah,
I really like this kind of not different style, but slightly unique style compared to the rest of the SEA teams, because of course, right, we know that there is Dariban here leading this squad, and she brings in a lot of experience coming in from NA, playing with a bunch of different teams with different experiences. And I think with an additional page in their playbook, they can definitely come up with a lot of cool strats, a lot of different approaches. I've seen them play really slow and then pounce on certain moments of aggression.
Yeah.
And that is something that I think Aura Differential has a little bit of an advantage in, right? A little bit more of an experience. But of course, these teams, I mean, the rest of them, you know, they don't exactly need an extensive playbook to play well, right? As long as they can stick to the play style, as long as they stick to the playbook, they can come up with crazy rounds and crazy impact. You see so many multi-kills right here. Every single player left in this tournament, this playoffs bracket, can really show up when they need to.
Especially yesterday with Rima and Money First going all the way to the third map. Sunset, of course, was out of this world, Bind as well. But we really got to see a lot of teams being able to be so fluid, but also have some depth into their playbook as well.
Yeah, and a lot of different maps that we're seeing in this tournament, as well, right? You don't just see the standard. I'm very happy that we haven't seen Ascent for a lot of the games. I think that is a map that a lot of teams are very comfortable on. It's a staple. It's been in the map pool for so long. We have so much discussion online about whether Ascent should be here or not. But I think it's lovely to see so many different maps. Breeze here, you got Ascent, you got Bind, Split even. So many options for these teams to pick their fights on. And, you know, with the new and different maps coming into the map pool, you can see different agents being picked. You got Yorus, you got so many crazy... You get even a Phoenix on the screen. When have you seen a Phoenix in Pacific, you know? But now we have so much variety of these teams. So it's really lovely to see these adaptations coming through.
Especially because with Game Changers too, the meta is very fluid. So it's just you don't know what to expect from these teams. So we are very excited to see what's going to go down today as well. Now, with the game that went down yesterday, though, we do have a bracket update, and we are left with top 4. We will be checking out the bracket very soon, I believe. But, you know, what are you looking forward to the most for today's match?
Ooh, yeah. So the first game that we are going to have today is, of course, XIPTO versus BOBA. I think we've seen a rematch, or at least this is going to be a rematch, right? They fought each other earlier on in the Swiss stage. I think there was a stream going on, so maybe not everyone was able to witness it, but I was one of them. I was one of the fortunate ones.
Ooh,
and it was crazy.
okay.
Yeah, it was, there was a lot. Okay, so we know, I mean, you yourself, I think you've seen BOBA's maps and the agents that they pick on those maps. You got triple duelist on Split, you got the triple sentinel as well. It's really, really funny to watch these kinds of compositions, but I think coming into this match here, a lot on the line. Of course, that grand final spot. So it's going to be a banger, and I'm expecting all 3 maps.
Of course, with that in mind, let's take a look at the updated bracket after yesterday and what we can expect for the rest of the playoffs. Over here, of course, XIPTO and BOBA waiting for that upper bracket final today, and in the lower bracket, Aura Differential and RIMA are going head to head.
Yeah, it has to be said that XIPTO and BOBA, I don't think anyone's too surprised. Those were the same, you know, stellar players that were making playoffs, deep runs in every single playoffs last year. You know, from Full Send Sapphire, RQ Kaguya, SMG, you know, it's the same names, right? But in that lower brackets, really cool to see 2 new teams, new squads that we haven't seen, I think, ever in this playoffs position. Like, not at least the core, right? RIMA, GC, if I'm not mistaken, last year they went, you know, pretty close. They almost made it to playoffs multiple times, but just falling short. 1 or 2 match losses, you know, led them to a position where they couldn't qualify. But now look at where they're at. They reformed their roster, coming in with a lot of fire. And Aura Differential, right, bringing in that IGL brain of Stariban, now showing up in a beautiful fashion. So it's really cool to see so many different storylines, right? Existing champions versus upcoming talent, and sooner or later they're gonna have to clash. So we'll see how today pans out before we get that.
Yeah, and I feel like that first match, especially XIPTO against BOBA, this is where things get real for sure. There's just so many layers to this matchup. Not only XIPTO being the dominant force and BOBA being the team to be able to challenge them a little bit, but we do have a little bit of a sense of rivalry coming into play as well.
Yeah, no doubt there's going to be rivalry. I mean, ex-teammates, you got your previous coach on the other side with your ex-IGL And I think they have something to prove, right? Both teams. I don't know, but I could sense, a little bit of tension here in the air. I don't think
It's palpable over here.
Yeah. It's getting hot, and I could definitely sense that rivalry that's slowly brewing. And today, I think we might see the very first glimpse of it, where both teams are very serious and they want that grand final spot. They want to prove that they are the better squad. So really excited to see that one.
Yeah, we will be talking about this first match, but we're gonna take a short break, so we'll be back soon. Welcome back everyone to the stream. Jen Lee here with Coldan. Now we're kicking off the day with a banger matchup, XIPTO versus BOBA. But before we get into that, Coldan, do you see anything different on my screen?
I thought I was tripping. I thought I didn't see. I missed it earlier, but now I do. I can clearly see a very pink, purple, blue thing behind you. Yeah, are you sort of invoking the MYSG prowess or something?
I'm just, bringing out my Pacific pride, but,
Pacific pride. Fair enough.
yeah. Well, let's talk about the first match, XIPTO versus BOBA. I think everyone's kind of stoked to get this one started, especially because we have such talented players on both squads. XIPTO as a super team in Southeast Asia with so much success and so much experience. Tara coming in as the new IGL for them, and so far they're yet to drop a single map this year.
Yeah, that's a great stat that you pointed out. They haven't dropped a single map. I feel like I'm getting flashbacks to last year when they didn't even drop a series. It was like an insane run throughout the entirety of the year. But that stat might change here today, right? Now they're going up against Boba, Aluka, Ayumi, Kohabi, Casper, Rady, who was otherwise known as Baby TZ previously. So this squad, arguably, taking the best pieces of each roster last year, squishing them together like I think it was like a week before the Open started. So it's pretty late for them to form the team, but they've done so well so far. And it's an incredible roster that the XIPTO will have to go up against. So yeah, we're gonna go and see the head-to-head, which is gonna be between the two Sentinels, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh, Tara versus Kohabi, the battle of IGLs as well.
Yeah, and in a weird situation, weird turn of fate, Tara kind of taking Kohabi's spot on the team, and now we have the head-to-head. And these two IGLs, I mean, Kohabi was the top-rated player last year in GC, if I'm not mistaken. So, being that number one spot, being so proficient in her aim and her calling, I mean, it's going to be a really, really interesting head-to-head to be seeing between these two teams, right? Who's going to be the better anchor? Who's going to have pop-off rounds when you don't have any utility and just alone by yourself on the site, or you're catching flanks, finding lurks? It's really cool to see.
Also, I don't know if you checked out Kohabi's interview. She literally
Yes,
said,
I
taught them how to play. So she knows XIPTO's tendencies and how they function as a team. But on the other side, Kohabi's really just, she doesn't know much about how Tara will be leading the team. So that would be one point to watch out for. And also we have Shirazi from XIPTO popping off as well.
Yeah, Shirazi, in the, I took a look at the agents that she played in the Open qualifiers, and I think it's a standard with Fel teams, but they just picked random agents, and Shirazi was popping off.
Yeah.
She was playing Chamber, she was playing ISO, so even though she's playing that controller role, she has aimed to back her up. Like, it's crazy to see the firepower that she has, and sometimes when you play that supporter role, that controller role, your aim does not get to shine as much. But when she's put in that kind of situations, you can trust in Shirazi. She has done amazingly in this qualifier, and she even did so really well in Champs last year. So a star player to watch out for XIPTO.
And on the other side, for Boba, we have Aluka. What do you think?
Yeah, so it's pretty cool to see Aluka actually playing this initiator role. If I'm not mistaken, I think Aluka was playing mostly duelist roles in her career. Either Raze, you had the Reyna, a little bit of Breach, and a little bit of KO as well. So now that she's kind of moved into more of a fixed initiator spot, you can see the Breach right there. She's going to be providing a lot of support utility. And I think that's going to be crucial for Boba for them to get the win, because going up against such a squad that's been together essentially over a year, you need good utility, you need the synergy with the team, and that's exactly what Boba needs in the form of Aluka here today.
And the fact that she's so used to this duelist role, right? She knows exactly what the duelist want, so she can provide them, optimal support on that breach for a teammate as well. And even with the players that we didn't really point out in the players to watch session, I just feel like every individual players on Boba, they can definitely match up with anyone on XIPTO. So we are definitely in for a lot of aim duels and a lot of flashy plays. I don't know. It's just when I think of Boba, I know that they're players with great experience, but this team was just put together so last minute that it just makes me wonder about how deep their map pool can go. But here we have the map vetoes. a little bit different from the last time they played each other during the Swiss stage.
Yeah, exactly. So a bit of recap for you guys watching at home. The first time that these two squads met, it was Split and Sunset. And those were the two maps that XIPTO won 39 on both maps, actually. So we're going back to Sunset, but it's going to be the first map here today. Ascent Nyx, which was picked by XIPTO. Bind, going to be the decider. But I want to highlight something a little bit interesting. Oh, we're getting a little bit of information from production. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of errors on the map video, but we'll keep you guys updated when we have the information. But still, right, Sunset going to be that same pick that was picked on the first time that they met. XIPTO winning out that map. And yeah, I will say the agent composition, the first time they met, they ran triple duelists on Split. Sunset was a little bit funny with the Phoenix and the Rays, although not the worst comp that I've seen VALORANT pull out. I'm not sure, right? I'm not sure if they're going to be sticking with this composition or if they're coming in, full serious mode, locked in, with something cooking up in the background. So I'm excited to see.
We haven't seen Bind from XIPTO yet, so if it does go to third map, it's going to be a lot of fun. But let's focus on Sunset because it's going to be our first map. The last time they played, of course, as you mentioned, it was 13-9, but BOBA was actually in lead on defense, and an attack was where they struggled. And now, they're starting on different sides.
Yeah, and all right, actually give me one short second. I want to go and check something out. I think, wasn't it Sunset? Was it Sunset? The map that SMG ran like 4 duelists at Champs or something? Well, okay, I might have been. I'll have to go and check. I'll double check the confirmation.
I mean,
on
it sounds like
but
anything is possible with this squad, but just looking at their open stats, it's like it was hard just trying to point out what agents that they did not play out of multi agents that we have in the competitive pool. They just have that flexibility or that comfort and confidence in themselves to just play whatever and kind of blast through open Swiss stage, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, 4 duelists maybe possible. I see that happening in a world.
Yeah, the funny duelist compositions that Devolve has always been appearing on our screens. I think that's credit to Fel being the coach. And I'm not exactly sure on the exact reasoning behind these agent picks. I believe partially it's to hide their serious comps. Because they believe in their individual strength. Like, you're getting the best players on a lot of these teams, and you're going into these matches against teams that arguably are weaker. Just based off your fundamentals, you should be winning already. So they are allowed that luxury of hiding the comps that they might want to show us right here today against the important matches. But yeah, we have the agent select on screen ready for you guys. Let's see if VALORANT is cooking up something crazy, or will we be having a bit more of a standard comp.
All right, the agents are coming. They're on the way. But let's take a look at this beautiful map, with Sunset on the rise, LA, where we had champions last year. All right, there you go. Oh.
Okay, so a bit of a change up. We don't have the Phoenix on BOBA this time. It's going to be opted out for a Cypher. Wait, sorry, not Cypher, a Sova. Yeah, I think it's the Sova. Yep. Oh, sorry.
I don't know. It's just
wait.
Yeah.
My brain is not. Okay, it's the Breach. Excuse me. Breach for replacing. Wait, no. My brain is completely off today. What am I reading? Phoenix? Yeah, no, it is the Cypher. Wait, no, it's not the Cypher. Am I tripping?
Okay, hold on. Let me help you out.
Omen, Raze. It is Sova. Okay,
so
I'm getting confused because they did run
made.
Sova before, and then they took him out for that Phoenix, and now they're bringing in the Sova again. Excuse me, I'm a bit crazy today, I guess. I don't know, but interesting. We've got a Sage coming out from XIPTO. That's something we have not seen yet. Yeah.
Do you feel like XIPTO is going to be able to get much value out of that Sage, especially on Sunset? Because like in VCT, we see a lot of teams kind of try it out, but there's not much value, and there's so many other Sentinels, especially on Sunset, that you can run that can replace Sage perfectly. So I don't know. Maybe, as you said, they're not kind of too concerned about this map and they're saving the good stuff at the back pocket. But seeing the agent select and seeing the map pool, the map vetoes, I'm just curious as to who you think is going to win today.
Ooh, okay, so I believe that we might see something cool today by Fal. I believe that he's cooking in the background. I believe in his calls, so I'm going with BOBA. I think that they have the upset potential. I think that they're going to make the series a very interesting one. It might be a 2-1 fashion though. I don't think it's going to be a clean win from them. I think XIPTO are going to put up a very strong fight. But I see that you yourself have gone for XIPTO, so, supporting the favorable team. So
Yeah.
It's interesting to see.
For me, it's like, I don't know if it's going to be 2-1. It's just that the XIPTO core have been playing together for such a long time compared to BOBA. And I just feel like that depth and that team synergy, the gap between those two aspects will really, really show in today's matchup as well, especially when things get really close or when you're in an urgent situation, and those are the situations where the smallest details can separate the loss between the win. But enough from us. Let's see how this unfolds. I'm gonna send it over to Fluffy and Zach to guide us through sunset.
Thank you so much, panel, for the breakdown. We are blessed today to witness one of the most hyped rematches here on the uppers. It's going to be a continuation of that consistency, or will it be BOBA really striking back with maybe some of the lessons that they learned and get a foothold of their own? But before I keep yapping, I'm Fluffy. I'm alongside Zach, our resident expert for all things GC. And yeah, what do you think about the match so far now that we know the maps and the agents?
Firstly, that's my favorite ever intro that I've gotten on GC, resident expert. I'm gonna add that to my resume. Thank you for the Fluffy. But that said, I think that Jen put it perfectly when she talks about the difference between both of these teams. One is that very experienced, very synergized core, and the other is a super team full of individual great talents, but we don't really know if we're gonna see if they have that sync together yet. So I think that's what it's gonna really come down to. For Sunset in particular, I like the comp that XIPTO is rocking, not just because I am a biased Paper X enjoyer, but also because I think it's a really strong team comp. It solves a lot of the problems that you really encounter when you're trying to attack on this map, especially, that B side. You're being sprayed out from every single angle while trying to get through that Cypher utility. And a Sage Wall just stops all that. So I personally really like this comp. I like the Zero Duelist comp. And for a team that was known last year for running 4 Duelists at the same time, it's a bit of a change. But hey, who are we to complain?
That's very, very true. I think adjustments from both sides as well can really be seen after their first encounter. I found it really interesting that during the map bans, that SIP is actually the one that banned Split, even though they won it before. So maybe they sense a bit of greatness coming in, maybe BOBA cooking something up, and they just don't want to deal with that pressure. And even agent adjustments, like you mentioned, Sage coming in, replacing the Cypher. In a way, I feel like that counters the adjustments of BOBA in themselves, where they pick up the Sova instead of Gohaibi. Maybe they were thinking, we're going to use this to deal with a lot of these trips. So they just don't pick trips. Now they have a wall, and it feels like that does help change the pace a bit. So even though it's the same map, it's a completely different game.
Definitely, for sure. I mean, Sunset being that newest map, you are still seeing the evolution of that team comp. So the first iteration was the one with the Cypher, which still is probably the most popular one, and for good reason. But you see a lot of these teams innovating these no Cypher comps that play a little bit more off of each other and off of the utility combos that you can pull off. So I personally really like that. Early Sage Wall to come in to block off entry into this market area. There is this counter in play, and oh my god, it's just a choke point slaughter coming through as BOBA, 3 of their players go down to this immense crossfire coming out. The remainder of BOBA, they try to make their way onto the site, but that's the problem. At this point, the rotation has come in, and it's going to be a clean pistol, a flawless one in pack for XIPTO.
It's really interesting that they were able to really salvage that situation, because when BOBA had that early momentum, even with their own Cypher cage to maybe get some space, the punish from Alexi with a crossfire from her teammates with Shirazi there, really lining them up to be in that kill box, ending a very swift round number 1. So this time around, advantage the wards, SIP, and they have chosen to buy up a lot of these longer range weapons. We see a lot of teams maybe gravitate to something like a Stinger, but here the double outlaw really trying to punish any maybe eco potential that BOBA might present.
Deployed. One suppressed.
Outlaw into play. Shirazi finds that first one. Really clean shot. Ball in play, ready to come in to block off this push. And again, you can see just how oppressive the cycling of the utility can be. The Viper smokes, the mollies, the Sage Wall on top of it. It's just so difficult for BOBA to really make any kind of headway into sight. I mean, they gotta break this down first, and then they gotta deal with this Outlaw still.
Yeah, I mean, especially on this eco round, they don't have the bullets that they can really waste here, but a good smoke, dark cover to maybe get a bit of angle advantage. As Aluka trying or maybe thinking about going for the flash in, just go together off the swing, but it's such a tight angle off the Sage Wall. They recon close to try to get some frag. Sage still alive though. Kohabi gets the frag on Tara, and the rest of the squad just going here. There comes the Outlaw already in play. Shirazi gets one. The spike, will it get down? It will. Not enough time, but the Ghost actually enough to secure the round as the rest flood on from BOBA. Just a good retake here from Sip. They lose one, but the amount of time that they stalled to really corral the attackers into that B choke really just pushed them into a position where it was almost unwinnable if they don't get that early frag.
Yeah.
I mean,
Exactly. Like XIPTO are playing so like this perfect mix of passiveness and aggression. Like first, Shirazi gets this kill. Once you have the advantage, they're happy to just go and play the numbers game, knowing that they have this better weaponry. And I mean, it's not a bad round by any means for BOBA. Yeah, they didn't do as much economic damage as they would have liked, but they got the plants. And that anti-eco, it's about your main priority, so you have a little bit of extra cash for these upcoming rounds in hand. That said though, bonus for XIPTO, double Outlaw in play. Again, I feel like I've seen this somewhere before, like Masters with Paper X, but that's just me. True. Probably. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about this double Outlaw because it's a very heavy investment, high risk, high reward, I'm aware, but I don't know if you're gonna be able to necessarily do too much damage with it, especially if you have a very flash heavy double initiator comp like this. But so far, we haven't really been seeing too much of that breach and so utility being used.
I feel like they're also putting a lot of respect for the side of BOBA here. Even though they have the rifle advantage, they don't want to overstep themselves, maybe give a rifle away by accident. Playing so passive at the round where arguably you could be pretty aggressive with this because you have the fire to back it up. You also have two flashes on Luka. You still have the fault line as well. Joan gonna come in to get some early info signal in this A hit, but with 50 seconds remaining on the clock, it's a lot of time for them still to go for a rotate. And even with a lower quote-unquote buy, these Outlaws, the Guardian, doing so much damage in Neri, just proving that point, getting the first frag already, and BOBA gunned down. There goes there's anti-flank as well.
Yeah, that's a Sentinel down, like you said, so huge kill. Of course, Aluka gonna find a counter with a really nice aftershock to clear out the corner. Alexei just left with no space to really play in here. 4v4 on this retake. The flash gonna be coming, but it's ahead. BOBA is ahead of the flash, so they're able to find a lot of these kills towards CT. Now just Shirazi left in a 1v4. How much more damage can she find with this gun? I mean, if you look at the HP, I think that two players full armor, so Kami are going to be a little bit more difficult to take down. But at this point, I mean, however many exits you get, it's going to work wonders for your next buy round here. The answer to that is unfortunately going to be nothing. Like I said, that full armor, just coming a clutch for a Yumi, letting her carry this rifle forward. And BOBA, they find their first win on a conversion of their full buy. And they keep 3 rifles, so economy not doing too bad.
I mean, honestly, they did do some damage, but the round goes, I think, as expected with this better buy to BOBA. Good way for them not to lose any early momentum, because if they got 3-0'd right there, it could really push it towards this defensive side, but they do get the round, and here comes the full buy as well from Sip. The Viper wall that they've been using on mid has really been proven to slow down the pace of things. I feel like more than anything, it's really just there to stall out and burn out more time so that they can get a better rotate. Because that combined with the Sage wall is very difficult to push. They try to get some info here with the recon bolt, but not going to be a lot though.
Yeah, I really like this heavy market control that XIPTO are prioritizing. I mean, we saw the shutdown on that pistol round, and since then it seems like once bitten, twice shy is the policy that BOBA is adopting towards that approach. I think they realized that A side is a little bit more vulnerable, so you can see the adjustment coming out of XIPTO. I mean, they left it for that retake in that bonus round, but now looking a little bit more evenly distributed across the map. And with those 30 seconds having been burned through, you notice that Tara hasn't invested that wall quite yet. Oh my god, Inari just goes for the white swing and walks away with the kill. Alright, Inari.
No, one other difference from their first game is I think it was a different player who played as Gecko when Inari went for the Reyna instead on the last time they played here on Sunset. But this time around, she's going to be the initiator and make a space on her own. And it's only going to be, I believe, Alexei holding down this entire push if they choose to swing her. She is ready, but with no paranoia. Might be a difficult situation. She gets the first contact, chooses to back away instead. Oh, the short TP, but doesn't get punished as they bring out an Airy. Manages to snag one. And Alexi, not enough time to bring out that weapon. Ayumi gets the one instead. 3v4 right now. Still a lot of retake potential. Sip still has that Sage Wall to work with. Bomb going down. Flash not going to connect. But still, at least they get that CT control. Good nade as well. Fragment going to push him out of position. Gets the frag. But a quick trade here from Aluka versus Kamiyu. But it's Aluka who gets up on top. And it's all up to Kohaibi and the rest to really secure this. Just in a 2v1. Tyre behind the box. Not a lot of space to work with. All the angles already checked out. Might be able to isolate one fight into 1v1. Gets the spray on the second.
Way.
And that's a clutch here for Sip with the Spectre.
Yeah, I was worried about that Spectre. I was worried about that Spectre, Fluffy. I'll tell you that. But Tara's just hitting headshot after headshot, making it look easy as she gets XIPTO their third round here. And it's a pretty nice statement if you think about it, because Tara is that newest player to fill in this roster, taking down the opponents in a 1v2 like in this kind of fashion, with them knowing exactly where she is pretty much a bonk on the nose there if you're not feeling careful about it. That said though, that was a really nice round from Ayumi and Aluka both. They really did their best to make it even, and the fact that Aluka was able to bring it down to a 2v2 was very, very impressive from the disadvantage that they started with. That said though, ultimate-wise, I think that the null command from Kamiyu could come in huge. A lot of these really huge ults just charging up for XIPTO here, and I think this is the round where they can really try to make sure that they have them online for this next buy versus buy, because for BOBA, the economy is shattered. It's just Ayumi with that hero Bulldog. Everybody else just pistols in hand.
That's true. And oh, spots out one before the Viper one comes up, and Shirazi gets eliminated from this round. Kohaibi, statement to be made here. Drones out for some more safety, but it's going to get pushed back and slowed down with a slow orb. Not going to be able to pull any rotations here, as Sip's not going to fall for it. They already took the A main position, so they're fairly sure they are bunkered towards this B side, and they still have a bunch of utility to work with, as well as a lot of rifles here. If Tyra's able to survive this opening onslaught, it could be enough momentum for them to hold this backside, because that's all that really matters here. Here comes the jump forward from the Raze. No engagement yet so far. Just chooses to back away, play safe, and the rotation's going to be called in. It takes a while for them to plant this. They really want a deeper position here, but that knife's gonna spot them out with this crossfire. Still very strong for the attacking position here now in the post plant. As there comes the Gecko flash. Not gonna connect though, but that flash will come. You gets the first, goes for the 180 and gets the rest, but the spray down from Kohaibi to equalize the situation, but she's not gonna stop there. The rampage here from Kumi just going for the last player, and it's all up to Aluka, but she doesn't have the positioning behind the dark cover.
Okay, but positioning though, it's Kamiyu who takes it all the way forward, actually dodges the concussion coming out of the breach there, and is able to make sure Inari can complete the defuse in safety. Nice round for XIPTO, but BOBA made it quite expensive there, taking down all 3 of their players. And of course, this entry from Kohaibi, this whole round was just a Kohaibi clip, if you think about it, because she found so much value with just this factor. This lineup, in fact, doing so much damage. That said, though, this is the round where I think BOBA really need to kind of adjust and get their head into the game here, because it's 4-1 right now. Yes, it's a slow start, and they have a lot of these swing ultimates with which to do it. So they have that Hunter's Fury and Rolling Thunder for that post plan. Omen ults for a little bit of additional control, and if they can get an ult orb or 2, it's good. They're gonna have all 5 of their ults, including that showstopper from Ayumi, which could be huge in just using it to charge their way onto site. Because XIPTO so far, they've had a pretty interesting strategy. In terms of playing this B side, they are just using the Sage and Viper utility to completely shut it down, at least for those first 30-40 seconds of the round. And of course, on the rounds where BOBA tries to go and make a push towards A, instead you have Inari just randomly dry peeking you and getting a headshot. So you're gonna have to figure out which part of the map is better to attack. I would like to see some mid pressure coming out of XIPTO and BOBA, both ideally. BOBA especially, because it's, aside from that first round where they tried to make that market push on pistol, they haven't really played too much of it. And we saw how value teams could get yesterday on Sunset by just putting that continuous pressure on mid.
Very true, and I feel like a lot more options available. As you mentioned, the ultimates coming in online can change a lot of the momentum this round, and BOBA have been struggling to really get another. Playing behind the Viper wall here, or in front rather. Shirazi just breaks that recon dart to confirm, or at least scare off this attack. They have to invest the drone as well now to push her out, but will they spot Alexi in the corner if they choose to push this, or will they respect it and just back off instead? Feel like this time around gonna try to work mid, get a bit more options open for them, but no one's really gonna give them an opportunity.
Yeah, apart from this heavy the main control, XIPTO just taking a little bit more of a backward play. I mean, that's kind of what you want to do on this map. Do you go for a push, you go for a pull. Initial flash towards A main gets cleared out, and after that, once again, XIPTO, they've gone back to playing this A site on a full retake. And the difference here is that BOBA, they did create this initial pressure towards mid and B. So there's going to be a little bit of a delay in that rotation. I do feel like XIPTO has an idea of what's up though, because look how far both of these controllers have pushed on that B side. They know it's completely empty. That's the call for the rotation to come through on A. It does seem like they're still opting to play more for that retake since they have that Gecko ult. And yeah, they're just trying to bait these ultimates out of Boba's side. There's the Hunter's Fury, not going to really find anything, but does get them the space to plant.
Very true. The plant eventually gets secured here as a fairly decent waiting on the side. Still 5v5 fragment invested as well. They want to block off this angle so they can flood their way onto side for the defense. Gonna pop the ultimate as well from Gecko. Maybe scout out some more information here. Ayumi has to hold the CT side so they don't get flooded in. It's a 2v1 here on the Shirazi, and she does fall down, but on the opposing side, it's Kamiyu again with a double actually. The wingman gonna start to defuse, and it's all up to Aluka. There comes a big rolling thunder, but it's not gonna be bigger than the amount of impact that Kamiyu is able to do this round on this KO. The past 2 rounds, she does so much with the rifle alone, and the fact that she's able to really get onto site and not get punished is a problem that's building for BOBA. They have to figure out a way to slow this retake down.
It's really interesting to me because if you think about it from like a theoretical point of view, Boba's team comp just has so much utility that if they get that spike down, it should be pretty easy for them to play that post plant. But like you mentioned, Kamiyu has been that wild card for these last couple of rounds, just blitzing into side, guns blazing, headshots found. Opposition shut down, and it's just been round after round that XIPTO are being able to put together off of these individual heroics. I mean, this is kind of what the roster was known for last year as well. Like, all right, before that you expect 1 or 2 players to be your standout, but on this roster on XIPTO, every single player can have their moments, and that's exactly what we're seeing in this kind of game. Once again, though, beautiful opening to come out of Boba's side. Casper finding a double headshot to get that first blood. Immediately gonna be refragged, though, as maybe TC goes down, and knowing that it's against this eco buy, XIPTO gonna be wrapping up the pressure here. Full aggression. They have Spike in their sights, and they are not willing to concede it without a fight. Ayumi, of course, does have that showstopper. Gohaibi picks up this rifle. Ayumi with the showstopper, trying to take some space, but Alexi tucks away into the spawn corner, takes care of that, and now it's all up to Gohaibi once again. 1v3. She is able to retrieve the spike, but surrounded on all sides by enemies. Outplayed, outflanked. It's gonna be 6-1 for XIPTO.
What a quick round there. What started out was maybe some hope with the opening frag. It just gets turned around, and XIPTO, they just have complete control of this opening half here on Sunset. And it feels like these individual fights are just not what you want to be doing when you're on this eco. You have to start leveraging, I feel like, a lot of the utility that can come through. But it looks like it's just Sip really just going for that full aggression mode instead and not really caring about the utility. And it's a strategy that has been working for them in general over the years, either this or on NIMS SMG. But now it really comes to fruition where that aggression just really supersedes any form of utility, because if they don't care, honestly, the perceived pressure isn't as meaningful.
I think that one of the points that our desk made, which was about that synergy, which I know you keep harping about, but it plays a role here. Like, you could see even in that eco round how XIPTO's movement across the map was kind of like a net closing. In a lot of these rounds, that's exactly what they do. They're so methodical about whether they're retaking or what they're controlling that it's just piece after piece. And one thing that I really like about XIPTO here is their usage of the Viper Wall, because look, Fluffy, there are so many of them. Like, previous round we saw that aggressive one for B main control combined with that Omen one way. This time around it's more towards mid, so Boba have to be careful about how they're watching this just because of that Viper Wall being present. So it's just so much of utility that they're using so well.
I feel like it also comes to the fact that I think they were expecting a Cypher here and not this Sage. So this value from this Sova isn't as impactful as I think it is, especially when you have flashes to really break a lot of these crossfires. It's gonna be very difficult when Kamiyu can just capitalize on that as well. And now 30 seconds remain. They have to find a place. It looks like B is gonna be the target here. At least to get Sip a bit off guard with the rotations pretty far. Opening pick from Baby TZ. Gonna get that backside control for them, but they're still gonna keep on fighting. They're gonna be able to get one more, but the bonus not gonna be for long as Alexi manages to find one for herself. Oh, what a refrag! Might even get another one, but it's not gonna be enough. The spike has to be put down now. It's all up to coming into 1v3, but we've seen her do this before. But there comes the paranoia, and it's too much when you can't see. And Casper is the real ghost here as he goes to the top.
Yeah, Casper the Ghost for that final frag, and overall, much better round coming out of Boba. Really well coordinated, of course. Baby TC, I really like this push coming out of her. Using that cage to kind of create a little bit of confusion as to where you're pushing from, catching that player on backside and continuing to advance. I think that even though they got that first and second frag, they focused on clearing out CT, taking down Tara, making sure that Res doesn't come into play, and despite that, giving Alexi a little bit of time to flank around and do some damage. Overall, I think that that Boba was just able to find those impact frags and that space that they really needed to get that spike and set up for that post plant. So even though there wasn't really much of a post plant because the round was like so quick and fought out, really a nice adjustment to come out of Boba, and we're gonna be seeing that first timeout out of XIPTO's side here. Pretty interesting. The first gun versus gun loss, and they're gonna be trying to go back to the drawing board, maybe fix some mistakes. I feel like this is kind of a how do you say it? A match for both of these teams that neither side really wants to lose, like more so than usual. So I think that every single round matters here. That said, the ultimate economy is still great for XIPTO.
I mean, I feel like if anything, it's just an experience point there with XIPTO because they know how these matches can go and they'd rather fix their mistakes early because most of the time, if you're able to adjust first, it does prove to gain you some dividends later on. So it's a smart move, heads up play from them to really gain that momentum back. They don't want to make any more mistakes. But to their credit, I do agree with you where it feels like they are more put together on the macro. And it feels like Boba, even on the previous round, you can see, one person's trying to push onto the CT side on Boba and the other one is just trying to get the plant down. So they're not as put together, I would say, or coordinated rather, as this core from SIP has really shown us here as they move to close in this map, or at least this half rather, for map number 1. Slowing down the pace here, this time putting more defenders towards the A side, giving up mid control, which is not something that they've done in the past couple rounds. Maybe they're playing off the fact that they don't want their Sage to die since she does have the res.
Yeah, I mean, Tara's had it for like a few rounds, so I hope that she gets a chance to actually use it. That said, Viper's Pit gonna be committed on side, and oh, what a nice recon peek to come out of Kohaibi. Takes care of Tara, no more res available, and Shirazi is now alone on site. Camus at least able to get one, yes. Will be able to actually res Camus. I think that you can see an area trying to go for it, causing a little bit of distraction, but instead, it's just Baby TC to find one with the Guardian. Alexi chiming in as well, Neural Theft coming in, and now Shirazi, the only player from Boba left alive rather, still in this Viper's Pit, and finally, off the back of that Neural Theft, does get spammed down. So Boba, again, with the adjustments, with the gameplay, they found a chink in the armor of XIPTO, and they are taking full advantage of that by corralling their way through this B site. I'm not sure if I really like the spike roll, okay, because it doesn't really cover too much of the areas where the spike is actually usually planted, but I think it was kind of more of a stopgap to let XIPTO rotate, and there goes my SMG swear jar, damn it.
Well, I do have to agree with you. It's not the most ideal ultimate, but it does get the job done to really secure at least part of the site, get some more control when things are going awry. And now 6-3, SIP on the lead, doubling the score of Boba, but the aggression here not going to stop even on this eco route as they use an aggressive Viper wall to push out some space. The question is Boba going to respect this? Camus goes for a flash, and they're just forced back. Kohaibi instead going to call for that rotate towards A. I think they get priority here, but it's very scary to cross this. With this drone, they will spot out at least one player, but they know that that's a lot. It's a good Hunter's Fury if it can land, gets damage onto one, but won't connect the rest. Oh, but clean shots here, raining down at SIP. They just turn it into a shooting range, and there goes 3 of Boba's players already. Kohaibi no ultimate, and that's also weapons for their team if they can manage to pick them up.
They don't even care about the weapons, they're just holding for it. It's a 5v2 at this point, and it's high noon here as the Sheriffs come out into full play. 3 kills already, 2 more to go, and you can see the utility trying to find some damage. I think that Pachos, oh my god, it doesn't even kill Tara. I thought Tara was a goner there, but yeah, unfortunately.
Same.
Yeah, everybody quite low. You can see that you can see the priority here to ensure that these weapons are safe, but unfortunately Kohaibi goes down in that valiant pursuit, and there's still a player tucked away into the corner. Just such nice default to come out of XIPTO, and the protocols pay off big time. Really, really nice Thrifty, and overall, I mean, I feel like when you're up against these eco weapons, you really don't want to give too much time for them to set up. I think Boba's rotation just took a little bit too much time, and I'm just very, I mean, it was a nice touch, yes, but it felt kind of unnecessary there when you know you have the better weapon.
I mean, player decision, you could probably use that Hunter's Free just to secure the round, because at this point, ideally, yeah, you won't have to use it, but there's only X amount of rounds left, and you need to get this half going for your team. It's 7-3, and it's still a long ways away for BOBA to really climb out of that. But the fact that they get punished on one of their possibly stronger rounds just because they take one misstep, I feel like that's the defense setup, right? They adjust the Viper's wall. They go from that A cutoff, not only to cut off the A choke, but as well as a lot of that middle. But they don't get punished towards mid, so it gives them that opportunity to really go for the retake onto A, or at least set up like you mentioned. And that positioning advantage really gave them that initiative towards that A hit. But what I like and I kind of respect the most is the fact that after they get those 3 kills, they didn't go uber aggressive. You know what I mean? Like, they pause, they know that they're winning, and they just have to chill. And because of that, they're able to recover some rifles. Because there could be a world where they just over-aggress a bit, and all that hard work that they did to get those 3 kills just goes away. But I think that just, you know, speaks volumes of the veterancy of the team.
Yeah, it's a very common mistake. You get like overexcited, you get ahead of yourself, and you tend to make mistakes that lose it. But like you mentioned, veteran team, this is like old school for them. I think when it comes to these kind of discipline tactics, they're quite good. XIPTO now going to be pulling out the big guns in form of that operator in the hands of Shirazi, which I personally really like here. We've been seeing a lot of really weird agents pick up the operator, and I'm all here for it. I think that Pacific has always led the road in terms of weird agents picking up operators. When
True.
I say weird agents, I mean apart from the Jet and the Chambers. So it's nice to see a little bit of spice and a little bit of variety in your life, and I think BOBA might not be really expecting it either in the hands of the Viper of all players. Although Shirazi has picked it up before on agents like the Astra, so who knows? They might still have that in mind. That said, once again, it's just going to be BOBA taking their time, working on mid a little bit, causing a little bit of pressure and chaos. Viper wall, again, invested by XIPTO towards this mid area as well. And oh, there's the operator. There goes baby TZ, RIP. That is such a nice shot. Just a pixel angle.
Yeah, the operator value really proving themselves there, and the early momentum that Rainy was trying to scout out is just shut down. And they know that because that lurker is down, they can afford to reposition. But unfortunately, they are stacked towards that B site with a hit, really posturing themselves to go for the A. And it's all up to Ineri. She will get spotted out, I think, by this recon dart once they get close enough. The question is if she'll be able to still manage to get away. Instead, choosing not to reveal her location and pull the rotations from the defensive side, maybe get a position to fight through because they want to prioritize this elbow. They already invest the wingman to clear it out, as well as the mosh pit to push them back, and that's just enough time. Look at the position of the defenders. They're wrapped around them. The hit is coming too slow. Here comes the speed, but might not be enough. They get 2 though, but there comes another operator kill. Alexi finds one for herself as well. But 11 seconds to go, and they have to get the spike down still. The showstopper there. But where is the spike? You have to plant it now. 5 seconds, she has to stick this, and here comes the swing. It's going to be free, and that's all they need to secure the round. Just run away here. There's no time to complain, as they even save the operator off of winning the round.
Last round before
Really
the
nicely
switch.
played, and I like that peek from Camille. They know exactly where Camille is because of that lack of time, because they weren't able to move that spike to plant somewhere safer. It had to be in the open, and Camille just takes full advantage of it to steal the round away. Of course, the opening kill, Shirazi with the operator gets it. You did see a nice adjustment from BOBA. They were able to cause some ruckus onto the site, but so many of these rounds, Fluffy, they go down to the wire the last 30 seconds, and this is one of the few times you can really see the impact of that and the problem it causes, because usually XIPTO, they're able to find the kill, so you don't really see it being an issue, but the way that BOBA is trying to take their time, it's kind of biting them in the later half of the round, because they just don't have much to show for the time that they took. There's no late lurk coming in, there's no like somebody to pin the rotations down. They just have to stick together and pray that they can trade each other out, and that's the only strategy that has worked these 3 rounds.
That's very true. It's really the brute force that has worked for them, and I feel like they're gonna try this again. As Ayumi does go for a very quick entry, somehow still gets flashed though off delay, but here is the space. Oh, and Neri still manages to find one and back away with her life. How do they survive this? Camille doesn't, but will they expect one player close? The resurrection's gonna come through, but they're not gonna be able to take that one down as well. The rolling stars are even invested, and up in the air is Alexi. Gets Kohibi, but the fight doesn't stop yet. 3v3, but finally the spike does go down.
Spike goes down, and Ayumi picks up a rifle as well. Now, Ayumi is the only player with that weapon in hand, so we'll have to do most of this damage. Beautiful paranoia from Casper does enable her to get a kill, but still Shirazi and Kamiyu, they're doing the damage here, and it's all up to Alika. Position unknown as of now, but there's a Sage Wall available, and just a Sheriff in hand. How do you even get through this? There's nothing that you can really do. Shirazi just able to stick the spike through the gap there, and yeah, a little bit of an awkward pistol confrontation. Aluka and Shirazi just saying hello to each other on the other side. But what a heartbreaker. Really nice play from Tara there, knowing that the economy was weak, knowing that the Sage Wall might be that clutch tool necessary. And it works out great, but I think this might be a bit controversial, but this was probably the most explosive round we've seen out of Boba's side. I think that they really had a good post plant, and with guns it would have been a round that they could pretty easily convert, but yeah, just that superior firepower kicking in this 3v3 at the end.
Yeah, but it's a little too little and a little too late, I think, because 9-3, not a position you want to be when. Maybe you can activate the curse instead, though.
True, but let's see what our panel desk believes about the curse, the 9-3 curse. And I mean, we heard a little bit about it yesterday, but I want to hear what Coldan has to say about this.
Coldan, do you believe in 9-3 curse?
I believe in friendship. Let's see if they have it in the next half, but it's. Oh, my apologies. I think I was muted for you, Jen. Yeah, yes, I said I believe in friendship. So maybe that is something they can bring in. But the problem, I think, it was the defensive call. I thought Fel was the one that's going to be cooking up something crazy for Boba. But if the flip side of things, right, you bring in the Sage, you bring in the Gecko, which is played by Neri, something that we haven't seen too often from her, especially since last year. But so many swing rounds, right? That 150 round where they just lined up 3 kills on A long, I think that just sealed the deal, right? That just stopped any momentum that Boba was trying to get. And on top of that, they were very proactive in the rotations, right? Shirazi bringing in that op as well. That is something you do not expect. All of the agents that XIPTO play are not agents that you typically see with the op, so just bringing it out in itself just added a layer of difficulty for Boba. And I do think that going on this defensive side, they need to really cook up something innovative, they need to be proactive, because if not, I think XIPTO can really manipulate the map. You got the Sage to cut off rotations as well. That is something to keep in mind. So pressures on Boba this time.
Yeah, but Boba, when they face XIPTO on this map, have done pretty well on defense, so we'll see if they do get more activated. But it's time for our casters to take it away and guide us through the second half.
A lot of very fair points there from the panel. 9-3, is the curse real or not? But to be fair, I do feel like on Sunset specifically, it is pretty hard to go for that attack. But that is the question that I think Sip's going to answer for us, if they can make it work for them. Last half, we already saw how Boba really struggled with it, because I feel like they set themselves up in a way for failure at times, as they take so long to get any relevant space in that early part of the round, that towards the latter half, they're just pressured to do too many things at such a short amount of time. And Sip maybe learn a bit from their mistakes, as they have that Viper wall towards A to really cut off a lot of this pressure. Maybe work a way around this, but the Boombot's going to spot them out early, as well as the Shock Darts to push them back.
Yeah, really nice utility usage. It's gonna cause a little bit of delay for XIPTO's plans, at least if they were considering to punch down towards that A side. It still does seem to be the idea, although they shift a little bit more towards mid instead. Kind of a bit of spam coming through. Alexi, of course, is in this power position, so anyone who tries to take space on A is gonna have to pay their toll to Alexi if they're not too careful about it. But Boba and XIPTO both playing that waiting game. Boba, of course, having that Cypher does have a little bit of an advantage in being able to lock B down a little bit more efficiently. I like how neither side is really contesting mid. Instead, yeah, it just seems like the Execute is coming in. Pain Shell is burned by Ayumi, takes a lot of damage. And now an area with the Dizzy, looking to push forward. Beautiful paranoia from Casper does connect. And off the back of it, Casper and Ayumi both cause a full-scale slaughter right now. Recon both from Kohaibi, trying to make sure that elbow position is clear. And suddenly, XIPTO, they're down to their last 2 players.
It's going to be really hard to salvage this situation, especially without the angle. Alexi gets spotted out, gets taken down. Kohaibi gets the frag, and it's all Up to Shirazi. But look at her position. They already kind of expect it. Even using the util to really flush her out of here. 15 seconds, not a lot of time to do anything. Might be able to get a kill or two.
10 seconds
Might be the best that they can hope for right now. She gets one. But there comes the flash to really slow it down. They're not even giving her a chance to peek. Are they going to let her live is the question? I feel like they are.
Yeah, I mean, less money for this next round. You can see her really trying to go forward and just get another kill despite the stun, but it's Casper who is the hero of this round for BOBA. I think that paranoia completely changed how things were going to work out because it had impacted everybody. It countered the flash from the Dizzy perfectly, and it also got control of the spike for BOBA. So it's the kind of piece of utility that really makes a round work out. And Casper, of course, off the back of it, also rewarded with the 3K. So not a very friendly ghost for the side of XIPTO, but doing good work for BOBA. And they really needed a pistol win as well, Fluffy, because 9-3, the only way you're going to start coming back is by starting to get that pistol win. And in this anti-eco, no plant, no force buy, so it's just pistols for BOBA.
Hopefully it doesn't haunt them for long, as the upper buy here on BOBA can prove to really get them back into this game if they don't fumble this, because they already have a lot of utilities set up. They're already marking the Viper wall. Right now, just textbook plays coming here for the defense, as the attackers are struggling to find an opening, because with the Cypher present, they do spot out the camera, but it is pushed back already with some shots being traded out here. Not enough to confirm a kill, but the space already guaranteed here for the defense, and just expanding that territory is all that they need at the moment. With the double swing possible, they go for the spray down, but the trades actually with a classic from an Airy is all that they need to salvage some weaponry. The man advantage to them as well. It could be enough to really turn the tides, and not what BOBA is looking for, as they take even deeper control here. The Bulldog pushing out a player, and they have so much control here on the side as they recover even more utility for this Gecko. Hybe gonna use that recon dart to maybe get some space of their own. But look at the time that's ticking down for them. They managed to find one as Casper goes for the frag. But the recon dart is out, but it's still just enough for Kamiyu to fall. All up to Tara now. You know how powerful she can be, but it's not when you're against a stack of 3. And there's another defuse coming for them. A round that they might have lost there. Honestly, it was pretty scary at times, but I feel like SIP, they did manage to do what they came for. They got the spike down, they got a couple kills, and that's enough to really further their economy as they move on to a better round.
Yeah, knowing Zip, I feel like they wanted to really win it, especially after Aneri got these absolutely 2 bonkers shots. I'm sorry, I'm still laughing about this shot for a kill. But that said, the retake was really good to come out of BOBA. They, even though it was a 3v4, they knew they had the better weaponry. You could kind of see the buddy system coming in towards that reclear of market. And of course, towards the end, Tara was the only one with that gun, with that stinger to try and make anything happen, but just not the best gun in a 1v3. Just not enough bullets, honestly speaking. That said, though, BOBA now looking to play a little bit more aggressive towards this A site on this bonus round. They do get the information that there's people coming early on. Casper ready with the paranoia to swing off the back of it. Contact's gonna be so important here, and Aneri takes that first one. Just gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. Hybe off the back of the paranoia, able to find another one, but XIPTO still finding the damage, finding the value here off the back of this better weaponry. They're able to find 3 frags in total, opening up the A site, and they're still waiting. That's the discipline for this team, to make sure that there's nobody from BOBA to jump out of the shadows.
Paranoia a bit too late there, not going to be in time for the punish. Aluka has to wait on the line, on the sidelines rather, try to get one of her own. But look how slow and careful they are to really clear this out. They just want to get the space, drop the wall, and take a fight here. Is the current plan. But there comes the Sage Wall. That changes up a lot of things. And oh, what a flick from Alexi! They have Aluka behind her. Cage gonna separate and get a pause for a moment, but they have the location. It's Rainy. Has to struggle here to push through all of this, and the off angle from Alexi again manages to find another frag.
I have no idea how Alexi got that flick. It was the nastiest 180 flick we've seen on stream I would say this entire tournament, but I didn't watch the other sub-streams, so I don't know if it is the best one of the tournament so far, but it's the best one I've seen. It was absolutely nasty. True. And of course, just that elevation, Alexi able to play with it and get another one. I'm really hoping that XIPTO are able to showcase the Sage Omen combinations that we saw from Paper X, because it's one of my favorite parts about this comp. There are just so many cringe angles and walls that you can get on top of, and your opponents just are left without a foot to stand on. This time around, though,
exactly.
The position from Baby TZ. Look, they know, I think.
Yeah, they know for sure here, but they're still gonna respect it because they have been punished in times before. They know that in the previous round they played that cam with Breach, so they might be expecting one close. And Neri slowly
What a
clearing the
flash.
corner, but even though the flash comes through, they only manage to trade each other. That's not what they were looking for exactly, because that B control is now in the hands of Sip. If they can get this backside, already investing. Thrash to really go for that backside control. Gonna get surrounded as well. Not needed as Alexi is able to take out Luca. Now 3v4, and they haven't found an angle really to go for this retake yet. But there comes some space here as Kohabi manages to find Shirazi on the lurk. Paranoia
Like this-
could be the difference though.
Could be, but look at these positions from XIPTO. They're playing very aggressively towards CT. Yuumi, of course, with this boom bot, looking to cause some damage. Does in fact connect it, but it's gonna be Camus to find that first kill. A second one as well as Kohabi, for once, misses. It's Ayumi in the clutch who has to do it all. Almost gets the lineup, but it's not gonna be enough as Alexi, the last player standing, will get XIPTO to 11 here. And talking about that post plan, it was a 3v3 since Kohabi did catch out Shirazi's lurk quite early on towards mid. I think that Baby TZ going 1-for-1 here is okay, just because the player that she found was Tara, which means that there's no more scope of that resurrection to come into play in this round. But overall, the adjustment from the side of BOBA, of XIPTO there to go for that CT pressure, knowing that they had the Thrash and knowing that most of the time market is an area that BOBA prioritizes in terms of retakes, it was a really good call. Now BOBA gotta be the ones to call a timeout. 11-5, never a good time to take an eco break, but they got it here. The one good thing is that they have that showstopper and they're one off of that Hunter's Fury.
I mean, one good thing about it as well is they're keeping their momentum up. But it was such a dicey round for me on the side of Sip, as there are a lot of times where they were playing on the same position. They could have easily gotten sprayed down if something just went awry. But thankfully for them, the fact that they traded faster was what really kept them on top, because Alexi at the end of it, it's such a narrow gap for her to secure that kill. But now it's still 11-5. Boba have to rethink the situation a bit, because they are in the lower buy. They have the showstopper if need be, but they're still against the full utility and full armor against XIPTO. And on an attacking round, if they don't get a lot of these earlier picks or get a good rotation read, that small delay could be the difference of the spike going down or not and having a difficult retake.
Definitely agree with you there. I think that those points you made about their positioning was really good. I think BOBA, they have picked up on it. Hopefully in the future they're able to do a little bit more with it. And I think XIPTO's main advantage here is that the team comp they're running is not really one that teams are used to playing against. Like, I mean, I know I keep saying this, but I really like this comp just because of the way it plays around a lot of the major pitfalls on Sunset. And shout out to PaperX for thinking it up. It's really strange to see a team that runs 3 duelists run a no duelist comp, but either way, I think XIPTO, they have the same principles in play as well. Looking to stack up and push towards this B side on this eco round. The flash connects, but again, the Cypher utility causing a little bit of a problem. Denied the plant, Wingman goes down, and the Stripwire gets broken, but the Sage Wall keeps them alive. Alexi, through that gap, able to find Aluka, and Tara now looking to take care of Casper here, and Ari with the Mosh able to find Baby TZ. Very unfortunate. Triple TP from Tasper shuts down Tara, and that's the pressure from both sides here. Just gonna be Shirazi left right now in a 1v3. We've seen her come up huge before, but against the world, how much more can you really do? She's surrounded on all sides by enemies. 30 seconds left, so not too bad, but the utility barrage, here it comes, and it's gonna be enough. Casper with that absolutely goated TP and a double kill with the Frenzy to keep Boba in this.
The heads-up play really to go for the reposition there. Help them really secure this round, even on the deficit with the weapons. The ability to really close that gap has really changed the momentum. And honestly, the fact they won a lot of these 1v1s really pushed them towards that edge where they could start converting the round. And it's plays like that that Boba really need to start making, where they play more confidently. Because I feel like on the first half, they did kind of smell like, we're more like playing to not lose at the moment or get around rather than play to win. And I feel like it's more of the team that's willing to risk it all that normally ends it up on top. And it looks like the shape that they want to be in for the most part, rather, especially with all these ultimates. But anyways, attackers gonna posture themselves here onto A. Early frag coming in from Yubi, gets the double, but Shirazi does go for the shutdown eventually. The Hunter's Fury even invested just for some added security, maybe even some info. They do spot them out though, and there comes a good piece of utility to take out Shirazi and Alexi, and Tara just falls just as quickly. And Boba seemed to have readjusted pretty strong, because now 11-7, only 4 rounds separate both teams, and it could be the difference for them to climb.
Yeah, and they managed to conserve most of these ultimates as well. So I think going up in there in the next bull by round here for XIPTO, they definitely have a lot to work with. And like you mentioned, because it was pretty much a flawless round, they only lost like one player, if I'm not wrong. So gonna have a lot of money to work with as well. I think that both the showstopper as well as the neural thefts can be really powerful to retake. What is interesting for me is that XIPTO also have the null command on their side to try and sweep with the site. They're going to be investing it right off the bat here as they go for a very quick, very aggressive push onto this ace site. A change of pace and a Yumi with that scope in, trying to find the kill, but it's still Camille to come out on top. Does get taken down, yes, but it's a KO ult, so you can still get them back up. It's going to be Alika on site, trying to find the light up, find the positioning, gets the first kill, gets the second as well, but Alexi here to do the damage, and now it's a 2v3 zero theft invested. Kawhi be able to take out Camille for the final time, and the TP comes in, able to get away safe here as Shirazi finds Baby TZ. 2v2 situation. Casper tapping the spike here, trying to at least lead them into pushing forward, but instead it is just going to be another TP to try and set up this crossfire, try and cause the bait here. Alexi with it, able to shut down Casper, and the Viper's Pit comes out on top as XIPTO find match point.
What a play there towards the end, just dancing around that Viper's Pit, making sure that they're really from the shadows and they don't know where they're gonna strike. But the real ninja here is Aluka. She's able to hide for so long at this angle that they're able to get that punish. I thought that was enough actually to swing the round for them. But
until the Viper's
fact
Pit,
that they weren't able to play a type, that the Viper's Pit was just too strong, you know?
Yeah, because, I mean, if you look at the way the Viper's Pit went, it completely covered the side, it completely covered the approach towards elbow, and with Alexi TPing around and causing even more chaos, it was just so difficult to try and retake, especially since if you think about the players in that final position, it was Casper as well as, I believe it was Rainy, I'm not sure, but either way, not the greatest utility. You don't have any stuns, you don't have any flashes to really work with, and now it's going to be a push towards this B site, a wall coming in, the split through mid, and it doesn't work out. Baby TZ actually ready for it here. Kawhi playing second contact to pick up a third kill. And yeah, while you get yourself onto side, it's just Inari left alone right now in a 1v4. Inari, of course, has Shirazi has done it before along with Inari, but this time around, just not gonna happen. And BOBA, they continue to hold on here, 12-8. Really, really nice control of mid. I was really scared when I saw that mid wall push coming in, but Baby TZ's positioning really good.
A bit of over eagerness there from SIP to really get this map number one and out and away for them so that they can move on, and in that they kind of stumble onto themselves, changing the pace a bit too hard there as they go for a really large B split. But I think the Cypher, especially Baby TZ, just really holding down the fort here, not letting that rotation come through at all. And it's another round for them, keeping them alive, 12-8. It could be enough to really prove to be the difference here as XIPTO is forced back onto the eco.
I think last time these two teams played, during that group stage, Sunset was one of the maps of play, and it was a 13-9 in XIPTO's favor. So I feel like BOBA is trying to improve on that history, if not outright repeat it, in the case of XIPTO. And this time it's a bit of an eco round for XIPTO. Nothing really to work with aside from that stage ult, which, I mean, you can invest if you think the numbers will help you. But overall, weapons still in the hands of BOBA here. They did use that Rolling Thunder in that previous round to shut down that B push, so they only have that Showstopper ready to go. But you can see that the second cycle of ults is slowly charging up here. Neural Theft used in the round before the previous one, almost already back up. High-low setup here on market, expecting a little bit more aggression towards this side perhaps. And Inari is the sole player to try and walk in though. I feel like this Dizzy play, it could mean everything. And oh my god, Inari just finds a double. Absolutely illegal. Grabs Dizzy back and is able to get that heal to get themselves back up to full HP too. A couple of rifles that XIPTO can grab here as well. So 4v3.
How's she even able to get away with that? They have to invest this just to clear, but doesn't land actually.
Oh, no.
Still survives and manages to get one more. And
No
it
way!
just doesn't stop here.
No way!
Attackers.
we made it back. The technical difficulties have been solved, at least for now, and it is still I, joined by the indomitable Fluffy. I don't know what adjective to use. Every time somebody uses something different to describe me, so I'm trying to join in the fun here. But yes, the one, the only, the magnificent Fluffy. And we were just talking about how XIPTO and BOBA were different in terms of their playstyles, in terms of their team comps and everything.
Yeah, and I feel like you brought up a bit earlier before the break about their compositions, but one big difference for me as well is the way that they're playing, because it feels like XIPTO, for the most part, is in control of the round. They know what to do early so that they can get into that mid round, so that they can get that plant. But BOBA, especially on the attacking half, has really struggled in getting any space on the early part of the round, and it's just very difficult for the mid round. But that's just for me and Zach. I'm sure there are a lot more better thoughts here for our analysis on the panel as we go to them.
Thank you guys, and Sunset went the way of XIPTO. Of course, some huge recovery coming from BOBA wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, I think that 9-3 scoreline was a little bit damning. We saw a little bit of brilliance coming in from BOBA in the second half, where they got the pistol win, they stacked a couple of rounds together, but I think they didn't really leave themselves with too much room to really forge much of a comeback. I mean, when you go up against a Neri with an ace with the Sheriff on like a 50 round to close out the game, that was crazy. But taking a look at the map statistics, I think Kamyu standing out for XIPTO as one of the most impactful players. I think she's super underrated as a player. I think when you're surrounded by so many superstars, you know, you kind of forget that Kamyu is there providing all the assistance. But in the first half, she got so much impact, so many multi-kill rounds as that supportive KO player, and that just catapulted XIPTO to a very impressive defensive half.
Yeah, I just feel like everyone on XIPTO had key moments throughout Sunset as well. And Tara with those walls, finding so much value and confusing everybody with Shirazi on the operator as well. Just, you know, I think XIPTO have innovated their game plans a lot. And I guess BOBA just, you know, couldn't really react to every single surprises that they were given.
Yeah, definitely. And I guess you can see in the post plants 3 out of 8 for BOBA. And when you're starting on the attacking side, those post plants matter a lot, right? XIPTO was able to go for a lot of those retakes. You had the Sage Wall that really threw in a spanner, right, in the works. Sometimes, or at least I believe, Fel is a coach that actually does a lot of research, a lot of analysis of their opponents. And when you switch up a comp like this, when you bring in a Sage that's so unconventional, I mean, we even saw that how PaperX incorporated it, right, when they played the Sage on Sunset. A lot of teams had to adapt on the fly, and you can see BOBA trying, right? They tried to go for early mid pressure and then execute into the A side, but they just weren't able to break the code in time. That 9-3 half was pretty you know, it kind of really sealed the deal from that half onwards. It's a relatively attack-sided map. BOBA really needed to get a couple more rounds, especially when they were running the breach. So yeah, that is kind of how the cookie crumbled. You can see the economy though. BOBA's economy, I think it wasn't doing the best. It wasn't the best.
Yeah, it wasn't really stable. Roller coaster rounds for BOBA, as you can see on the graph. But I feel like all the players on both teams, they're pretty much warmed up. So we are going to see a little bit more firepower and a little less mistakes as well. Now, let's check out the highlights and kind of, you know, we're just going to look at this video to kind of awe at what XIPTO can do.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all mentioned it, the desk, the casters, of how individually brilliant these players are. And it's actually pretty cool to see Shirazi picking up the long-range weapons as well, right? You typically don't see that from a controller player when they have smokes to obscure the vision, you know, kind of want to spray through. But she made it work, right? On this defensive side, this clutch coming from Tara, even though she, you know, didn't really have too many kills, it's an impact around there, right there, the 2K, and then so much utility with the wall, synergy, calling for this team as well. I don't think it's easy when you're going up against the new team. At least not a new team, but with a new comp rather.
Yeah.
Up against a very strong team itself. These rounds, man, these sheriffs coming in from XIPTO are crazy.
I don't know how they shoot like that.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, and the pistol round as well. It was a nice try coming in from BOBA. They got a couple of rounds strung together, as you can see here. It was a nice fight that they have, right? You can see that they have the right idea in certain points, but XIPTO, yeah. When it came out down to the gun rounds, they were slowly, being able to chip down at BOBA squad. You can see here's an Ares ace. It's crazy. How are they so good with the shares? It's beyond me. But of course, MVP to Kabiyu, her impact as an initiator cannot be understated. 281 ACS, 23 kills, and 35% hit shot is not too shabby as well.
Yeah, no. Camille just, showing us everything you can do on that KO, playing beautiful Valorant, and just so chill as well. It was just very consistent super plays from Camille and the rest of XIPTO girls. So they take away Sunset with a better score than the last time they faced BOBA. Now, did you see any weaknesses that might trouble BOBA going into Ascent then?
In terms of aim, no. They look crazy good today, as they do most days. The attacking side had a little bit of gaps, but I think it's mostly due to the composition, right? They didn't really have a duelist, right? That composition was mainly catered towards that defensive half. That is why they chose to start on the defense half. So they had the choice of starting attack, defense. A lot of teams opt to start on attack, but they chose to start on the defensive side. And with the composition they had, credit to them, they really had a great game plan coming in. But going over to Ascent, I think that is a map where a lot of these teams are very familiar on. Agent compositions, I don't think it's gonna be too crazy. I know that XIPTO have played it once, but I don't know how reliable I can be on the agent selects, because both of these teams they're known to bring in some crazy agent picks, in the open qualifiers when they are very confident in their own team's capabilities. They can bring out and have a bit of fun. So going to be very interesting. Ascent is a map where calling is of the highest degree of importance, so it really comes down to that. I'm curious to see how BOBA would like to take on XIPTO on that map pick.
Yep, map 2 Ascent is waiting for us, but before that, I'm gonna toss it over to a short break, but don't go anywhere because we'll be bringing you Sunset once we're back. Welcome back, everyone, as we get ready for Ascent. Now, in terms of Sunset, XIPTO had a great map, and also BOBA seeming to warm up towards the end. Now we're moving on to Ascent, of course, where it's, as we keep mentioning, it's a map that's fairly figured out, but we can expect a lot of surprises in terms of comps and strats coming from these girls. 13-8 on Sunset. Any thoughts on what's going to go down on Ascent?
Yeah, so I think Ascent and Sunset play rather not exactly the same, but there is similarities, especially when you consider the mid portion of the map. But Ascent is, leans itself to be a bit more defense-sided. With that being said, right, I took a little bit of a look at BOBA's team compositions on the 2 maps that they've played on this Ascent. And it's been the consistent agents throughout, so maybe might give us a little insight. They ran a Brim, they ran a Deadlock, Phoenix, Sage, and Sova. So very untraditional composition being picked up by BOBA. The question is, will they bring this into this match? I think, looking back at Sunset, XIPTO came in with the new comp. BOBA changed theirs up a bit. I won't be surprised if they have some changes here. Running the Deadlock is something that I really just can't wrap my head around. Yeah, granted, they did win those 2 maps that they played Ascent on with that comp, but it wasn't against the best team, right? Which is
it was against
So yeah, question marks for me. I will have to see in the agent select. I'm very curious to see how that one will pan out. But on the other side, right, XIPTO, this is their map pick. This is their home ground. This is where they're comfortable at. They only played this map once. They ran a chamber
that was
jet.
13-0 though. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's an open qualifier. Yeah, like essentially triple duelist, the chamber jet as well as the raise. Go and have some fun kind of thing. But yeah, I'm curious to see what kind of agents both teams will pick up here. And I will give BOBA a little bit of a head start, a little bit of advantage. They will be starting on the defensive side, and they need to kick it off strong because, if Sunset is a similar story, they cannot lose that many rounds in the first half. It gives them very little room for error when they switch halves. So pressure's going to be on BOBA right now, right? The 1 map down, they might be going down to the lower bracket, and that means an extra day of play. That means more reps in, more VODs available for your opponent's side. I think a lot going on here, a lot on the line for these 2 teams in this upper bracket finals.
Given that BOBA do not change their comps, what do you think they can do with Deadlock, Sage, and Phoenix?
All right, so I will say, I don't think I've ever seen this comp run before in any map. Brim, Deadlock, Phoenix, Sage is crazy to me. I will say you have a lot of walls available for the Deadlock and Sage, but maybe I'll theory craft it when we get to see the actual agents. With that being said, let's see what we're gonna get.
Which is right now. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I heard a lot of other VCT teams talk about how Deadlock can provide a lot of values in maps like Bind if implemented correctly. So I'm excited to see what kind of ideas they will be bringing if they do run the same comp, especially with the Deadlock. A little tour around this map, of course.
I will
Such
say
a
though,
nice view.
it is a nice view, and it is a nice agent comp. We're getting rid of everything that we just did. Thank God I didn't spend hours thinking of what they could do with this crazy comp. It's completely different. We are going back to good old...
The Harbor Viper.
Yeah, Harbor Viper, that one's interesting for XIPTO. But BOBA going back to a traditional. Okay, screw the crazy comp that we had. We're sticking back to a tried and true. XIPTO on the other hand. That is one that I'm very curious to see. Viper, Harbor, Reyna, Raze. Very, very, very interesting.
This is very, it's very iceboxy for me, but I don't know, in a sense. XIPTO can definitely pull it off, I guess. They do love running the Raze and Reyna together.
True.
So,
Yeah, Alexi going on that Raze. We've seen her pick up the Raze a lot more. In fact, I think she is like the main duelist for this team now instead of Aneri. Aneri is sort of like the second duelist, initiator support. But with the Viper and Harbor, a lot of walls, a lot of stall utility available when they start on this defensive side. So I'm very curious to see how they incorporate this. Viper, very strong. A lot more teams incorporating Viper, thanks to Loud, inspiring the meta. You have the perpetual walls that really allow you to scale up. Really force attackers to take that decay damage if they want to push the walls. A lot of respect has to be given. Harbor for those executes, for those retakes as well. But we'll have to see how they want to play it out in the game itself.
I love how XIPTO just keeps surprising us. But we are going to jump into the action and see how this pans out. So I'm going to send it over to our casters, Fluffy and Zach.
What an interesting composition here, bringing back a bit of memories from champs as we saw Paper Rex running something similar here on Ascent, but it's back to me, Fluffy, as well as Zach, and we're going to break down and cast for you on this Ascent game.
Indeed, some pretty interesting agent comms. I am also happy for Coldan and for myself that we don't have to see the Phoenix Sage deadlock combination. I had to cast the Sage deadlock combination, and I can tell you there were not enough ways to say wall in a fun way because there were just so many things. But anyway, this time around, like you mentioned there, you have that Viper Harbor combination. Paper Rex ran it, Loud started it, they continue to pull it out on Ascent. So the double duelist, I think, makes sense for XIPTO, knowing how good some of their aim or all of their aim is, especially on these kind of agents. But that said, the lack of a sentinel does worry me. I feel like BOBA can take full advantage of that in terms of map control, especially since they are running that default composition, the meta composition for this map. So personally speaking, I think BOBA does have the stronger team comp in terms of just the way Ascent works, but I think XIPTO, they've proven themselves to be very good at being that wild card and at running these agent compositions. And while I haven't seen this exact composition, like you mentioned, Fluffy, we have seen the way it can work, especially with the Harbor Cascades, letting you really scale up and take a lot of space aggressively early on. I think it could work with this team.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is a standard team comp for the reason for the side of BOBA. Very strong and very default, but also very easy to read. And this time, the book gonna be flipped as Sip just try to zip into this mid side and take so much control on market already. Alexi does get damaged by the turret a little, but that Cove will give a bit of reprieve as they try to push on to Stairs side, opening up such an explosive round with a mid to B hit. And there comes the opening frag. Scenario finds two. The momentum not gonna stop there. Even Jet trying to peek at the end, but it's an all left now to Aluka as well as Casper to salvage the situation. They only lost Alexi in that opening. That's going to be a lot of space for them to have to crawl back, try to gain it step by step, and that's going to start here as that KO knife going to give a bit more info with the double up. 3 already notified in the site, but will they expect all the players to be here? Trades upon trade as Kamiyu does go for that 1-2, and here comes Neri to end the round there with an explosive start. And I love the way that they set themselves up for that. They use the cascade to really close out any angles coming in from Cubby, and they just burst onto market, disrespecting their own Viper wall. That way, you know, it kind of it kind of subverts a lot of expectations. Like, okay, they're Viper walling mid, so they're not going to go mid, but you know, it's just a joke, and they're just going to go all the way through and wrap around for the side.
I also really have to give a shout out to Kamiyu for those flashes, because especially the first one, it cleared market, there was nobody there from BOBA, sure, but that second one, it completely caught both players on site, and I think that was why Alexi was that only player to go down, because when you have a killjoy and another player locking down, trying to play anchor on the side, we know how difficult it can be to get through it. This time around, they make it look easy. Through the Cove, though, Casper able to take advantage of it, takes care of it, Neri, but again, the better weaponry in the hands of these remaining XIPTO players finds more than their fair share of trades. Kamiyu, of course, is the epitome of a support player in this one. Just perfect flashes, a little bit of healing. We saw it in the previous round as well to come through once again. And that Vandal is going to be retrieved as well, picked up by Alexi. So maybe TZ and this time around Kohaibi. How much more can you guys find together? How much more damage can you really do?
I feel like it's not going to be a lot here, because once the Viper does set up, one of the advantages of having an unexpected pick like this is on a map like Ascent, for example, here on A, the moment that poison orb is up, if the door is closed, is their only way out, and they take so much damage that you're basically stuck in this checkmate position where you don't have a lot of options. Feels like Alexi's just going to go for the jiggle to make sure that no one really gets up onto site. Just going to walk away with their rifles as well as their lives.
Yeah, Kohaibi and Rainy both just opting to go down to the spike instead, not wanting to give their opponents any more ult points, like they don't have enough already in terms of farming them up. That said, XIPTO now in their bonus round. They had a very good anti-eco as well as pistol here. Pretty substantial bonus as well, especially if they invest another rifle into it. They only lost one player in that previous one, so they're going to be having the Bulldogs as well as the rifles saved through. And those hero rifles are still going to be punching in for this particular round. And Ari and Alexi are going to be the ones armed with them. And it seems like they're focusing on the A side. Casper, the sole player towards A main, does have a little bit of backup available from a Yumi on short, but it's going to be Casper trying to play around this one way that just gets blatantly disrespected. XIPTO do not care. They seem to have taken the creed of W Gaming to themselves, and Alexi finds an opening kill as well onto Casper. Ayumi at least able to find a refrag, and you can see Shirazi going in for the gun, and Ari trying to cover it. Does get punished, so that's the rifle dropped here. Door gets closed, 3v4.
3v4, but the Viper is still alive there, has to repurpose that poison orb as it does land the wrong location. Heaven's gonna be open, but that's a lot of damage if they push through. Even with all of this, the Recon Dart does spot out one already, and Kohabi starts things off with a frag onto Shirazi. But they're not gonna expect this, but maybe DZ with the Odin of all things to really secure the round here as they retake a fairly easy sweep towards both Heaven on the tree to get the site. And these are the type of plays that really are favorable for them because it is the default quote-unquote lineup. You get a lot of info, you just play off it, you do something like that. But Sip, I feel like, had a bit of overextension there at times because there was a point where they did have a lot of control of the situation here.
Yeah, and this is where it really started falling apart. Of Eneri going down there with her being one of the 2 players with the rifle, Alexei having been taken down beforehand, just to really give the best weaponry for the fight in the hands of the remaining XIPTO players, but that was their bonus, and you know, it wasn't as successful as they would have liked. They're still gonna be able to have their full buy this time around, and for BOBA, that was a great round because they keep most of the weaponry, they keep the Odin, they charge up some of these ultimates, so both sides gonna be feeling pretty satisfied. This round though, it's kind of what could set the pace for the rest of the half because of the fact that it is the full first buy for both teams, and we saw how momentum really played a factor in XIPTO's run in that previous sunset, so it's going to be exciting. Once again, resources concentrated by XIPTO more towards this A side, just Shirazi kind of lurking around towards that B side, hoping for a push or a play, but A is that point of contact that we're looking for, and both short and main have been taking control of.
Dog already to lead the charge here as Ayumi is pushed back. Frag going in Aries' way as they take control of tree, but the zigzag from Alexi's gonna get shot down as Casper managed to find 3 here. Eventually it does fall to Eneri. Still has the Empress online to really get more value out of this. Will they expect Shirazi's late lurk though? The timing just gonna slightly miss there. They spot him out, but will they expect Kohabi to be that close? Do get the plant down though. Bit of reprieve for them. Bit more breathing room, but with the Recon Dart still available. And the drone as well. Oh, they don't check the close right. Oh, they finally do, but that's gonna be the wrong time, the wrong place as they get shut down here now with a 2v2. Great flash that comes through, then forcing them onto this last player standing. Aluka just playing her life, waiting for the teammate to really come into play so that Kohabi can make this a 2v1. And there comes the first drop, but they have to split. It's all up to Eneri. Oh, she might find the angle, gets off, but Kohabi gets the frag, and that's 2-2 now, a round for BOBA.
Really well played by Kohabi towards the end, getting the half stick, knowing that Eneri is under Heaven, that she has the time to get it, and after that, just the most casual one tap on the peak there, knowing exactly when Eneri is going to be going around. I think the real hero of this round though is Casper. I don't know how she got 2, let alone 3 there, but that triple kill on site was the difference maker that really set up BOBA for success in this retake, because they were in a 3v2 and it still came down to a 1v1 at the end. So overall, BOBA, really nice play coming out of them, and I think that they've proven that their retake setups have been very strong, especially since XIPTO don't have the best resources in terms of post-plant play there, so they kind of have to play on site, kind of have to play aggressive, and it's the case. Now economy broken here for XIPTO. Ayumi does have this outlaw in play that might be able to shut down all of these players, since none of them have the heavy armor to work with except for Eneri, and at 0 point not really gonna find anything.
Might be some fake info here as they do peek into one, but Casper's momentum not going to be stopped there as Eneri falls immediately. The ready flash as well in case they go for some extra aggression, which is honestly kind of expected at this point as Alexi does manage to find a very cheeky position here on the left side. Camus finds one as well, but the shutdown. Aluka being the turret to hold down this A side, getting 3 already and spots out the last player. The 4K going their way, and it's 3-2. The defense now, the confidence as well from BOBA really showing this time around. Looks like a very different team from the team we saw on map number 1. Here on Ascent, the stalwart defense that they've really provided is just able to really clear that position. I feel like they're just having such a hard time clearing dice, because this is the same place where Casper got her multi-kill as well. It's something that they really need to start aggressing. If I remember correctly, I think Paper Rex's solution was they would wall the front part of A and take that first, like step 1, and then step 2 take the whole site. But because they're trying to take the entire thing to hold like at once, the resources are very limited once the flashes that interrupted come through.
Talking about interruptions, the cascade through that was a outlaw shot onto Lexi, and now insult to injury, it's the 1-2 punch. The Shirazi jumping around trying to dodge the recon, not aware that the real peak is coming in through A main. I feel like BOBA with this meta comp are looking very comfortable on their defensive side, just no real resources for XIPTO to work with here. And I really like that point you made about the dice corner on A, because you don't have that Sova that you usually run on this map, or even a Fade. There's no precise information. Yes, Kamiyu flashes gives you tells you whether there's a player there, but you're not going to know exactly where they are, even if they are flashed. There's so many of these corners where you can just get away without it being a problem. It's just gonna be the contact play coming out on short. Oh my god, the outlaw.
wow.
2 for 2 there on Mayumi's hand. At least Enery with the Reina able to find a refrag, still playing aggressive here. And Casper,
Amen, though.
the sole player, yeah, exactly, has Aim in control. Might be able to come in on time to really deny this plan, but Enery, timing here could be everything. It's all in the awareness, and so far at least in this 24, yeah, Neri goes down. RIP. It's just gonna be the 1v4 for Tara. We've seen her come out huge before, but Casper, all that time towards A main, the patience of a Saint, waiting for the rest of the team, and it's the 4th round for BOBA.
What a great defense to start things off here in map number 2, because to them it feels like a do or die at this point after they lost map number 1. BOBA really putting in maximum effort here, because it looks like they're the ones in control, not just because they are starting to win those duels, but also because their positioning has really been to their advantage. You already mentioned that they don't have any reliable scans. They have the guiding light, but honestly, even with that, with the amount of ways to block line of sight with this double and triple controller, if you count the enemies, it's unreliable at best, and it really does hurt them, especially if they get hit by any other utility. They get hit by a knife or something, it really stops their momentum. So XIPTO, they're gonna go chill, gonna take a timeout here, because they need to reevaluate the situation, because even though they have these aggressive players, they have an aggressive team comp, they still need to adjust to the tempo of this defense that has been so difficult for them to clear.
Yeah, I think all of those are very relevant points, and XIPTO, this is their chance to kind of figure out the gaps. I think one thing that we really haven't seen Kamiyu use that much, because of how fast XIPTO have been trying to scale, was the Trailblazer. I think that could be a solution for their woes in checking all of these pesky corners.
True.
But that said, I think XIPTO right now, they just look so, I don't even know if lost is the word, but they just look so picked apart in terms of their spacing. I think so many of these rounds you have Alexi or Neri going ahead, being caught isolated. It's a free pick that BOBA get, and BOBA, they've been very good at conserving that advantage. Like, so many of these rounds, they get that early pick, and it's these 4v3, 3v2 retakes that they're able to capitalize on to really make it pay off. And now, with the spew of rounds that they've been able to convert in a row, they're gonna not only be able to continue to pressure with that Odin, they also have this operator in the hands of a Yumi, and you saw what she could do with an outlaw. With an operator, it's like pretty much home turf, especially on the jet.
Yeah, exactly. And if they're able to maintain this control as well, the patient play from BOBA to really hold back the aggression. They don't want to give anything away here for free against SIP. They know that they went for attack, so it's possible that they're going to go for a play or something. Maybe it was attack for the next round, but look at the team play coming in. The flash to get Ayumi even deeper onto the side. Would you expect a close player? Yes, she will. And Kamiyu just falls already.
At least the bait and switch tactic good enough for Alexi to be able to find one. Does pop the showstopper. Ooh, spots out the operator, and it's just gonna be a hunt with the showstopper towards the operator. An unseen kill. Yeah, it actually connects, so unseen kill coming through here, bringing things back down to a 3v3. Alexi continuing to pressure towards this A site, where the spike itself is headed as well. 2 versus 3 situation on site. It's going to be Casper once again holding down this main presence. Last time around, the checking was not there. This time around, Neri has some awareness, but Casper's off angle just too perfect. Alexi towards heaven, though, with the Sheriff able to find one more. That Pain Shell gonna buy the space for the team to really make their way onto site and grab a couple of these weapons. 2v2 situation right now. Casper able to cross over, but Alexi spots that angle, and now it's a 2-on-2 retake that we're looking at. Shirazi with the operator, Alexi with this rifle to try and make it work. The TP towards heaven. Casper does get the reposition, but with this operator, it's not the best weapon. Already Baby TZ finding that first one, and Casper for the follow-up as well. Perfect 2v2, and it's gonna be a 5th round coming in for BOBA. Alexi did try to pull off some heroics to make it close, but towards the end, I really like that play of Casper using the From the Shadows to go to heaven to take that 2v2 together and trade instead of trying to give it up and fight going in for that crunch instead. It's a really understated play, but it gives so much confidence, especially when you know or you expect that operator to be one of the weapons in that team.
Exactly. I feel like it also divides their attention a lot because they have much more to worry about and they have less resources as well. But the real heads up play from Casper, not just in this round, but throughout this map in general, has really been able to hold that A side. The front of A seems to be her domain and she's not letting anyone going through for free. Sip, they have to find a different route around. It looks like this maybe mid to B hit, just like they did on the pistol, might be enough, but that's already an opening frag, unpunished as well from Ayumi as she gets out with her life. They've spent so much resources to try to chase her back. It's just so difficult for Zip to really find proper trades here because not only are they pushing through their own smokes to go for a flash play, but also the enemies. And Eri gonna start something strong, but from the top, Ayumi gets a lot of value off of that, not just from the fact that she gets a kill, is she gets so much info for her team to get that spray down with the Odin and the rest.
Sorry, I was distracted by that little misplay there where they failed to pick up the operator. I feel like somebody coming in from market thought they had enough time to pick it up, but yeah, no operator saved. But I think at this point, BOBA have the money to buy another one, so not a big deal. But yeah, I really like that, what you mentioned about Ayumi there, just that perfect distraction, the red herring for the rest of BOBA to swoop in and eat up the remaining pieces there. 6-2 right now, a very dominant start, if it has to be said. And this time around, it's XIPTO in that horrible economic situation that they have to go in for these saves every other round because they're just not able to capitalize and win that full buy. Ayumi has, of course, reinvested in this operator, does have Casper to play with, and this time around it's a little bit of a change of situation. They're playing much more passively on the site, and the spike itself seems to be headed towards B instead, where there is, again, this aggressive 1-2 setup towards main. I like that BOBA are kind of like leaving mid open to just that alarm bot, focusing their control towards A and B main instead, because it just gives them so much space and so much to work with here. It's gonna be 4 of XIPTO walking into this possible crossfire spam fist. Just a couple of seconds. Oh, the timing could be everything here. Okay, never mind. Yeah, the timing was in favor a little bit of XIPTO, but it's just BOBA spamming them down. It's a 2-person ace if such a thing existed. Spike in control right now of BOBA as well, and it's just Lexi left in a 1v5. And the 3K for Baby Teasy to close it out. The Odin for the Flawless. You just can't do anything when you walk into that RFP.
It was such a good time as well for them to throw that nano swarm there right before they make, or just right after they make that first step, not even losing her own life on the first contact and just going for the spray down instead. Calm, cool, and collected here as they take another round from Sip, and BOBA looks very strong here. And I guess this is one of the reasons why this is the default comp, right? You have a good mix and good balance to control a lot of the walls on B with that Odin and Sova alone, but also a lot of pressure can be relieved because you have so much more information. It's really up to Sip to get the most value that they can here, try to do something more explosive, but the problem is they have to stick together. It makes them fairly easy to read in times like this. So Alexi gonna try to scout out some more with the boom bot before she has to use her life herself. The heal gonna come through, but not the full. And Eri might need that heal a bit more.
Oh, there we go. Eri back to full HP. That's the cue for the kickoff on this take. Of course, the spam does connect onto an area, taken down very early on. More utility here to try and cut it off here. And while Alexi does have market control, it's going to be perfect to catch the rotations because I don't think they know that's where she is. They probably thought it was a fake or something. Now the Viper's been available as well. And Alexi able to find the kill to go high B, shutting down that lockdown and making that retake more difficult. And this A-side control has been garnered as well. In the meantime, this is more of the XIPTO that we're used to seeing here, playing more for that information, for the timings, and Camille's is perfect right now. Gets both of these players. It's just that Yubi in a 1v5. Shorty in hand does get that first one, but now surrounded on all sides by enemies, not able to do much more. The third round for XIPTO after, I think it was 6 in a row, or 5 in a row for BOBA there. Yeah, 6 in a row for BOBA there. They finally managed to get it together.
Exactly, and I feel like that small bait and switch to get a deeper position for their player is just what they needed to kind of go for a mix-up. It's been a lot of rounds where we're gonna go straight onto site, and this time around they at least have a chance to do something unpredictable, and a lot more moves like this might be what they need to get maybe a 7-5 half, ideally. But it's all up to Casper here as she just gonna get forced out and retreat. Don't want to deal with that ultimate there. But will they expect the operator for free? No flash to save them. Almost gets the second one as well as Camus falls. The spray's gonna connect to fight for the door. But that's a lot of control now here for Zip, but the retake potential with the Hunter's Fury as well gonna be popped to do some damage, but actually just gonna use it for the info, push them out. But the Spike
isn't down.
They can still go for a rotate here.
Seems to be the call, especially since they know that the Killjoy has rotated over towards A to use that lockdown. Timing gonna be everything. Baby TC, the only player kind of hanging around this B site here towards the CT. Kohibi now returns though, so that's her utility back in scale. I feel like the timing on the rotation, not exactly ideal. Alexia, of course, able to satchel onto site. There is going to be one player, the Odin, just spamming her down, unfortunately. And with that recon, effectively isolating her from that site. Spike going to be dropped onto the site. Tara at least able to find Kohibi here. A second one as well in the corner, making the difference and making things into a 2v3. And Ari and Shirazi now in the clutch situation. Position not exactly known, although it's just going to shut down the utility at the very least here. Blur Splash coming through, doesn't quite connect. Shirazi able to tuck away into the corner, find both these kills, and the post plant from XIPTO is immaculate. I feel like that 0 point kind of gave them a little bit of false information in terms of where they were playing. And Shirazi, of course, just that power position, tucked away into the corner, made all the difference. And honestly, I feel like this was around the BOBA could have won, but XIPTO just, in terms of positioning, took full advantage.
Exactly, and I feel like a lot of these rounds have been pretty close as well. If they can keep this momentum to get that 7-5, they just win the pistol and they're back to equal footing. So they're not down that much if they can just close this out. That's showstopper as well. One-way classic from Casper, gonna get pushed back rather.
I've got your
by this cascade, but it's not gonna be phased. That might be too much to deal with though, as the explosion does come in. Silence is there to stop any more aggression. The showstopper out of the picture already as they try to get the door down. Such a difficult fight though. There comes the one chill blazer that they have, but it doesn't check the right corner. Oh, no. And it's Aluka that tries to get another flag. But now it's 3v4. In the positioning up the Sip, they have to get some time. It's going to be difficult with this operator for the retake here. Kohibi just waiting behind the wake of this waterfall. And still manages to find one in that angle. I'm surprised there as the rest of Sips manages to close out the round.
Yeah, really, really nice post plants. I feel like this was one of the first times where you really had a post plants in play for Zip, where they had those crossfires, they had those protocols, so you can kind of see what they were trying to cook with this comp. Honestly speaking, 7-5 is pretty good on a sense attack, especially with this wacky team comp. What I'm really concerned about now is how it's going to look on defense, because you don't have that Killjoy to anchor. You don't really have the Sova and KO for that early information. Just the Sky is going to be very, very difficult to play with. So I'm hoping that we see some proactive aggression with the help of the Cascade. But, you know, we can speculate all we like about this next half. We have our paddle, who I'm sure definitely has a lot to say about it. So let's see what they have to say before we head over to the second half.
And XIPTO break the trend. They get themselves up at 5, and you probably have a lot to say, as Zach mentioned, so I'm gonna let you shoot up.
Where do I start, man? Okay, so I think one of the major mistakes I would say that XIPTO have been kind of falling into is that I see a lot of mistimed utility, right? Sometimes you have the Cascade, which is very useful when you're attacking side to push back defenders at the start of the round. I only really saw that really coming to play towards the last few rounds for XIPTO, as well as the high tide, right? Multiple times, I think, remember when they were going for the execute on the A side, there was the AWP that was watching A main, but there was no smoke there. There was no smoke, there was no flashes. The high tide came in after the kill happened, so a little bit of mistimed utility coming in from XIPTO. On the other hand, I think BOBA had a lot of great, protocols in place. They went for the retakes. They had a lot of good initial fights, but XIPTO were able to, hold on to that little piece of hope that they have. Those mid-round calls, the raise in mid, the lurks coming in from Viper. I think those allowed them to eke out a little bit more rounds towards the end of that half, and that just might be enough. But we got to see, right? The double duelists on the defensive side, they need to be proactive to get information, find map space, and then convert those rounds.
Yeah, I feel like the next half will be, well, it's likely to be defined by comps, especially for XIPTO, so we'll have to see. I'm going to toss it over to our casters for that second half.
What an interesting start now, 7-5. If SIP is able to equalize the situation, they can win this, get another advantage in the round, and maybe turn this into a 7-7. But it all starts here because with their very different composition, they have to come up with a very unique defense in order to stop a lot of the aggression coming in from BOBA.
Yeah, I really think the counters the aggression. I mean, that's the point of this meta comp, right? It kind of deals with that perfectly with the KO, with the Killjoy. Catch these out. I think that XIPTO are facing a little bit of a challenge. It looks like they're going to be going in for some early mid control here. With Ineri as well as Alexi positioned towards that part of the map. Alexi, of course, takes that solo isolated peek, but it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Although you can see XIPTO taking more space off the back of the Tara, in fact, confirming that mid lockdown with the help of that cascade. That said, though, information garnered towards A. That's where the execute seems to be imminent right now. And Baby TZ already going to be making her way onto site right now to tap that spike plant. YB all the way into spawn, watching for a flank, but instead it's the remainder of XIPTO going in for this full-on 4v4 retake from A Heaven. Ineri gets the first. The shocker from WTZ finds a trade. 150 HP, though that's the overkill kicking in, and Ineri kind of has to be the tip of the spear. All the spears looking a little bit isolated right now. Casper gets a trade onto Commute, but under Heaven it's just Ineri finding these kills. It doesn't matter. Baby TZ with 3 on the round and a double headshot to take care of that overkill right now will win the pistol for BOBA.
It's like even here on the attack, she still dominates this A site, able to really salvage the situation there, because it felt like a round that SIP would be able to retake, especially after the overheal coming from Neri. But a small crossfire, a small stumble, just gave Baby TZ all the space to close out this round.
I feel like Baby TZ there, I really like to play from Casper as well because she goes down, but Baby TZ's position is still unaware, so I feel like Ineri just wasn't expecting the last player to be under Heaven. That let Baby TZ get the time to get that additional headshot in to deal with that 150 HP. That said, though, unfortunately for XIPTO, their opponents got the plant. They're able to buy up this time, and XIPTO only have pistols to try and deal with this. I do think that they've managed to do a significant amount of damage before, and the timing here, Alexi perfectly tucked away into the corner, is able to shut down a Yumi. Still gonna be towards mid, no scope of being able to retrieve that weapon, at least for now, but numbers still in favor of XIPTO here as BOBA looks to again go in towards the safe site.
It's difficult now. They use a lot of their utility to gain some information. Only one guiding light need to come through, and that's the scan value as Tara does fall off of it. A great way to stop the aggression here, equalize the situation. They're playing very slow for a team that has such a massive advantage because they know that SIP has to stick together. They have to go for the rotates, and by playing this patient play, they're forcing them to just manually having to hold the entire map. The perceived pressure could be disrespected at any time, so they have to make sure that they even mark the Viper walls, even if they smoke up.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be very, very careful about this. And Ineri now aware that there's still some Killjoy utility here towards main. The spike itself is still towards A main as well. I think that the noise being cut has succeeded in terms of drawing at least one rotation over temporarily, but with 13 seconds left, A is going to be where the hit is coming in. There's just not much time left on the clock. All that you really have to do is deny the plant from coming in, and that's exactly what Shirazi and Kabi were able to do. 4 seconds left, no time to plant, and all XIPTO have to do are hide themselves to confirm this round in their favor. The Thrifty materializing perfectly, and yeah, Casper is able to clean house, find a triple for herself, but that's a round that really had no business winning. And XIPTO, they win it purely off of time. We've seen a lot of teams doing this over the last couple of days, like playing the clock down to the end. And against a team like XIPTO, you really don't want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, they learned this, I think, on map number 1 on their attacking halves, where they kind of take too long before they get that spike down. The priority is not there for the whole team. At the same time, they need to work on that macro gameplay because SIP is in control of a lot of that situations. They're rewarded with these rifles, and there it goes already. And there he manages to get one and get herself out as well. Not going to be punished. Alexi is going to find one of her own. Might even get the double here. Almost gets a triple instead. And on the other side of things, that's quick swing off on the mid side, and Kamiyu shuts down the rest of the round. But that is the consequences of your earlier actions. You give them the rifles, this is what they can do.
It was a bit of an eco round there for Boba, so pretty much what you expect. That said though, it does let Alexei charge up the showstopper, so it's gonna be huge ult available for this next round here. And with the KO utility having been used as well in that round, you kind of see what Boba are going for in trying to shut down these duelists. But on an eco round, just not much you can do. Full buy versus full buy. There is that from the shadows from Casper to try and take some early space. But looking at this very interesting high tide, look at what exactly it cuts off. It's just a very, very strange wall that also forces Boba to be sure that nobody's crossed over, nobody's holding a crossfire, or at least wait for that wall to go down. So it's just a very threatening little piece of utility there. And Boba, they're a team that, at the best of times, with this team comp, is expected to play slow, but I do think that after faking towards mid and A a little bit, this default setup, it's going to be them pivoting towards B instead, and especially when you don't have that killjoy, it can be so threatening. They get the information, they get the noise, and an Area and Alexei between them are able to just stampede through these players. Perfect 2 kills each so far, and it's just Casper in a 1v5. She finds a double for herself, but the damage, it's been done, and it's 8-8 right now.
Just equalizing the situation there. The aggressiveness here on the defensive side has really paid off for them to get a lot of these high impact kills, the timing of which as well are good on the reads. Even though they don't have the most amount of info, they're still able to predict where the presence of these attackers can come from, and with the appropriate punish, I feel like they have been getting their stride back and is going back to form of what a lot of people I think would expect from a team like SIP. And Boba, on the other hand, unfortunately they are forced back into the eco. Doesn't even feel like they left because that round previously was just so short, and I guess with the limited resources that they do have, they'll just try to play a bit more default, which arguably might work out for them if they can land a lot of these opening duels.
Yeah, I think these opening duels, they have been kind of been deciding how the round plays out, I would say, depending on who gets those first couple of frags. I think that XIPTO, if they're able to get those first couple of kills, it's pretty much the round confirmed for them. But Boba, they've been a little better at adjusting and trading. So I'm hoping that that continues to be the case here. They do have a couple of post-plans options available in this round, especially with the Hunter's Fury as well as those Killjoy Nanoswarms, and they've already tagged up Alexei quite low. So even if this is an eco round for Boba, I still do think they can do the damage here. Zero Point gonna catch out at least a couple of players. Bane Shell's coming in right now to try and let Shirazi continue to hold down this position. The backup is here as well, and now it's just a multi-piece. 3 different players, different kills, and they continue to push off the back of that aggression that they already found so much value off of here. Alucard towards main has to peek perfectly, but Alexei more than ready for it. A flawless round to get XIPTO the lead up to 9, and I think this will be a good time to call a timeout. If you were Boba.
Yeah, you need to like break the momentum at this point, because SIP is kind of running away with it. The moment that they got kind of the confidence to go for the peaks that we know them for, the trades have come even quicker. And even though they didn't have the most spectacular offense during the first half, how strong their aggression is and how fast they're able to really capitalize on a lot of these situations has really forced Boba back into a position they don't want to be in. So now they're again on a goodbye. But the question is if they're going to be able to use it.
Yeah, I think last round as well, they just have no chance to utilize any of that. This time around though, I think the focus could be towards getting Kohibi that Killjoy lockdown baby, because it's a guaranteed side take, especially going up against this team comp that Zip are currently running. That said though, a little bit more of a methodical push, a bit of a more traditional push I would say. Sova drone to clear out major angles, Jet Smoke dash in for Yumi, they clear out under Heaven, they take inside control. When the New Age tactics fail, you go back to what has historically been working in Valorant for 3 years, and you find a successful execute off of it. 5v5 retake now for XIPTO, and I'm not sure how this is gonna go, because they do have only Camus on the initiator position, so they're not the greatest of information to try and break apart this post plan with 4 players hanging around on site and that lane lurk from Kohibi coming in. Really nice flash to cause that first problem here, and it's gonna be the head-to-head. Casper with the elevated position still being shut down here. Sectioning off the site as well with this wall comes in, able to enable Shirazi to take care of a Yumi, but now it is a 3v2, just the duelist left. I say just the duelist, but Alexei is having a fine time here, being able to frag out and find these kills, bringing it down to a 1v1, and Eri able to get half the defuse, but the clock is ticking, and once again, it's Baby TZ for the clutch here. Sure, everybody ends up dying to the spike at the end, but 9-9, that's a very important round that BOBA were able to confirm.
Very important, but for the long term, I feel like it's a bigger blow to BOBA because they don't have the economy to run this after a couple of rounds if they do lose another. But what a great way for them to take the site. You already mentioned earlier how it's kind of the standard way to attack for this composition. I was a bit worried at parts because normally against an aggressive comp, what you want to do is expand the area that you do have, maybe take more control of heaven, maybe fight for tree, because you have to be aware that on a 5v5 retake, if you have the spike down and everything, it's kind of a bad position technically for you because you just used all your util to get onto site and they haven't, and you have equal advantage. But somehow they are able to get the frags that they need, especially because that one cascade, or not cascade rather, but the harbor wall was there to really separate a lot of angles. But somehow the players that were separated were able to fight their way out of that situation.
Yeah, I think being able to get that much damage in a 2v3 situation when you're that low is just an Alexi thing. But like you mentioned there, the damage has been huge, and that's going to kind of trigger this timeout to come out of BOBA. Yes, they're still going to be able to scrape together a buy here, but it's going to be very important for them to win this round and conserve the weaponry while doing it, because otherwise you're just looking back to head into that eco situation. XIPTO off the back of that despite losing that round, are going to be able to invest quite heavily in this one. In particular, my eyes are on that operator in Neri's hands. I feel like this is the first time that you're really seeing that coming through for this team in both of these maps so far because of how close and competitive it's been. So I'm kind of excited to see what she can do with it. That said though, BOBA do have this lockdown available along with this null command, and that's pretty much a free B hit if necessary. Talking about free hits though, Casper just walks into an area's crosshair, did not expect her to be that deep on site, and is punished, so no smokes available for the take for BOBA right now. Oh, what a null command!
Null command as well. Already out with the ultimate, but no need, as Alexi is able to still find two. The revive still available here, but they don't expect her to still be on site. There's still that KJ ultimate, but the player advantage, I feel like at this point, is too strong. It's all up to Gaibi, and she's already dinked back low. There comes the operator to secure everything. The time, I thought that they had it off that null command, but the positioning just wasn't there. They didn't fully secure the site before trying to go for that revive, and they got punished.
I think that XIPTO were kind of aware of the strategy. I mean, Neri being positioned with that operator was a freebie, but they expected this null command, they expected this mid push and this lockdown play because it's kind of like a standard here, and I think that's why they had Tara on site as well to play that contact in case that null command goes down. You can see how the revive tried to come through and Tara was able to take full advantage, and just that final insult to injury, right? She gets detained, but able to hop into CT and baits that final player from BOBA into walking. True. Into that operator's crosshair. So great round for XIPTO to get them to double digits here. Eco broken completely for BOBA right now. You can see that the weaponry they have, and once again, this time it's Alexi with the operator getting a free kill towards the
I mean, they can keep doing this all they want. They have a lot of money in their pockets and two operators on the battlefield at the moment. The flash comes through, but no one to really chase that down as Alexi does hold the angle. Manages to find one for his teammate. There goes more shots though, but it's not going to be enough. It's all up to Baby TZ. Gets the operator to maybe salvage something out of this equation. Gets Shirazi. Forces is still winnable, but they have to get the spike as well. She has the recon dart to really push out an angle, but Neri has it marked.
Neri has it marked. Hook, line, sinker. 11-9. 2 rounds standing between XIPTO and a perfect 2-0 victory against BOBA. Once again, this is a repeat of that match in that group stage. And so far, at least XIPTO, they're the #1 seed for a reason. I like that they managed to slow things down a little bit. Really taking advantage of the forced, slower attack coming out of BOBA to set themselves up for success. Like, they're feeling so confident. They have so much money that they have 2 operators to work with this time. Both of them were saved in that previous round as well. So I think that BOBA, they're going to have to be very, very careful about how they want to approach this, especially since this is going to be their last buy round heading into this. They do still have the Hunter's Fury available, but this time around, it's Alexi once again with the operator to find a crucial kill, has an extra Vandal as well to work with. There's so many resources available, and Alexi is taking full advantage of them. Sure, she doesn't get to use the showstopper, but she doesn't need it with shots like that.
She can steal the show on her own there with the shots on the mid side, and now the defenders, I mean the attackers rather, just corralled here on mid, B. Oh, operator angle already ready. And with such an early Viper spit on A as well, it just forces them to take this as their only option. With 1 minute remaining, they still need to get the spike, but look at where it is. It's down in bottom mid. They might have to just go for the save here, honestly.
Yeah, I feel like... Okay. Stop misses,
Will
but
they
I
expect
agree.
the second, though?
Here.
That's the question.
Two operators train on the same angle, and yeah, at this point you just cut your losses. 30 seconds left on the clock. Spike drops at an awkward spot, and there are 3 players sitting right on top of it. So I
30
really
seconds
don't know
left.
if you're BOBA, if you want to be pushing into this, especially when you're basically broke. You do have that Hunter Fury available to try and make something work with, and I like this from Alexa. She's not really peeking hardcore. Just holding the angle. Shirazi and Tara clean house. Lexi does go down, but I think she did more than enough that round to get Zip to match and series point here. 1 round away from knocking BOBA down to the lower bracket and locking themselves in yet another grand final. And again, this is just a repeat of last year, Fluffy, if you think about it. 34-0 for SMG throughout the year, and ZIPTO looking to regain that legacy.
It feels like they are on that path of consistency and they don't want to give up anytime soon. BOBA's last chance to really make their mark here for at least this series. It looks like a very default attack is going to start out. It's what's worked for them, so you can't really blame them. But a quick hop onto the mid side as Ayumi does go for an aggressive push here with support from the KO behind her. But that's going to be the market door close, and it might be the door of opportunity close down as well. But here comes a shot. Stars able to still find one. Let's go. Habi goes for the trade here, but will they expect the player on to be still as Neri? Oh, lands a shot to overheal though. The collapse, and she gets out as well with the dismiss. Repositions, but that's not going to be enough to save her life. Shirazi on the opposing end against Luca, and she gets the double to close out this game.
A few hearts there to come out of ZIPTO Esports, who are feeling very, very satisfied with themselves after that victory. I think both maps 13. I think the first one was 13-8. The second one was a 13-9. Very, very dominant wins, and a kind of a repeat of history because in that group stage as well, it was a 2-0, 13-9, 13-9 coming in for ZIPTO. So they're able to continue their way onto that grand final, and they will be our first grand finalist for this event. That said, though, ZIPTO, I mean, they played well, but I felt like BOBA kind of let loose in that second half. They just really had no idea how to go up against the kind of aggression that ZIPTO were showing, and especially once they got those operators online, it was so over because every single round, that first blood or that second blood, it was going in favor of ZIPTO, and ZIPTO had so much money. You remember that one round where Alexi had like an operator, she gets a kill with the operator, pops her showstopper, gets suppressed, and picks up a vandal because she has so much money that she can buy an op and a vandal every round.
Exactly, and as much as I'd love to talk about, also we have a lot more thoughts onto our panel for a bit deeper discussions.
Well, money truly wasn't the problem for ZIPTO in that second half, able to turn things around and ascend and close this series out too. Now, you know, we were kind of curious and we were wondering what ZIPTO can do with their comp on defense, and from the onset, they just went lights out.
Yeah, I want to highlight that the well-timed aggressions that were coming out from ZIPTO. I mean, you have the double duelist. You are more inclined to take those fights, and we always see that harbor wall, or you see the high tide that's always blocking out that B main position. I think the cast also highlighted it. It's not conventional, it's a bit awkward as well, but when they found their timings, when they realized that there's a heavy presence towards a certain portion of the map, be it mid, B main, or even A main, right, they're always willing to take those fights. You see the synergy that we have, Alexi as well as Neri. That one round, I can't remember which round it was exactly, but it was together with the Boombot, and then the flash on Neri, the showstopper came in, and they just destroyed the entire B main attack. And that is the kind of aggression that you need to take up against a relatively structured composition, right? This is a comp on BOBA's side that they have run it countless times. How many executes have you run this together? But you can't run those executes when half your team is missing, right? When you throw a spanner in the works. And that is exactly what Alexi and Neri, I mean the entire team of ZIPTO did. And well credited to Alexi. Oh my god, 29 kills and 70 deaths, 374 ACS, 6 first kills as well. That is crazy. That's crazy coming in from the Raze player, and that is an agent that we haven't really seen Alexi play on almost entirely last year. Yeah, so it's an incredible effort coming in from XIPTO. I question the defensive half after the first, right? A little bit of untimed utility, like well, not untimed, but like unsynergized utility at the start. It was a little bit off, but when it came for the defensive side, they looked so much more comfortable.
Things started clicking on defensive side, of course, for XIPTO, and 14 first kills, and they did not have a problem like converting those rounds as well.
Yeah, it was really, really nice. I mean, 6 out of the 14 first kills were on one player. Alexi contributed 6 out of those 14 first kills. And when you keep losing your players at the start of the round, it makes your executes so much more hard. I mean, so much more harder. I mean, you don't have a Sova Dart, right? That's one key piece of utility down. Maybe you don't have the 0 point. That's another key piece of utility that's not there. And yeah, taking a look at a bit of the economy, I think in the second half, highlighted right there, you can see, I think it's XIPTO that, you know, basically always had the economy advantage over BOBA.
Of course, and BOBA just, you know, getting hit with so much economic damage. It was just, they were struggling with their buys, and, you know, it just having those situations, of course, with that default comp hurts you, you know, double more, I guess, twice more.
Yeah, I think you can see in the 14th round as well. You see the orange line suddenly just shoot up. that was the one eco round that came in, which just, I think, also really hurt their confidence going into the second half for BOBA. So yeah, 2-0. Let's take a look at the heat maps. Yeah, mostly just within the sites, right? You can push out a little bit towards the A main, B main position. They love to fight for those choke points. A little bit more towards the A side, and yeah, I think we did see that in the match as well. But yeah, really good job coming in from XIPTO. A lot of aggression. You see, not a lot of fights towards that CT position, towards defender spawn. A lot of it's more towards where the attackers are actually entering into the sites. Yeah, so again, I mean, just look at the highlight reel. This was a fantastic round coming in from Aluka. Unfortunately, I think they kind of slowed down quite a bit. Yeah, towards the second half. This right here, a little bit of issues on the attacking side, right? You can see them running through their own Viper wall, but things really turned around in the second half. I will point out later on when we see the Raze as well as Reyna attack towards B main. I think we'll see that later on, but yeah, really nice coming through. Yeah, this was the round right here.
I was waiting for it.
With the flash, with the I would say the Roomba, but yeah, the Boombot. That was beautifully executed, right? I think it was a gun round as well. There's nothing to do. Baby TZ, I think she's one of the standout stars for the BOBA squad. And look at this synergy, right? When Tara was being detained as well, jumping straight out the corner, you know that the players are going to swing off of that, and then you have the op in hand. And when the double ops came out, I think they were just having fun at this point. I mean,
I know,
everything they were
so
doing was just, nothing was going wrong. This Coldan, oh my lord, what a
that was just
shot.
like a cherry on top.
Exactly.
For XIPTO. And Alexi on the Raze, of course. We highlighted her a couple of minutes ago. Just 374 ACS, 29 kills, having a great day, especially on that Raze. I'm just impressed at how comfortable she feels on this agent.
Yeah, I mean, I think she is very capable on any duelist role, right? The thing is that back in SMG, I think she was more of that supportive element, right? You can see when she was playing last year, her aim was still, second to none. But when you put on a little bit less of a mobile agent, when you're a Sova, when you're a KO, you aren't really as set up to go for those crazy kills. Your aim isn't as highlighted. But right here, this year, when she's playing more on that duelist role, when she's playing more on that Raze, you can see her going for those crazy satchels in, and her aim, almost making Inari look like the second best fragger on the team at sometimes. But hey, that is the power of this XIPTO squad. Everyone can pick up the guns that they need. They can, pop off in times. You saw Shirazi as well pick up the op. And she's super comfortable with those scoped weapons. You can hand her anything and she'll make it work. She was 1 HP on the A side, still managed to find a kill before going down. They're all good for one at least, and that is a crazy, scary prospect if you're going up against them.
This game actually makes me question though, is BOBA going to challenge XIPTO? in the future as well.
Yeah, it might not be a guaranteed rematch in that finals, right? We might not know, right? BOBA is going to go down into that lower brackets. Of course, they're not out just yet. They still have a chance to prove themselves and make it back into that grand finals. But I think a lot of work has to be done, you know, in terms of the strats, in terms of the executions, and in terms of understanding this new composition that XIPTO is bringing in. I think these two maps, it's new agent comps across these two maps that they've played. So a lot of footage for the coach to go back and analyze, maybe clean up their playstyle a little bit. But you never know, right? This is Valorant, anything could happen.
Well, guys, we have an interview coming up, so let's dive straight into getting some insights from our player. And it's hello. Hello. A massive congrats today with this win. You guys advanced to the grand finals. Now, Alexi, first thing I want to ask you is, this was a rematch between you and BOBA. Do you feel like they were stronger or they were different the second time around now that you guys played them today?
I mean, I don't think there's a difference in the group stage in this playoff. I think their game style is still the same. So we don't need to worry too much and overthink a lot on what they're gonna do in this game.
Right, so you can just focus on your game and you're good to go. You know, being that solid dominant force. We were actually really surprised with the comps you were whipping out on Sunset and Ascent as well. Can you guys tell us a little bit about this comp innovation that you guys been implementing?
We just want to have a new meta, I guess, in the GC scene. And we want to show the people that we are capable on this meta also, not just in the male scene, you know.
All right,
Yeah.
that's amazing to hear. I love the agent comms. I love the new approach that you guys bring in. It's something that we haven't seen you guys run before, and it's really cool on all the different strategies that you have. I actually have a personal question for you, Alexi, in terms of playing this race. We know how great you are with the aim, right? But last year you were playing on a different role, a different agent, but now you're coming into this as that race player, as like sort of the main duelist, if I'm correct. How has that transition been? Has it been like flawless, seamless? Are you just super comfortable, or has it been a little bit more challenging to fit into your team?
I'm used to it because I was a duelist before when I went to Team SMG. I was a jet main before, so it's not difficult to transition back again to duelist.
All right, fantastic. So it's like second nature to you. Lovely.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. And heading into grand finals, who do you think you're gonna face? Or is there a team you would prefer to face?
I'm not expecting anyone. It's just we're gonna wait on the lower bracket results. Yeah.
All right. I love the confidence. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you in the grand finals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that was Alexi. What was that saying? It was something about the duelist. But yeah,
you can.
She's just an amazing.
You can take the Alexi out of the duelist. We can't take the duelist out of Alexi. Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Exactly what I wanted to say. But amazing performance from Alexi as well, with XIPTO heading to grand finals. But for BOBA, it's not over yet. They still get to play one more match. Well, actually, at least one more game.
At least one more.
Yeah, at least one more. But that was some crazy stuff that we've seen, and we got to hear some insights from Alexi as well. I just think it's super impressive how they just wanted to show how much they can do and what kind of different things that they can do. Just whip it out and pull it off and walk away with a 2-0 dominant win.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. And speaking about crazy matches, we have another crazy one coming up right after this break, right? It's going to be Aura Differential up against RIMA GC. It's going to be a super hype game, so you guys definitely do not want to miss this. We'll be going for a short little break, but when we come back, it's the second series of the day.
but the positioning for the side of Team Lilith are really good. As RNG takes down Nico, they might be taking 2 down. A boombot explodes. Is there a follow-up kill? Exchanging of gunfire. They're gonna be getting a 2K and a 4K coming from RNG.
Oh, Tofi! What a takedown! Oh my god! You. Oh!
Piffle trying to contest on towards that boathouse angle. Peeking out. Oh, a little too overzealous here as Yu-chan is absolutely popping off.
Probably gonna rush out again. Tofi is gonna get a good scan in. Oh, using an Odin takes out Sunny Piffle with Pew Pew.
Yihua in the process. Good backup from VVV. They're playing ping pong at this point. 3v2. Tina pops the tailwind, but VVV is such a monster to move in a good position. Oh, Psycho and Pocket, both stealing 1 kill. H Psycho as well, terrorizing with the operator. Oh, she gets the flick. Looking for the third one. It's a 1v1 now. Time is ticking. Not much time. What the hell was that, Pocket?
Instantly pre-fires there.
Oh my.
Gets 1.
Oh!
Gets 2! Shirazi clutches! Alexei now gonna find all 3! 1, 2, 3! Alexei! 3 kills! And with the new uplink, now Cypher knows where they are. And there's 3! Alexei popping off with Camille! Flawless!
Just finished everybody off from the flank.
All here, and we taking out Pocket already, and we taking out Sammy, but Jonah taking out Milky, and we taking out Psycho, and we doing a 4th kill, and we get an ace! And we get an ace!
Informasi masuk dari dalam smoke. Ada 2 orang. Ditembak aja. Terkena timing oleh Mandu. Kelihatan berdua mereka. Hanya sekarang double tap. Informasi masuk bahwa ada 1 orang di daerah elbow yang berada di backside. Standby untuk mendelete 2 orang sekaligus. Dilakukan backup sama Rice.
Good flash by Zandy. Oh my god, 1v4. Oh my god. Oh no.
Casper gets 1, Casper gets 2. Trade on by FNX Angle. FNX Angle gets 1 more. Good flash by Kohabi. Do they know about the flank? This is just straight up. Oh no, man, there's a spike. I was like, this is a shit of disrespect. Oh my god.
Alexi takes out Casper right off the bat, but Rainy was the up in heaven is clean. Gets a 3rd for herself from the round. For XIPTO. Oh my god, Rainy is absolutely filthy with it. The 4th coming out from Kamiyu.
Rolling Thunder keluar, Kamiyu crowded step ke arah depan untuk menghindari Rolling Thunder. Kamiyu mendapatkan 2. 2v1 situation. Kamiyu dapat 3. Terakhir Rainy low HP.
Welcome back, everyone. We have game 2 of day 3 on its way. Jen Lee here, your host, and I'm joined by Zach today once again. Nice scarf, by the way.
Thank you. I saw your Paper X jersey and I had to raise it. Yeah, Paper X gang. I had to raise it by grabbing my own scarf from somewhere around. But yeah, I gotta represent our homies. That said, though, like you mentioned, Jen, we had a pretty explosive game 1, and Coldan got so worked up over it that he was like, "Let me in! I want to cast some Valorant today." So
I would have guessed.
Yeah, so I'm taking a spot here on the analyst desk for this one at least. But I mean, game number 1 was pretty good, but game number 2, it's elimination.
I know. We have Aura Differential versus RIMA. I honestly don't know which way it's gonna go, but I do know that it's going to be, map 3 today with this matchup, and a lot of crazy stuff on its way, though.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams, they are kind of like the relative newcomers, I would say, in the Game Changer scene. Like, of course, both teams, they do have some mainstays of Game Changers, like Sawamura. He played under Capricious, been a part of, made it to Game Changers Elite for all 3 years, I think, so far. Tess as well was great last year, and of course, while Fee and Grahams are kind of new, Starry been bringing in that NA game changer experience for this roster, stepping into that IGL role. So super excited about Aura Differential.
On the side of Rima, I feel like every single one of them performed really well. Even, with Taba, of course, always being so consistent, putting up huge numbers. Blitz and Buxy 2 days in a row really just impressed me. Rice, as well as their IGL, did a great job, trying to pick the energy up when things were getting hard. But Yanni yesterday did struggle a little bit, and hopefully she can bring back her energy and her best game today.
Yeah, I mean, for Rima, it's been a story of step-by-step improvement, I would say. They've always been a team that almost makes it to the playoffs for every single open, at least for the last year, but they've never been able to make it before this one. And I think them bringing in Tub this year to complement with their core, as well as Bless and Bugsy, like you mentioned, have been really clutch in a lot of situations. I think that's huge. Looking at this head-to-head, though, we're looking at the duelist of both these teams going up, and I like that even though statistically they're pretty similar, they play completely different agents. Like, I mean, Sawamura, known more for her Jet over the course of the last few years, has been picking up that raise more in this particular tournament, and has been very, very impactful, as you can see.
And Rice on the Yoru, as you mentioned, a very different agent compared to Jet and Raze. But I liked some interesting stuff she was doing with Yoru.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been some very, very impressive plays from the Yoru in terms of just being able to take control of a site, to get a pick and then rotate over to the opposite side, create a fake impression. And I think Rice has been, in particular, I really like the way that she pilots that Yoru to take care and overcome a lot of that pesky Sentinel utility. Like we saw in Breeze yesterday, there was that Cypher coming in and it was just completely subverted thanks to the way Rice was able to play that Yoru. And personally, I'm just a Yoru enjoyer. So if a team picks Yoru, I'm going to be happy to watch them play.
Right, so from what I gather, you hate ISO. You love Yoru.
I think he's useless. I like playing ISO. I just think he's useless in a rank structure. Or not even useless, there are just so many better agents that are like a mix of duelist or initiator that you can put into play instead of ISO. Like Yoru, he's like a way better ISO.
Alright, but let's talk about Phi. Cypher, very different agent on the opposite spectrum. But what can we tell from the stats here?
Well, I mean, in terms of ACS, pretty consistent. I mean, the last game is probably because of that agent change. And I think overall what you can tell from this is that Phi is just one of those very flexible, very versatile players here, because they play 3 different agents over 3 different maps, and they've been doing pretty well. On that, Bugsy also a bit more on that flex role, though. I mean, Bugsy really changes between controllers. Like, Phi swaps from Cypher to Sova to Viper. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know how she does it. But for Bugsy, it's a little bit simpler. Just controllers across the board.
Smokes.
In terms of, smokes across the board. Very consistent in terms of damage. And I think Bugsy, what I really like about her that the stats don't tell the story of is how good she is at picking up the pieces and finding those trades. So many of the rounds yesterday, it was Bugsy and another of her teammates in like a 2v4 or 2v3 situation, and Bugsy was always able to go for more than her for sure. So I've been very impressed by her.
Yeah, Bugsy was definitely providing a lot of value for her teammates. But just looking back at how these two teams performed yesterday, it's a very different story because, for example, our differential just had an easy day, I feel like, with their 2-0, 13-4 on both maps. But when it comes to Rima, they really, really had to fight for that 2-1, especially on Sunset. And the score lines were just really close. And even Rice was like, that was so frustrating, so stressful. We were just struggling, trying our best to keep ourselves focused in the game. So very different places these two teams are coming from compared to yesterday.
That's definitely a great point that you made, because I mean, also to be fair to Rima, they were going up against the second best team from last year, who was in every single grand final, the core. So I mean, the fact that they were able to overcome them and make it to the top 4 is very, very impressive for them, and I hope they can carry some of that momentum forward, because like you mentioned, Aura, they've had an easier time, more time to rest. 13-4, definitely a huge confidence boost. And looking at this map veto here, we have Breeze, Bind, and Lotus. Breeze in particular, Breeze in particular, I'm really excited by, because it's a map that we saw that Euro pick coming in, and we really saw how Breeze was able to shine with it. But what are your thoughts about the other 2 maps?
I don't know how I feel about Bind for some reason. It's just, I think it's going to be very one-sided for some reason.
Well, I mean, it could be. I mean, if you want to look at the statistics, right? Like, Breeze is a very, very strong map for Aura Differential, I would say. They have a pretty good win rate so far, and both teams are a very similar team comp. It's just that while RIMA favors the Yoru, I would say that Aura favors the Reina instead, which can be very hit or miss. That said, though, Bind, it's a pretty good map for both of these teams. But this is where I think RIMA, they selected it because they have so much experience playing it. They have played it this year alone, I think, for 4 or 5 times over the course of this qualifier, and it's one of their best maps for sure. So I think they haven't lost it yet this year. 100% win rate this year, 5 times in a row, and I think that's gonna be their strong suit heading into this. And map 3, of course, I feel like it could go either way for both of these teams if it does get that far, because both teams do have a pretty standard record on it. But Lotus, there's 3 or 4 different team comps that RIMA run, and I'm kind of curious to be seeing which one they're going to be picking up.
Which RIMA are we going to get? And speaking of, though, we did see XIPTO bringing out new stuff in the previous match. You know, what are the chances that we get to see something new on Breeze?
Well, it depends on what you define as new. New for the teams, I don't think either of them are going to be risking too much in changing up a map that they're already familiar with and comfortable with. I think that we're going to be seeing the Yoru coming out again from RIMA, and I do hope that there's a better duelist than the Reina coming in, unless of course someone is absolutely feeling it, which it seems like Graham's is. So it's that double duelist, a little bit of a change up there for Aura. So I like that personally. On the opposite side,
No
though,
Yoru.
No Yoru. I'm sad, man.
But it is a good comp, though. You know, put Taba in that meta comp on that Jed, especially seeing what she can do with Operator or even Rifles. Definitely can expect a lot of explosive plays from Rima's side as well. So yeah, looking at this agent select, who do you think it favors, really?
I think it favors Aura, mainly because of the statistics that they tell the story. They've been running this team comp for a while. I think that both Grahams and Sawamura are very, very consistent on that duelist role. Like, I think the biggest surprise in terms of players for me in this tournament was seeing so many of these new stars really come out shining, whether it's Bugsy for RIMA or Grahams for Aura Differential, especially Grahams, right? We've barely seen her play before. This is like her first playoffs tournament, and she is absolutely setting the stage on fire. So I think that just because of the more stable agent comp and their better history on the map, I would have to favor Aura for this one. But I definitely do think that Tub is a great duelist and does have the potential to cause some upsets. I just really hate that they removed the Yoru, because the Yoru was so good on them. They were so good with
it. You just love Yoru. Yeah, true. I agree, though. But we have our map picks. We have our agent select for Breeze. Now it's time to see which teams we picked as the favorites in this matchup. For me, I went with RIMA. And here's a good legitimate reason. Both teams very good, but I just really love their logo. Is it a deer or an elk? But I just love animals for some reason. So yeah, that was my reason. But Zach, I guess you tend to be more spiritual when it comes to this matchup.
I'm the least spiritual person you'll probably meet in your life, unless...
Okay.
Okay, actually, that's not true. I can be spiritual, but only if I'm like in the mountains or like in the water or something. I picked Aura because of 2 reasons. Number 1, I think that overall, looking at their performance through the groups as well as their run in the tournament so far, they look to have a very strong roster. And number 2, I really like what Starryban said yesterday in terms of like the IGL, the strategies that they were using. They look like they have a whole playbook ready to go, and I'm personally here for it. I like the teams that come together, completely view and try to rip the scene together, and that's kind of what Aura is trying to do. I still think it could go either way, because between these two teams, I was this close. It's just tossing a coin and being like, all right, who do I pick in the terms of predictions? But I am very excited for this game because, Jen, there's still second chances. This is that lower bracket, and whoever wins today goes up against BOBA tomorrow.
Yep. So I guess it's time for us to get Breeze started without any further delay. So I'm going to toss it over to our casters and see who wins Breeze.
Hi, welcome back. I've almost forgot that I was the one catching. But here we are. My name is Coldan, and joined with me is, of course, Fluffy. Yeah, this is a pretty cool matchup. I think both of these teams so cool in their own respect. I mean, coming in from that lower bracket, up against the Giants, they made it top 4, which is insane for these two squads. And yeah, I'm super excited to get this series started.
Yeah, exactly. Especially on a map like Breeze. I think the panel touched upon it earlier. It's one of the stronger maps here, especially for Aura Differential. And I feel like their team, who's only fallen really to XIPTO, has shown a level of consistency that has really been one of the reasons why they are kind of, in my opinion, a bit outstanding for a lot of these groups. They have such a mishmash of players, and it's nice to see a bunch of fresh new faces as well through this whole series in general. Because it's like, first game you have like a lot of those veterans mix-ups, and now it's a different game.
Yeah, there's so many new names, and that's, I think, the brilliance about Game Changers, right? Anyone can really make it to the top. I think this year is more open than even last year. So many new teams, right? And these names coming in on the server, lovely to see, and they each have so much to prove, right? So many different storylines that we can catapult off of. You got the IGL from NA coming all the way over to Southeast Asia. And on the other side, RIMA. They almost made it to a couple of playoffs last year, but just shy by a couple of matches. And then now they've got this new squad that's just tagged up and ready to get things started with.
Exactly, and this game gonna open up fairly default from both of these teams, but an interesting defense Viper wall here, kind of allowing them to take that front part of site if they choose to go B. That way they can maybe get a better angle because they also have that trip towards the ladder.
Yeah, beautiful to see these double duelists come into the hands of Aura Differential. No more of that Yoru shenanigans.
True.
Just up. Unbroken though, here comes the execute into the side. Graham alongside the dash. Oh, gets tagged to the dot. Broken before any kills come through. They have to brave this wall. They don't check Bless around the corner. Yanni finds a kill as well. They just get collapsed upon the side of defenders. Oh my gosh, they play that corner to perfection. Just Sawamura left alone, and Bless, she's been a star yesterday, and today she's kicking off 4K already.
What a way to start the round. The neural theft so close to being activated, and the fact that you're able to get away from such a pesky position, playing behind the initial Viper wall they set up. They're checking for the trip, so they don't want to look close left because it's not a position you'd normally play, and they're rewarded by this 4K to open up a very strong statement round here on Breeze.
Yeah, what a crazy start already, and I just want to highlight Bless again. I think she's one of the highest fragging sentinels we've had in this entire tournament so far. She's been a star player, and whenever anybody decides to enter her site, she's always good for one, more often than not two.
It's a great setup as well, because even though she's playing a kind of risky position, it's not that risky. You have the Viper wall you can call off a camera for contact. You also have the recon dart to shoot through the Viper wall. This time around, though, I feel like these attackers going to be a bit more wary of where this Cypher might play, but very quick darts coming in. When they hear the drop, the shot doesn't fully connect.
Oh, and the scan is perfect on top of that as well. Yanni's here to pick up the pieces. Again, playing around this wall. Surely they're aware of it this time. Still good for one, though, but it brings things to an even kill. 3v3. Spike yet to get planted, but guns in the hands of the attackers. Sawamura has found the timing. Looking up, has to allow for her teammates to survive a little bit longer, but top sixth sense tingling, and now Stariban left in a clutch 1v3. The back of the site. That's the rifle. More than she could ask for, but she's found a little bit of timing, wrapping around. Surely they're clearing out all these angles, and they know she's most likely around here, but a beautiful first shot.
30 seconds
Down
left.
Goes Buxty now in a 2 versus 1. She can actually slink off towards this A side. There's nobody here to contest her. And no time. She has to commit. Into the lion's den she goes, and Tub 3 kills here. It got dicey, but still at least the round win in their favor.
It's a different beast when you have those rifles in hand as well. They get the second round, but it was a lot different from the initial one. This time, though, the setup not working perfectly, but does give them a bit more breathing room. That corner seems to be so difficult for them to really fight through. A graveyard for a lot of players as they're able to kind of salvage the situation, but I feel like that it was so difficult once that Viper did wrap around eventually.
Yeah, I mean, still pretty decent second round.
True.
Quite a bit of damage. Don't really have too much in this. Only just those 2 saved rifles in the previous round.
A lot more quiet here on the mid side. They don't want to force this B any longer. Maybe condition that it's going to be that B hit instead. But the initial contact as Staribun does land that first shot, and Tub out of the picture already.
Yeah, that's the Bulldog. Oh, okay, the Bulldog picked up by Rice. So they're slowly gonna couple these guns around to each of the players. Give them an equal chance to find a couple of frags.
It's a very good way to really spread out a bit more presence here. They do go for a 2-man play onto the B side. Hopefully, I think to pull rotations as the spike in A is still there. They just want to buy enough time and show enough presence that it would scare these rotates. But that KO still staying towards that A side might be enough to hold down the A push once they do connect.
These rotations being called for so great, but Rice, what a beautiful dart, reveals the position, but she's still the only person here. And Graham's with a fantastic shot. Saw where the knife was coming from and just takes her out of the picture. And well, now the defenders, they're scrambling. They're saying, hey guys, we've lost control over the rest of the map. You have to re-clear mid as well. We've got a alert coming in from Tess to just shut off any rotations. The flank watch from Halls as well. Rima in a rough situation. 2 pistols and just 1 rifle in the hands of Bless. They're taking their own sweet time. I don't think there's going to be enough time to even go for this retake around the corner. Do they even check where Tess is playing from? What a rat. Around the corner, spots the barrel though. That's 1 kill at least. Things might get a little bit expensive, but around the corner, double doors there for Saramura. Bless, a nice adjustment, but this volley is just going to buy even more time, and the spike just ticking down way too far gone. They have to just cut their losses and bring these 2 rifles in for the next.
Honestly, a good decision to save there. As you already mentioned, not enough time to really do anything to steal that round away, but they do get the damage and they come up with some reward there. Honestly, a consolidation prize at this point, as they do open up the round pretty quickly. But I feel like the attack here coming from Aura, the ability for them to really break that habit of B, because the first 2 rounds they go B all the time, so it kind of conditions them where maybe they're going to be fully present there. That way they can pull a lot more rotations and gain more space. It's something that I feel like the defenders have to be a bit more wary for, because they are investing, in fairness, a lot of utility on their Cypher. So this time, you're going to readjust, put that Cypher on A instead, and maybe pull away some pressure. With the opening operator here from Tub, though.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot. They did not expect it whatsoever. All 3 players looking towards the elbow position. First time we see Tub with this kind of aggression. We're not flashed towards mid as well, so they know there's presence here, but they're not going in just yet. They're wary about any potential over rotations, heavy stacks towards this side.
Gonna back away here, reposition. No more info during this mid round of where they could be, so they are gonna just double up for the A hit in case they go for the rotate. And it looks like the attackers might be kind of being goaded to go into that direction as well. Without any info from their team with their Sova down, it's gonna be a lot more difficult for them to work around this mid round.
They're just trying to find any chance whatsoever to even up the scoreline, but as you can see, the defenders using the owl drone now to spot out where the presence is. The smoke coming in, toxic screen into the A side, around on the top side. Oh, back's turn, but the frag's not coming through. Graham's tracks her through the smoke, and here they go into the A side. Nobody's here for the taking. No, they want to play up in front, up close and personal. Sawamura unable to connect their frag, perhaps a little bit out of position, but still man advantage for Rima in this retake situation. The smoke up, but they're gonna brave it. The neural theft reveals these post-plant positions. Nobody towards mid. What a flash coming in from Rice. Starman goes down. Rice with the 2K in the round already. Blessed picked up the last one. It's a fantastic retake coming in for Rima.
Not just the retake, but also the way they move around the map. They get that opening operator picked towards the B side. It kind of shows that they have a lot of show of force there. It forces them to play a bit more quieter on the attack, and they are corralled towards that mid. Because of that, they eventually flood the A side, but that's the plan of Rima. They're already expecting that. I mean, unfortunately, even with that Viper Mole from mid, they didn't land a shot when his back was turned, but it was still enough off the back of the neural theft to really get the info that they needed to start closing in to close out the round. And with the flash that you mentioned to secure everything else, I think it was just a beautiful way for them to extend their current lead.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, really nicely done right here. And these shots, they're so confident, right? Especially with the neural theft, they knew where everyone was playing from. No worries towards mid, all focus towards that A main.
Have to be a bit more careful with this now that the operator's in play. Halls might be an option. Interesting camp to actually spot out some early Halls aggression. I haven't seen this. It's very, or I have seen it, but it's very uncommon for Cypher to do that. So they're just really scared of this operator right now, making sure that no one can go through.
Yeah, just to eco around, play the only upgraded weapon, or at least non-pistol weapon, guarded in her hands, and see if she can make it happen. Despite going down though, so that's at least a little bit of cash in the bank. See if they can find a couple more kills, right? RIMA on this retake got a flank coming in as well. Silver Drone just to scout out the backside here. They come. Barrage utilities set in place in their hands. All just for the crossover. Another cage for them to play around in. Whoa! The shock dart is beautiful. Around the corner though, gotta be careful. Guns out. Beautifully done. Tag onto a couple of players. Attention's drawn the back lines. What a play coming in for Yanni. Takes her time and just pops all of their heads off.
Wow, I love the coordination coming in from RIMA as well. The fact that I thought maybe the rotate or the retake was taking a bit of time, but actually they were just waiting to clump up together, because off the back of the fragment coming in from KO, as well as a great shock dart, the damage already done, and Yanni being able to land these shots perfectly, isolating the angles, even forcing them to a fight they don't want to because they're being overwhelmed from all directions, just gets them another round, and it's extending that lead even further. They did stumble at one point, but Aura, it's their problem now to really solve. They have to get the answers, because the questions that RIMA's answering so far haven't been really dealt with.
What's the change up here? Op still in the hands, watching down A. Presence towards mid is Aura's game plan. They want to take control of this portion of the map. It's a contact play up. Silver drone down towards mid will reveal the positions of a couple of players though.
It's a really early drone, but they really value that information right now. They don't want to be caught out, because that's how they did lose that one round once they got rotated on here. And Yanni gonna be very passive here, knowing that he has no more drone. Rice might go for a very risky play. If the teammate shots maybe to mask the fact that she's closing in here, but without any flash, another player to play contact off, it's gonna be very difficult, as it's just a standoff for both of these teams, not one really trying to make a move over the other. Though with 50 seconds, they have to decide very soon.
And the dart gonna reveal that there's nobody towards that mid position, but not enough information for confirmation, right? So now the owl drone here just to clear out any potential trips on the front side. None identified, so here comes the full-on executes a retake setup all the way coming in from the ace side, but yeah, nobody to receive here. Just a couple of kill trips, but I don't think Aura is going to be able to, at least I don't think Aura is going to step on any of those. We might have to come in for this retake situation. There's a flank towards mid as well, but the trip's going to get broken. It's a big fight here. Test with a crucial kill. That's your controller out for this retake. No smokes available. There's a Viper's Pit to try to enter to as well. All the players noted for neural theft. Beautifully done. Peeking off of the Silver ultimate. And they just go down one by one. RIMA seemingly not even starting the siege of this retake. So we get brought down one by one. Bless. A couple of great shots right here. Has to go for the reload. Yeah, we'll get caught off on that jump back. So Aura, off the back of a very slow, quiet play towards mid, they gain control over a free B side and then convert the round.
I'm surprised that they were able to just honestly walk in like that, set up a basically checkmate position once they got the Viper's Pit down, even winning off the flank fight towards the end to get that neural theft, just everything that they needed to secure it. And that all came from the fact that they played so slow in the start, and they burned the drone on defense pretty early. No info to be cycled out there because they only had that one initiator, and it was just two rather, to really just play on the fact that they're blind, and during that blind spot, that's when they start making their move. And with only Cypher on the B side, it just wasn't enough show of force, I think, and that rotate coming in too late. A lot of small things adding up here to really slow down the pace of the game, and it's not the type of game that Aura want to play, or the RIMA want to play rather.
Yeah, despite having double initiators, they didn't exactly have the right call, the right read.
True.
And I mean, credit to Aura. Hey, if it works, it works. Slow play, making RIMA feeling a little bit more uncomfortable than they would like. And again, we see this very slow, methodical creep up towards mid. They really like to conserve their utilities until the very final moment.
I feel like they're just waiting for an overuse of utility, that's when they can start making their move again. But they are grouping up towards this B side. Posturing for the hit has been successful to them. They kind of know where the traps are because they're in similar places, and there comes already the signal for the team to go in.
Yeah, shock darts in, no trips whatsoever. It's a double trip towards the backside position. Let's see if Blast can come up with a multi-frag yet again. Double walls crisscrossing along the side. I barely can see anything. How did the player see anything though? But Blast, this is what she's known for. What an anchor. Find 2 kills. Labor spray down mid, but it's Blast that they have to worry about. The raid boss in the B side. She was by herself. She's bought enough time. Didn't even get the spike down. Starbound left alone. 1v4. Finds the first one. But she's already been flanked upon. Bugsy, great positioning and patience. And Rima find a 5th. All thanks to Blast. What an anchor. She changes up her trips, changes up her setup just a little bit, catches them completely off guard.
Exactly, just a double trip here from Bless to really hold down that site. You ask for a prayer and you get a savior instead. She's able to really convert a lot of that site hold and allow her teammates to flood in as well. 5-2 now is the score, and the operator is still strong here in the hands of Tub and Rima. They seem to have adjusted to the pace that Aura was trying to set, and they've countered it in that previous round. The big question this time around, though, is if Aura can adapt to that situation now that they're on a slightly lower buy.
Yeah, knives in the hands of Saramura. Graham's, of course, with the Vandal. Creep up halls. It's something that they haven't done before. Is Rice aware of this?
Oh, what a shot. Able to find Rice through all that commotion. Get that halls control as well and flood on the side.
Oh, Tub on the mid doors position. Doesn't matter. It's Bugsy to fight double. And Graham's thankfully so trades him out, but Tub still here, pops the knives of her own, just going on a rampage, double kill just like that. But it's Graham's. Reyna 1v3, found the first one, drone to spot out where she is. The patience coming in for Rima, they're not giving her an inch, let alone let her take a mile. Spike yet to get planted, it's stuck towards the A main position. She has to run all the way back there and still get to the plant position. No information where Bless is as well. A jump peek, very daring, coming in for Yanni. But they have the element of surprise. Where is Blessed? No idea. Yeti, a little bit anxious, it seems. They have to just play together. Cannot give Graham's isolator 1v1s. The first one, but thankfully, so fast on the trade. If Graham's dismissed there, oh, who knew what might happen? But thankfully for the Cypher,
it's just good crime.
the raid boss on the B side comes over to A, closes things out.
It feels like such a difficult situation there, and every time that you see that it's a Reyna, you know, sometimes you feel like there's always going to be that chance, and these knives, they do land to really take a bit of more control. But there's just too many angles for Graham to really check the amount of time to get that spike. Not only just get it, but the fact that you still have to stick the plant as well, such a big disadvantage to be in. The fact that she's able to get the Sova, force the 1v1 on its own is something to speak about. But good trades at the end do win games, and that's exactly what Rima has done.
Saramura. Guardian in their hands.
Poison's off.
Again. Early drone coming in from the defensive side to just spot out presence. It's quite a few players noted towards mid.
They've been doing that a lot, though. They've been so worried about this mid that they're investing so much utility. You have the double initiator, but instead of using the knife, they just use the drone instead, which you could use later on. But arguably, maybe it's just too important for them, as without the Cypher really checking things, Graham does sneak her way onto the side here.
These trips are crazy. Bless is changing them up every single round. I love that, but Aura slow creep up. Oh, manages to tag someone though, but not enough for any conversions whatsoever. And in an interesting twist of situations, down to 5v5. The spike not yet planted though, but both teams know exactly where it's going to be committed to. Finally, it goes down. Here comes the retake from the defensive side. No ultimates though. One more kill on Rice or Bugsy will allow them null command or Viper spin. Smoke comes through. What a pre-fire coming in for Saramura. Up on the boxes, but Tub here for the trade. Up drop just to draw the crosshairs away. Starbound, the crucial one, the back of the side, but Yanni's here. Yanni's answering, has to go for the reload, but Bless peeks off perfectly timed. Rima with another convincing retake.
What a death trap there on the back of B. Just making sure that no one can come out. They're forced behind the Viper wall, and both teams, they just kind of reposition, dance around each other, like you mentioned earlier, with the spike not coming down. It means that everyone's just ready to go for that fight, and the moment that starts, it's really RIMA that started winning a lot of these trades, and Aura, they're on the back foot right now. They've tried a bunch of different strategies, honestly, but they've just struggled to really get themselves out. The fact that they have a lot of players on site is a great thing, but because they're all in one position, you don't really get that crossfire to really get the advantage out of having those multiple players. And instead, it's just a shooting gallery here for RIMA. They're able to decimate that on the retake. And this time around, Aura, they really need to get their footing back because some of their players don't even have weapons at the moment.
Yeah, they seem pretty insistent in testing Bless on her B side. And I don't know if I'm pretty sure they did the research, but just from my initial analysis of just from the previous games, Bless always topping the scoreboard, always putting up crazy amounts of kills. And it's crazy for a Cypher to be able to do that consistently on both attacking and defense. So I don't know, maybe they sense a weakness on Bless's side, but her constant change up of setups, I think that's keeping Aura always guessing, like, where is that trip gonna be? And it takes them so long just to control over that side. And while all of that is happening, RIMA has cleared the rest of the map. They've searched mid. They can go for a very fast retake.
Right. The fact that they're so anxious about the lack of information really forcing them to make moves that they generally don't want to do. And if anything, it's just burning time, like worst case scenario, right?
Yeah,
and
exactly.
On a best case scenario, yeah, Bless is able to capitalize on. And I feel like with a score right now, 15-2 on the Sentinel,
That's
it's just
crazy.
leading the pack right now, considering that's only been 8 rounds. 9 rather.
15 kills in 9 rounds. Yeah, that's... And she's not even being that aggressive, right? She's just waiting and they're just falling into her side. And
exactly.
Yeah.
That's the thing that confuses me, because Aura, they do have ways to clear this. They have the camera if you want to go for something more aggressive. They have their own drone. They have a recon as well. They can bait the Reyna to go maybe for a dismiss or something. But the fact that they take such a long time to get this front side of B, it's not the test that they've really prepared themselves to. And it's honestly been more like a heat check that they've been failing. But the heat retention from Aura is to be at question at the moment, because they need to start warming up right now if they want to get any more value out of this half. Maybe push for a 7-5 if you can, but RIMA looks so strong that I feel like they can at least go 8 or 9.
might be a pretty big swing round for both of these teams. A couple of great ultimates, right? You got Hunter's Fury, Null Command, Viper Spit available.
Oh. Info gonna be for both sides there, going numb. Interesting crosshair actually here from Yanni, just noticed. Maybe that's the key to get the frags here, as she does go for the rotate here. Still with the recon dart in the pocket. They give so much of mid this time around, because they don't drone it early like in the previous ones. Tub, that operator, is still gonna be the one guarding this entrance toward the A side. The Viper Spit invested as well, but the spike for the attackers, the brunt of their team is already so far up the mid, but the spike still not sure if they're gonna go A or B. They haven't really deciphered anything. They're just waiting for more utility to come back online and trading that out. But with only 15 seconds, we've seen already in our first game today how that can be detrimental. But the opening frag already there to state that they are coming towards A.
Yeah, and what is Bugsy's call? She has to just tuck into her own pit. Hopefully survive as long as she can. Alright. Whoa! What a flick down! That's what you want from your IGL as well. There's one more player really up close. Make that 2. An alert coming in from Tess later on. We'll keep an eye out on that. But Grahams is here, not checking your corners. Bugsy now being targeted towards, but Grahams is the one that's putting up those frags. Kills already shut down the entire retake just by herself. Pure aim, just like that. Bugsy was the initial anchor, ended up being the last player standing, and Aura managed to wrap around that Viper Spit found and access towards that A site, and then just rip apart that retake.
It's really tough. That was the linchpin there in that situation, holding down the rest of A. That Viper Spit invested. Bugsy is kind of stuck towards that A site or the front, and there's no way. I think it was smart for her though that she dropped the Viper Spit and walled up, giving her such a like a wider way to go through. Maybe the opponents would even assume that she rotated, but the pings this time around looking like Aura gonna go for a mid split here as a more aggressive stances. I feel that they've been working out for them, because if they can win those duels just like that, that's when this Reyna really shines.
It's when they find those opening picks, right there, found one beautiful pick towards Sawabura, and then just capitalize off of it But if they're not given a fight, right? You see them constantly towards mid, but if no one peeks them, then they kind of, I feel like they kind of overthink a little bit.
Yeah, they're just kind of stalling for themselves, just hoping that the enemy makes the mistake. But instead of being reactive, it's the proactive plays that's really been working out for them when they do kind of force the issue. The problem is kind of when they overforce the issue and then they start stumbling on their own machinations. But that's not really what they've been showing, at least in the past couple of rounds. This time, a bunch more patient play for them. No one wants to peek them, so they're going to go for a regroup here with only 50 seconds and hopefully creep their way onto A. It's all up to Tub as well as Bugsy to hold this down, but with different positions this time around.
And the knife just cleared out that elbow position, so they know there's no one there, for at least the time being. It's only one player though at the back of the side. It's Tub. What more can she do? Dart comes out, and so does the shock dart. No one here. Do they even check her? No. Oversight perhaps, but Saramura, great trade frag coming in. The door has been opened by Tess as well, putting pressure on that Viper. You can see Bugsy just looking at multiple directions at once. Around the corner, Sawamura finds a nice little sliver of an angle. Graham coming in from this mid position. The rest of the defenders coming in the CT position. What more can you do? Hunter's Fury, one off. No command activated, but it's the mid position that's crucial. Starbat draws their attention away. Graham's off of that contact, peeks out and repositions as well. Look at the discipline coming in from Aura Differential. Rice clearing nothing basically. It's a ghost town. Nobody giving her any fight. She has to be aggressive, and as time ticks down low, she only has one single flash left. No idea where they could be. Graham's announces that she's here. The pre-fire off the running audio, audio cue given over. And Aura, slowly round by round, they are slowly navigating this half.
Slowly but surely, they are making progress, especially towards the latter half of a lot of rounds. And I like what you mentioned earlier as well, where they have that discipline. They wait for the contact. One teammate plays the bait on site, especially like Starybun just goes for that. Everyone looks towards her direction. They're able to capitalize on that, then instantly just go for the long rotate, knowing that the pressure is on KO to really make a move, to make sure that that's clear, burning way more valuable time than need be. Just good, clean play coming in from Aura, and the 7-5 looking very possible now.
Oh, a bit of a change up. The dart from the defensive side actually going down mid and spotting at least two players, if I'm not mistaken.
Just making sure no one's playing close here. Starybun with a bit of pre-fire as they still, even after that recon dart, not going to stop contesting middle.
And RIMA technically do have sort of A control, right? So that they're playing pretty deep and committed there. And that leaves mid pretty wide open. So it's interesting to see how RIMA want to navigate this with lack of information towards that side of the map.
It's such a fragile defense though, because even on the A side, it feels like if they just over push or someone just gets taken out, it's just going to crumble. And with them being there, it's such a long rotate to help out these players on B.
Yeah, testing Bless's side yet again. Let's see if she has some impact, or will another player step up to the plate. Yanni spot out at the back of the site. Oh, finds the first one. Bless gets taken down, so that's the trip's gone as well. Controlled fire coming in from Graham's. Thankfully so, converts that frag. But it's still, I don't know how Yanni is still alive here. Around the Viper's pit. Oh, what an adaptation. Small adjustment, it's good enough. Double flank coming in. And the pit within the site might cost them, right? They can be wrapped upon. What is the call? They have to play aggressive a little bit. Starybun as well as Fi around the corner. They find the isolated frag onto Yanni as a player at the back of the side. Fi still pushing forward, going strong. It's Bugsy. Viper on Viper action, but the Viper's pit just ticking her HP down so low. Goes on a tap. The read is wrong. And Starybun hears the gunfire. She just plays it to perfection. Discipline comes up clutch. And it's 5 rounds now to Aura's name.
What a comeback towards the latter half of this half. And Aura just showing how their adaptation can come into fruition.
Yeah, lovely to see them understand how to play this map. I feel like ever since, they found those couple of rounds, I don't think Bless was able to find any kills. They have read the setup. They know how things are done. And despite some heroics here in this round, that Viper's pit just proving a little too much to handle.
Very true. And the fact that they're able to set up as well towards this B side has been so pivotal. I feel like all they had to do was just not funnel to the left side, and then they've been okay.
Yeah. But with that being said, let's see what our panel has to say before we jump into the second half.
RIMA 2 rounds ahead at the end of halftime. Thanks to Bless earning Rima some crucial rounds by herself on B. But then Aura Differential just found out how to deal with that.
Yeah, I think that Bless was incredible on defense, like you mentioned, really changing up the trips, changing up the defense setups. And I think after a point, our defensive realized, like, all right, look, we don't know how to deal with this Cypher, so let's just go to the opposite side. And it worked for them. You know, sometimes it's these really small adjustments that can make a huge difference. That said, I think that Rima looked really, really strong on their defensive side, not just because of Bless, but also because of Yanni. And in so many of these situations where they were put in the retake, they just had the full Sova kit available to be able to make that retake look so easy. And Yanni has got some fire lineups for that recon dart, because there were so many times the post dart was there, everybody was in their position, one recon dart, and boom, you know exactly where they are. It was better than a Cypher at that point. But like you mentioned, Aura, they pull it together at the end. I think both Grahams as well as Sawamura kind of found that synergy in terms of that double duelist making it work. And I think Starrybun, especially in that last round, in the beginning was taken down a few times, but towards the end managed to kind of master the art of the lurk. So I think that they're in much better position with the side swap coming in, and with Rima no longer running this Yoru. Yes, I'm gonna keep talking about it. I'm kind of curious to see if they can make that single jet duelist work out, because yesterday it was the Yoru that dealt with the Cypher on the opposite side, and without that Yoru to work around with, I'm kind of curious to see how the second half is gonna go.
Okay, no Yoru second half. Let's get to it. I'm gonna send it over to our casters.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Zach. That was pretty succinct. They encapsulated that half pretty well. But that's right. Go on that. The last couple of rounds. Let's see if they can convert it into this defensive side. Or a differential, love to play slow. On this defensive side, I would argue might pay them a little bit more dividends as well. So curious to see these lineups too. That's curious. I think that's for the trips on B side. But
yeah, exactly.
They know
making sure.
Yeah, Cypher's not there.
Yeah, it's going to be on that A side instead, holding out that yellow position, camera to the front side, looking like they don't want to take any fights, instead just rely on the stall and Viper for B, as well as a bunch of that Cypher utility to control the A side. But it's really Halls that they are prioritizing, if anything, with this double, really disrespecting that poison orb, maybe getting an unexpected angle here, and if they peek, it could be really fruitful for them.
Oh, the timing could not be worse. The double duelist find context. Armor gets taken down low, but Graham's was there with the overheal as well, and they just instantly, fall back to the safer line. They've taken out the controller. That's your smokes. That's your only smokes available for this A side. We know how terrifying it is. If you want to dry peek into this side with so many different angles to worry about, Tess sees the dart and the knife coming through as well. So many heads up fights. Ooh, but Sarabura gets taken down by Rice. It's access to the site at the very least. Spike has to go down though. No smokes to cover. They just have to fight all they can. A shock dart is sublime, but they can't get out. One more shock dart might just do it. On such low HP, and yes, it does connect onto Rice. It's the util that's finding all the impact. And just like that, flushed out of position, made uncomfortable. And Aura with a beautiful retake.
They can't play that back on A because of that Viper wall coming in from the mid. And because of that bombardment of utility, they're just forced out of position there. What a great way to start out this half, carrying that momentum that ended their first half and getting the pistol round win, getting them that advantage to really roll in and equalize the situation, especially now that they have all the credits to buy up. But it's really these opening picks that won them around, because even though they got the site, the ability that they were just dealt so much damage, I feel like, on this pistol was too much to handle.
Yeah, they were constantly being harassed left, right, center, and it did not help that, their solo controller, the Viper wall, was gone on one of the most exposed maps, or at least sites in the map pool. So, credit where credit is due, Aura. Fantastic pistol. Time to convert the second.
Dropped the Viper's orb there. I think they might have hit the barrier, throwing it a bit early. Maybe baiting one up, but Starrybun is holding out the angle. Will she expect two, though?
4?
There's no way.
They're pushing through this? Nah, that's crazy. They're so committed. What a coming in for Rima, expecting more aggression. This time they play it slow. They let them creep out a little bit, overcommit themselves. And the Viper orb was perfect right on their faces. Asamura taking initiative this
Spike
time.
down A.
Finds a little bit of a gap, drops Tub as well as the spike. That's info passed over. Samura's the only person here though, so a little does Rima know, right? They have no idea that Jet is the only player here. Graham's is rotated over already.
Yeah, they got no info with this one, and Cypher has to join the fight. They have a Sheriff, they have the Bulldog that they did get for the upgrade. Still, they did the damage, so maybe that goal is already checked off, but they're still going to go for this Hall's play since they already have the smoke down, and they don't want to pre-place that Viper wall
30
and
seconds
give them any
left.
info of where they could be. Is this a save, or are they just waiting? Because that's a sound already going to be spotted out here, as Graham does listen to the right side, and she knows they're coming.
Unconventional corner. What a timing! Wow. That is exactly how you want to do it. Back's turn just as the door opens. And they keep 3 players standing, bringing the double Bulldog as well as the Outlaw for this bonus.
They lost it in the first part of the round, but they're able to claim these guns back. And you already mentioned how that disrespect is crazy. The fact that you'd push that blind and even not at the same time, just a punish waiting to be had, but still the round recovered after a small misstep there. What a great camera, by the way, that they did on the pistol round. I'm not sure if they did it on the second round as well, but it gave so much vision towards A. But Cypher this time around, gonna hold that B side, similar to what Bless tried to do on the first half. And maybe these shock darts will land. Strip still looks like they're still healthy, though.
Yeah, it doesn't hit, unfortunately. I think it's more for the default ones at the front of the site. And
yeah. Honestly, ever since the changes, these strips are just so hard to break nowadays.
Yeah, if you don't have a silver, you're almost trolling, right? You need the silver, especially in these pro games, to really break down these trips. If not, well, we saw how good Bless was on her defensive side. So this time around, guns in their hands. It's a 3-man stack at the back of the B side. It's the correct read though. See what Aura can do. Flash here. To buy them a little bit of space. There's a trip for the jump up as well. What a timing being found. Oh, target acquisition not there. Saubura's been caught out as well. Outlaw in hand. It's a great gun for this situation. Not exactly on the highest of HP, but well, it doesn't even matter. Fights on multiple fronts. Tub and Bugsy both find kills on the front of site and the flank as well. So well managed is that anti-bonus. Could have gotten a lot more dicey, but hey, we must still make it over the line.
I mean, they're trying their best to really push it across it, but it's really Aura that surprised me the most as well, as they changed up their pace for this defense. Normally, they play a bit more reactive, but they tried proactive plays and they got punished instead. Rima, they find a way to break that momentum, get another round on their board, but the operator on Sawamura could change a lot of things if it gets the impact over this opening pick. Will they disrespect the Viper again? It's a lot of damage here, though. Oh! Almost.
Spotted. Tag on top though. There is a tag through the wall. So shots on point. Unfortunately not converted as a kill, but still damage nonetheless. That makes the entry a little bit more squishy. Might just set up tests for a beautiful hold right here. They are gonna be prepping up all this utility. The wall should be coming down in just a few seconds. Our drone now invested by the second side. So does the wall come in. Activates the trip. That's information for Tess as well. Tess, activating the top side cage. Well, I gotta just run around the site. I have no idea where she is. The camera tag. Oh, what a trap position coming from Tess. He annihilates the attack. They're all falling down bit by bit. Yeah, where there's a player in the pocket position. Yeah, Rice. Almost good for that trade frag, but not the case. Now in a 2 versus 4, it's actually pretty decently doable, but never mind. Just to say that Saramura peaks off a great timing. Bless on V3. Graham low HP, knows that the op is towards the broken half wall position. With 30 seconds left and the spike lost within the site, it's not much more that Bless can do. Not even a rotate. I don't think she has enough time. Might just opt for the save. Not even gonna be given the luxury of that. Saramura makes her presence known with the op and does a boatload of damage.
The fact that they're able to hold that B side for me was still so surprising. The trap card really activated here as the one-way allows Tess to peek both the right and the left side from safety, playing them like a fiddle, and the fact that they get the reinforcements as well to secure that ladder, really helping them out to take away the space that these attackers tried so hard to gain back.
Yeah, the counter aggression. I mean, Tess actually pretty quiet throughout the entire map, but right there, those are the impact frags that you really, really treasure. Really, really well done from her. And that forces Rima down on a low buy. Knives invested by Tub. Let's see if she can make the most out of that. Fantastic ultimate.
I mean, we've seen what she can do before, able to get those multi-frags, but this time around, a bit more quiet paced here. They want to take this individual fight, which is kind of crazy to think about in a map like Breeze, instead of going for some kind of charade route when you're on a lower buy. But the confidence, I guess, brewing for them as space from the defense actually is what's going to be scouted out first. Will they expect Tub to be playing this aggressive and so far away from her team though?
I is watching from the bridge, but Tub, you know, this is such a hard position to navigate. The jumper coming in from Vi. Oh my gosh. That's a lot of pressure on towards this A side. Meanwhile, more pressure towards B main. The wall is invested. Smokes and flashes just lobbed into the B side, but it's a fake. They want to pivot back towards this A side. There's a player on top of bridge as well, but Top still finds it. And on 30 HP, it doesn't really matter. It's up against the op. One shot will do it.
30
but it's indecision. Where do we commit off to Samura? Now they know she's here. How do you say, you know, initiate towards this position? She has an op in hand. You don't really have much. A triple swing perhaps through the smoke, through the Cypher cages. Such an awkward duel. Sawamura alive on this A side, navigating these corners to perfection. And they're just buying out the time. There's no time for them to plan. They have to commit. They have to stick it. Bugsy, barely any HP, barely any space. Eventually does get it down though, but yeah, the 1v3, difficult to win it out. And wow, credit to Sawamura. I mean, both Jets popping off that round, but Sawamura just surviving, just buying enough time for the rotate in. That was crucial.
Exactly, the Jets doing so much work there. Early on, you see Tub be that assassin, relentlessly just attacking the A side from all the angles by spotting out that one sound cue. But really towards the end, I'm very surprised Sawamura was able to stay alive for so long, and the teammate even backing him her up on stairs rather. And the fact that she's able to reposition, I thought she was going to pop the knives, to be honest. Maybe trying to get a bunch more kills there with the operator being so close, but just trust there with time ticking down was enough, and that's going to force a timeout here for RIMA.
Yeah, of course this is Aura's map pick, but I don't expect this to be a blowout for any of these teams. I think both of them really proving that they are here to win, they are here to fight in this... It's a lower semis? Yeah, lower semis. So... really, really close game so far. Aura differential, pulling away with 2 rounds. Got a couple of great ultimates to work with. Viper's Pit, 1 off for Stariban as well. The other side though, Money, a little bit of a dangerous spot, right? If they lose this, they're down back on another eco. So RIMA really have to cook something interesting for this round, as Aura can't let them get on too many more rounds.
Exactly, not much more room for error here or for failure. It's kind of do or die at this point, and you want to start off with a very strong start as you go on to the series. And you already mentioned it is Aura's map pick, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's theirs to claim, because RIMA is putting such a good fight into this. And I'm sure after this stack, maybe the adjustments that they're going to come up with will work. Maybe fighting a bit more towards that mid-round side and converting rounds, not giving the defense a lot of space to go for a retake, might prove to be a good option for them, as this Viper orb is slowly but surely wasting a lot of utility. They're trading a reusable Viper's orb for a recon dart, which takes way longer to reactivate.
Yeah, Bugsy is just being a nuisance here. Just popping it, activating it, maybe pop a couple of shots in, break the dart, and that forces 2 players of Aura, the Sova as well as the Reyna, just commit to this position. Bugsy, is she aware of further commitment? The Reyna is just walking up, contact play. Graham's not aware of it whatsoever. Oh my gosh, I thought could have been something funny happening around, but Bugsy opens up the round. And here comes the neural theft. They know exactly where the defenders are. It's gonna be an A split. She has the wall prepped up as well. Just waiting for it to recharge over. And they know it's just Stariban here. Only player alone in this side. What a brilliant timing coming in from Tub off of a smoke. Expecting any counter aggression, goes on the tab. And meanwhile, her teammates just wreaking havoc. Rice just pops off, gets 2 kills right there. And surely that's the round secured and over. Tess 1v5. Finds the 2 kills, but she's not even aware of the player around her, behind her. Bugsy, the key player in this round. What a fantastic play coming in from the Viper.
I thought she was going to go for a knife for a second there. She walked out on the bridge, hovering the Sovereign high in the sky there. But at the end, they do kind of really dissect that round. They open up by getting so much pressure with just one piece of utility. And even though it was kind of dicey towards that Reyna kill, there was a chance where they kind of just met eyes and it could have gone either way. But after that shot, the teammate instantly goes for the neural theft. They capitalize on the positioning. And the moment that they're planted deep onto site, it really breaks down the retake from Aura. And that's what they've been struggling with. Maybe they do something a bit more proactive this time. So that's some proactivity right there as Rice taking out Sawamura so early.
They split, but do they know there's two more players here? Graham's. Oh my gosh, the light up coming in. Graham's with 3. She shut down the entire mid position. All 3 players just go down without a single kill, and Rice, the one who opens up the round, are left alone. 1v4. Graham's with 4 kills. It's a thrifty, and with just, what was it? Just a couple of rifles, 1 or 2. That's all they need, and essentially just 1 on the hands of Graham. How did she just line up all 3 kills on mid?
Exactly. I mean, it's a hero rifle for a reason, and looks like the team finally assembling here as Aura pushing themselves towards that double digits to reclaim control of their map pick. And Rima on the other side, Rice trying to get some heroics of her own with that Marshall, but is that going to be really enough when you have an operator staring down at you with Sawamura and the rest of the team having such high impact ultimates? Because at any point, they just pop that neural theft and this eco is over.
Yeah, not looking great so far. Might just need to rely on the next round. Yanni is one off. Hunter's Fury. Got the null command as well as the Viper Spit. If they somehow find some success here. Jump peek. Trusting that Rice isn't crazy sharp, but still gotta be walking away with a life.
Oh, patient play here as they cut noise and try to reposition. Graham trying to hold the off angle. Not going to expect the Reyna here. Normally they expect this to be maybe the Cypher or Sova. Not the Reyna though. Even ready to break the recon dart. The Starry-Bun is aware that this B hit is ever so possible. They go for a late scan here with a drone towards mid. Gonna confirm the entry here as the first frag does come out.
Oh my gosh, and Graham's just laying down the law together with the Viper. You don't expect this. Thought it's a Cypher. But it's a boatload of utility and a lot more firepower. Graham's with 3. Just feeding the beast at this point. She's looking like a killing machine the last 2 rounds. 4 kills, back-to-back rounds. And Aura 1 off that match point.
Oh, she's really feeling it now. The momentum their way. 28 kills on her side. The Reyna really being the queen of this game. And she's able to really stop the early aggression. And with that Viper Molly, they can just sweep by with the vulnerable debuff to get all the kills that they need. Another 4K goes her way, and that could be a good sign for them as this defense looks stronger and stronger as they progress.
Yeah, it just feels like Graham's just slowly warring up, just getting better and better as the rounds go by. Up in hands of Sawamura yet again. Not an early fight though, just holding an off angle. We know Sawamura, she might just get a little bit curious. Rice holding on the other side with just a Vandal. Will she do it? Oh! Takes away her gun at the worst timing possible. Now, Silver Drone coming in. They want to capitalize off of this. Oh, mid position, head tuck. But the spam comes in for Bugsy. Beautifully done. Here comes the capitalization into the A side. Viper Spit committed top. In a great position, but cannot get over aggressive, cannot get too curious. It's spotted as well. Tess counting on lucky stars. That top did not spot her on that one. 4v3. Now they know exactly where the defenders of this A side is playing from. Oh, what a beautiful fire! And takes out the Viper as well. 2v4 Hunter's Fury available, but will they want to commit this? It's a tough fight. Or a differential. They're pushing the issue. A flash comes through. They don't find the kill zone. Their trade is perfectly done. Or a differential up to 12.
Oh, that's match point already. Wants to go for this defuse here. The pressure on Rima to really make something of this map number 1. They are putting up such a great fight though, considering it's Aura's map pick. But the Reyna stepping up when she's needed the most, and the fact that they're able to get such a high man advantage early. I was even surprised that Sawamura was able to get that kill and get out before the suppress did hit. Still able to dash out.
Yeah, it's crazy. That timing at the start. If Rice got that kill, it might have been a completely different round, but she takes out her 0 point. Wasn't watching the angle. Catches Bless of all people watching halls. But this time, aggression expected. Bugsy. What a shot. But do they know there's 2 more players here? Camera is actually pretty deep as well. Eventually gets broken out. So they know, alright, Cypher at the very least here. Trip's broken. Graham's popping the Empress. There's so much time though. They don't have to accelerate into her. But they go ahead anyway. Hunter's reinvested. So much delay available. Rima 3v3. They might be able to call a pause though. Still have a lot of time available on the clock. But meanwhile, you see Staribud capitalizing on all this chaos. Pushing down elbow as well. There's a trip there, and I think she's just gonna miss the timing. Not wanting to break it. Jumps over it. But Rice, 6th sense. What a read coming in from her, expecting the aggression. Even though there's a trip there, and they're going back into towards this A side. It's Faye left alone. Spotted out the second player into the side. Labor spray coming through, survives as well. There's a bunch of util to back him up. Graham's coming in, but there's a player towards mid. 2v2 Rice. Super crucial kill. The IGL popping off. What a important frag right here. Spike not yet planted, though waiting for the assistance. Double initiators up against the one of Fi. And as the spike goes down, how do you break this crossfire off of contact? Rice spot them out. Yanni's the one to find the kill. And Rima. What a mid-round call coming in for the IGL. Rice picking up 2 huge frags. Calling a team over towards the A side as well. Rima survived yet another day.
They live another round here, and Graham really holding down this position as she pops the ultimate to get more value, but the rotate was just too quick. And like you mentioned, good calls and good movement, even waiting a bit for her to get in position so that she get a crossfire so that they get a safer plant. Is all these small things adding up to create this cascade effect that's turning Rima into a contender here to maybe sweep this map number 1 away if they can push it to OT.
Alright. Sweeping map number 1 away. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. To 2 more rounds. Rima even bring it to overtime. Aura. Sync up this defense still. Pretty confident. Trips have been broken towards this B site. The abilities are up and going. Tub dashing into the site. Doesn't spot anything just yet. The scale up together with the team. Spots the hit. Beautifully isolated. Tub is on a rampage. 2 kills. Site. Give it over. Aura. 3 players rushing over towards this B side. But Bugsy's here to cut off the rotate as well. She even spots out the second to last player. What great isolations coming in. And Sawamura of just the op in hand. Surely she can't go for this one. Has to opt for a save, right? Yeah. They don't even give her. They're not even going towards the B side. They know that she's rotating over towards B, and they've commandeered the A instead. She's lost all sense of map control.
Planted the spike.
Oh, they even have that recon dart in case she was playing close. You're right. They have to go for the save there this time. Sawamura lost in translation as it looks like the script has flipped, and Rima very in control in the past couple rounds here, or past 2 to be specific, as they somehow inch their way closer to get an OT.
What we know about Rima is that their resilience is second to none. I mean, when they went up against, I think it was Money First. Yes, was it yesterday? Yeah, they went up against Money First, and that was a grueling affair. But see the individuals really persevering. They know what they want to achieve in this tournament, and almost getting away with things. Sawamura popping the dash, unable to get it off, and you know, you lose 1 player, you get the op. I think that's a great trait, regardless. That might force them off of an op for this one. We have to see later in the finances, but still, look at this entry from top. Oh my gosh, I could have just taken the B side already, but Bugsy catching the double rotation towards this A side, and after that, the round's over.
I don't know if it's worth it yet. I have to look at the credits if that operator did matter. It looks like so far not really, because they don't get closer to the Blade Storm like that much. Only the 1 kill, and everyone gets up full armor as well. Very early drone from this attack though. They're really screaming at this point to say that they are going for this B hit, or at least showing so much presence. Viper Molly gonna stall this out though. Give them a lot of time here, but Aura not gonna take the bait. Oh, that's a big ultimate. Doesn't land though. No info as well.
Oh my gosh, Tub almost getting the second. Graham's here for the trade, a dismiss as well. There's a boatload of players coming towards these double duelists. Sawamura holding down the fort, the back of the site. flushed out by the fragment grenade. Graham's still pivoting around the pillar, dancing back and forth, and they still survive. Where can they find any success from? Nothing. So many players around these corners. Graham's on for the ace as well. Rice in a 1v3, nothing to do. It is 30-11 or a differential. Right when they need it, Graham's again closes things out with a 4K.
Such a clean way to take it as well. Able to dance around that pillar, the boxes, everything to get that dismiss value. Pull so much attention towards herself that her team is just able to flood in towards the later half of that round.
Yeah, it's incredible coming in from Aura Differential. I mean, RIMA pushing it all the way, all 24 rounds needed, but just when they needed that round win, so close. It was Aura Differential, right? They stacked the correct side. It was 3 players there. The double duel is just wreaking havoc. The op in tow, the rifle on Graham. Yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles. First map of Aura's pick actually going in their way, in their favor. So we'll have to take a short little break, but not before we throw it back to the panel to break down everything we've seen. Take it away, guys.
13-9 for Aura Differential. Of course, sweating just a little bit towards the end, but my, oh my, Grom's on that Reina. She's like, this is how you play the Reina.
Yeah, like, you know, Reina, usually you see teams finding an incredible amount of value just because of how powerful the dismisses and the repositioning can be. And Graham's managed to kind of pull that together perfectly today. I think I cannot overstate that Graham's was a key factor of this defense for Aura Differential. And so many of those rounds which they won, you know, the Thrifties in particular, it was because of Graham's. And I think this scoreboard tells all the story you need to know because everyone played well. But Graham's was on a whole other level, and you can see that from the KDA. You can see that from the 34 kills that are like just there for her. And despite that, it's a testament to how strong RIMA was on not just their defensive half, but also once that side swap, that the scoreline is 13-11, despite one player being so far above the rest.
I just want to start with where we left off, that leg of Yoru. For RIMA, yeah, did you feel like it should be a different story with the Yoru instead of KO?
I definitely think so, because yesterday a lot of the way that they were able to overcome the defense of their opponents on this very map was through that Yoru. I think that having the Yoru can really is just the best counterplay for a Cypher, especially since this meta is so heavily geared around how strong Cypher is. So I think that it's an agent that number one, players aren't really sure how to play around, and number two, you can take so much space, create so much value off of the back of your utility, which while the KO does bring to the table, I feel like it just wasn't as powerful or as impactful as the Yoru was yesterday for this team.
Especially because with the KO and without the Yoru, you can't really go for that rush plays or explosive plays, as you mentioned. So they really did have to slow down on their attack as well. But, you know, this graph kind of shows how crazy things were on Breeze.
Yeah, it was so back and forth here, and both teams incredibly well matched, which is kind of scary if you think about it, because yes, Aura won, but this was their map pick, so you expect them to have a little bit more of a dominant victory. But I think the fact that they were able to win such a close game, but also win it mainly because one of their players was having an absolutely pop-off game, is a little bit worrisome for me heading into map number 2, which is going to be their opponent's pick. So I'm hoping that they are able to continue putting up a team-wide performance if they want to take this 2-0. And for RIMA, yes, this is a loss, but all things considered, it was an incredibly close game, and they had a very strong start as well. And towards the end of that second half as well, they were showing signs of resurgence. It's just that Graham decided to say, nah, I'd win, get multiple 4Ks. Yeah, that's you can't do anything against that.
I just loved what the two duelists were doing, putting so much pressure on RIMA, getting those crucial info, you know, especially on defense when they were pushing out for Grom's example in the halls, and Jet, Sawamura actually pushing out with a main, and even to mid, getting those precious info, making their teammates' life easier and being able to, you know, focus on the site that their opponents were actually going to hit.
Yeah, I think that the reads were pretty good for Aura, like you mentioned as well. I think that calling from Stariba, she mentioned that she had that agility experience and that calling experience from NA before, and you can really see that coming as a value for this team. Like, I mean, she's only been the IGL for this team since yesterday, if I'm not wrong, which is what we heard from her during the interview as well. So the fact that they're able to improve so much in 2 days just by switching who is IGLing is crazy to me.
That was scary. Tava, though, you know, she was getting some frags, crucial rounds for her team as well. And even Yanni looked way more comfortable compared to yesterday, being on that initiator role.
Yeah, I think, of course, Rima's team comp being changed around, it could just be a comfort thing. Maybe they didn't really want to run the Euro, especially since their strats were kind of out after yesterday's game, so they wanted to try and make things change up here. And I think, honestly, there were some minor mistakes, of course, coming in from Rima's side in a lot of these rounds, in terms of positioning, in terms of the lack of trade, and just letting Graham run away with it. But overall, they played pretty good. They didn't do anything really wrong. It's just that, honestly, this whole win, it could be said, Graham, go kill. Yeah, Graham, go kill.
And she did so for over 30 times. Yeah, we're just gonna keep seeing Groms over here.
Yeah, I mean, this map, a lot of things. I mean, the team comp changing at the last minute, that's there. But I think the double duelist as well. Once that attacking side, that swap over really came through for Aura. I think that as soon as they got Grahams on that rifle, and mainly the operator on Sawamura, we saw the value that Capricious was able to bring with that particular weapon. It's just so oppressive playing against Arena, anchoring down sight, as well as an operator peeking through literally everywhere. You never know where they're gonna be. And I feel like, you know, despite Rima having that KO and that Sova, the KO didn't get used as much as I would have liked. There were so many rounds where the KO was in a 1v2 situation. There were places that you could go in for a peek with the flash, and there was no flash. You have flashes. Please use your flashes for the love of God. This is like a personal rant because I see it so many times where you have agents, players who have flash engines, and you know, sometimes it makes sense. You don't want to give away your position. You don't want to you want to save it for later. But it's a 1v2. They know where you are. You have to go peek them. So use your flash, please. Okay, that's my red over for now.
There you go. I just flashed you.
Yes.
But yeah, 34 kills on Grams. But I feel like Sawamura really has a share in that 34 kills, especially because she was pushing out, you know, tossing that information over to Grams, saying, hey, they're coming for you, and get ready. And Grams just had to, you know, be ready for those fights. And yes, they do walk away with the dominant force or dominant vibe over here on Breeze. This next map is coming up soon, so we'll be ready for that. But before that, we're gonna take a little break, so we'll see you soon. back. Jen Lee here with Zach. Now we are about to jump into our second map, Bind. And being such a Yoru lover yourself, Zach, do you feel like we're gonna get that Yoru comp from RIMA?
I am not sure about it, but I do hope so. They're looking at history, and I mean, we did see their game on Bind as well, I think, or I'm not sure which one, but we're able to pull a really good composition, which I think they made work very well. They had the Yoru as their only duelist. They also had a very interesting choice in the form of that Breach and that Gecko. So I'm hoping need of it. They've been run throughout this year, so I'm hoping that there aren't any adaptations. But I think it's a very, very strong comp. But especially considering what it's going up against, and for Aura's side, they run more of a traditional Bind comp, I would say, with that double controller. Viper being that pseudo sentinel, as well as a double duelist here, one of them being the Yoru. So if I'm lucky, we're gonna get not one but two Yorus. So let's
double Yorus.
Double Yoru.
Right. But aside from the comps, in terms of the styles that they play, what can we expect from two teams?
Well, I think that we saw a glimpse of that in that previous map in terms of playstyle. Like teams with double duelists, especially like we saw for Aura Differential, they tend to be pretty aggressive, pretty proactive in terms of the piece that they want to go for. So I'm hoping that you kind of see that continuing from Aura Differential. I think that RIMA is more of that slower team. They'd like to play a little bit more of utility. They're more reactive in that sense. And while it has served them well in the past, I think that Aura have been very good at getting those reads and swapping things around to make things more difficult for their opponents. So RIMA has to be a little bit faster on that adaptation side. I think that their mid-rounding in particular is where they kind of tend to fall apart, because you've seen in multiple rounds where Aura cut noise, they kind of like fake things. They were quick to like fall out of position, and it just seemed like they weren't as put together as they could have been. So I'm hoping that RIMA on their map pick look a little bit more stronger and methodical. And looking at the way they played yesterday against 21st, I don't think they'll have much problems in that regard.
Ooh, okay. So you have some confidence in them. But we will be heading to Agent Select, I believe, very soon. But before that, I'm going to give you one last chance to change your predictions, just in case.
I mean, I'm winning so far, girl. I bet on Aura, so I'm doing fine.
That was my little trick.
I can say that to you.
That was my
Jen.
little trick. You didn't fall for that. Oh man.
My eyes are open. But
yep.
But,
I guess you weren't born yesterday.
Yeah, I'm old. My age has to be useful for something. But yeah, like you mentioned, hopefully we get that Agent Select up soon to see whether we are getting that double Yoru that we predicted looking at the Agent comps in their prior games. I think history-wise, I would say that RIMA has a lot more reps on this map, like we talked about in that pre-show. So I think that they are very, very confident, especially after they were able to beat Money First yesterday, which was 2023 second best team score, I would say. So yeah, and double Yoru, let's go!
Yay! Double Yoru, double love.
Ooh. Anything stand out to you in these team compositions? Anything that you're really interested by here, Jen?
I would say no Cypher for Aura.
Yeah, they like to use that Viper instead as more of that pseudo sentinel. So I think that's pretty much how the Bind meta runs. Actually, I think that Cypher is slowly just making a comeback. We haven't seen any sentinels on this map really in the last year, with the exception of the Sage. Of all things, that's the one you would not expect. But
the bad sentinel.
Yeah, bad sentinel. I think she's good in some use cases. I just think that she shouldn't be your solo sentinel, and the way people run her, it's more of like a blockading agent anyway, as opposed to like an anchor. So I think that's fine. But yeah, RIMA bringing back the Cypher into style. The Yoru Ray is going to be really useful against it, in my opinion. And looking at the stats here, it's pretty exciting because both teams so far have a 100% win rate in this playoff. So it says one times played in the playoffs so far. They have picked it up during that group stage before. But that said, both teams have a very, very good record on this map, so I'm hoping that RIMA can push us to a game 3, but Aura genuinely have a chance of closing it out 2-0 if they play their cards right.
I just looked at RIMA's composition. I'm just like, too many flashes. We're getting too many flashes. But yeah, we will be sending it down to our casters to guide us through Vine. So back to you guys.
All right, thank you, panel. They've so eloquently broken down this map of Bind, and we're not gonna get too many surprises in terms of agent picks. It is, though, I have to be said, right? It's pretty interesting agent compositions. You got a double Yoru. Yoru not not an uncommon pick, but having both on the same server, I think it's gonna set themselves up for a lot of crazy plays on both sides.
Yeah, honestly, good luck to our casting at that point, because a lot of fusion and confusion gonna happen when you have that many TPs. And like Jen mentioned, with that many flashes as well, it's gonna be difficult to really tell who can get that angle advantage towards fights.
Yeah, but what I can say for certain is that RIMA GC are going to put on a hell of a fight. In this stage 1 so far, right, this year, it's 100% win rate for them on this map. Albeit, there are a couple of close games. Money First, 13-11. Up against BOBA, they took BOBA down 13-11 on this map as well. So, a pretty solid resume coming in from RIMA GC side. Or a differential, slack offs on this map either. It's pretty decent, 2 wins, 1 loss, but of course, not too much to go off of it. Really curious to see how they want to incorporate this single duelist on RIMA GC, right? We don't see Yoru as the solo duelist too often. Usually it's paired up with like a Raze, which is seen on Aura differential side. So really cool to see these slight variations.
Gonna be very interesting to check which flavor really is the best one for this map. Seems like you're right with this double duelist. It will prove a bunch more explosivity, but also the distraction potential is kind of higher in that regard, because there's so much more noise that you can make around the map. But a very aggressive start here with an early Viper orb is gonna signal some form of a hit, and the rush is gonna be quick, though it looks like the defense, look at the chokehold that they have, and they rotate around them, juking the rotations this way.
The stun is a little bit awkward. Rice gotta be one to pick up the kill though, but here comes Fire coming in from the flank line. Catches onto Bugsy, but they know that there's a breach there somewhere. They take the teleporter as well. Oh my gosh, so many fights on multiple fronts. This fight's in spawn, on both spawns actually. This is such an awkward round coming in. 4 versus 4 still. Aura being a little bit more aggressive on their post-plant positions. They've got a lurk coming in from the A side as well. So many various fights. Graham's a couple of great shots come through. He has them drop out of the hookah position as well. Lil Bro, I'm not going to be hitting the spike defuse, and that might be a little bit of a mess up. But in the meantime, Tub is in the back of the side, picking up Dizzy as well. Here it comes from the elbow. Beautiful shot from Tess. 1 versus 1 on the side right now. 2 versus 1 make that. Tag teamed up the defenders here. Oh, reloading. Oh, going for the defuse. Dude, the fight. Sawamura does not care that there's a player pushing her. Just takes down the diffuser in the midst of things. Actually finds both as that happens. What a crazy pistol to kick off the second match.
Crazy is an understatement there. They go for the aggressive push towards A for the attack, but they immediate surround and rotate with both the Yoru TPs as well as Sky for the A pinch. They go for the TP then again for the attack, just running around each other. And like you mentioned, the war on all fronts had to be fought, and these individual skirmishes eventually just led for that triple setup to get Aura their first round, now rewarded with a better buy here. Going for triple Bulldogs, and look how patient they are with the off-angle hold for the default, waiting for anyone to step up just like Bugsy.
What was that fadeaway shot with a Spectre, of course? That range, pretty nice. As a result, they note that aggression towards B. Take control over the A side. Nobody here, only a Cypher in towards that heaven. And with the side under their control, Spike should be able to go down without too much fuss. And they're probably going to be expecting the flank, right? They've done it the first round. They're doing it again. Around the corner. Nice shot onto the Yoru. Still one more though, but Starryban's here to pick up the piece. Oh, never mind. Oh, we're looking around the direction. Rice, nice shot. Can she find even more though? Adjustment comes through. Starryban, the nice trade in. The Cypher of Bless still in heaven. Hasn't moved since the execute came in. But that allows them to creep out towards that Shower's position. Tubbs here. Flash comes through. Oh, a bit of a team flash, but I don't think there's too much damage done. Tess mops up the last 2, and Aura holds that second on the board.
It's only Viper really that just fell there. Otherwise, a clean round from Aura, pushing their lead even bigger. And if they get this third round, it could prove to be the difference to get that early momentum and maybe close out the game. Or at least speed it up.
As if the double Yoru isn't enough confusion, and then they go for these crazy pushes, they wrap arounds, they take teleporter. Oh, my mind's being completely scrambled around. And it might be the case for Aura differential, if they're not too careful. Rima looking like they're very comfortable taking those teleporters, being crazy about these rotations.
Exactly, and a very big default here. One of the challenges here on Bind is the fact that you have to really engage on these extremities to get access to these TPs. At any moment, you can just flip the switch and you're on the opposing side, and with all this Yoru commotion, so much more confusion going to be in the middle of these mid-round calls. The better team is the one that can act the fastest. But the quick wall up here is going to allow them to creep up very slowly onto the side, actually disrespecting it to take more of this frontside angle. It's clear so far if they spot out this trip.
Yep. Nice break of that. Rima playing really, really far back. They're expecting a lot of aggression. They're more than content with playing this retake situation, which is pretty interesting. Hardly see them contest for the site. Just opt to go for that retake situation. But now Aura set up in their post-plan positions. They have so much lineups available, right? You got the Viper as well as the Brimstone. See what they have cooked up in store. Here comes the retake. Stun flying through the U-Haul position. The flood comes through. Aura just playing really far back as well. Here comes the defender utility to fast them even further. Flash through the smoke. Grahams takes the initial contact. Yanni there, counter Yoru. But oh, with a great sheriff shot through the smoke as the fade of the smoke happens. Around from the top side. Oh, Bless lines the ball up. And there's, oh, just enough time. Wingman's on the job. Rima. What a flood retake coming in. They find all the frags necessary in the defuse thanks to Wingman as well.
Wingman really clutching it out there towards the end. I feel like no one was able to stick on that. It's GG for that round, but the flashes for the delay, you think it would do enough damage, but honestly on this lower buy, it feels like they did get what they were going for. That shower is though kind of unfortunate for them that it went that way, but Rima, they do come up with a round, and Aura, they have a chance to really strike back this time around, prepping that smoke to cover off the Lamp's position.
Yeah, Rima actually played really, really far back on the A side. You can see yet again, Cypher's in spawn, Breach is in heaven. They completely give away this part of the map, and I think this is their game plan. They've done it before multiple times. Now spotted out by the camera. A couple of pot shots in, but Aura differential, they don't want to capitalize off of that space taken. They fall back to a safer line.
Right there. Just very scared and of all the utility possible coming from this attack. You don't want to get flashed by any of these, and the problem is, you already mentioned a bit earlier, if they do get this plant down, they also have to be wary of the post-plant potential with this Brimstone and the Viper alive. So much time can be wasted, but what a kill there from Rice with the utility.
Yeah, here comes Saramura. Oh, they don't realize. I don't think they know if she's here. The Thrash didn't spot her. Fights on towards Showers as well. Saramura, catches the jump! And on to Bugsy as well. That is great. That is crazy coming in. Even drops in and nade for good measure. And oh, look at the post-plant utility. That is insane coming in. Saramura still alive somehow. Euro on Euro action. Double flashes in the smoke. The trades come through, but no one's on the spike just yet. The conversion, the spray transfer. Grahams controls it to perfection. Aura up to 3.
I was worried for a bit for Aura, as I thought that they used the util too in sync at a certain point, not going to be able to maximize the time efficiency. But it's really this double kill from Sawamura. Almost impossible. They kind of knew she was there too. She went for the jump for Cypher to try to bait out a shot, but somehow playing that cheeky corner, just landing the spray and then the transfer as well, securing that position for them and putting pressure onto the side of the defense. Where it looks like they're going to try to maybe force something out this round because they're slowly running out of options here as the credits do dwindle.
Yeah, you got that Bulldog in the hands of Rice. One of the ult as well. Oh, wow. Using the Dimensional Drift, they just got to capitalize off of it. Pushing forward. Grahams is saying, hey guys, they're pushing Showers. They're pushing Showers. Oh my gosh, but Rice still finds 2 kills. Labeled spray comes through. Graham's on 1 HP. Tub is here, but she's caught between 2 walls. Back's turn.
What a shot.
Pre-fire shot. Bugsy's there, and so is Faye. What these rounds have been insane. So many fights in different directions. I hardly see what's happening around back's turn yet again. Trade frags coming through. 1 versus 1. Stinger in the hands of Bless. She's rotated all the way over from that B site. Making a way towards this U-Haul position. Starry Button sticking it in the open. Right in front of Heaven. And as it goes down, Bless, how does she navigate this? Starry Button being aggressive. Is surely gonna catch Bless off guard, but around the smoke. with the classic of all things. Trust in her aim and that retake, that clutch. These rounds are absolutely wild. Look at all the X's on the map. It's all on the right side. It's all right side of sight, in showers. And yet comes down to a 1 versus 1. Bless. Crucial one right there.
It's so hard to tell where the trade is going to come from. They popped the dimensional shift so early, and that already kind of pinches them into the showers position. But the fact that they're able to kind of fight for it, at least do the damage, it corrals them into this point. But most of these kills that we can even see on the replay are people with their backs turned, and it's just, the players themselves are also equally as lost, because the moment that someone pops a flash, it's a cue that they could just reposition. So it's a real confusing time here on Bind as they try this time around to maybe go for a different flavor of sight and go for the B1 instead. But this is where the Cypher is. They have to be wary about this in this point, though.
Yeah, and RIMA have a boatload of ults for the retake. Rolling Thunder, Dimensional Drift, Orbital Strike. Just geared up for an absolute slaughterfest if anyone taps that spike.
Trying to send the Yoru clone, which unironically is one of the best ways to go for the Cypher trips. But not going to clear out anytime soon. Sawamura going to manually check the close corners in case anyone did ignore that clone. Going to use a nade, investing it to even break down some more utility towards our front side, but towards the A, top, ends up on top.
Showstopper investor on this low buy round, even though one of their players got taken down as well. And look at the defenders playing further back in the site, into our CT. Rocket doesn't find any value whatsoever. How did they navigate this? Oh my gosh, he spot out 3 players as well. Yanni, trying to help out. But the frags coming in from Bugsy, good enough. Sawamura still here, running for the hills, trapped in a small little corner. Wow, look at the AD, the side movement, beautifully done. Down to a 1 versus 1, blinded. Oh my gosh, these rounds. So close, but still.
So close, you're right.
It's coming out 1v1, these fights coming in. It's always the dimensional drift spotting out a bunch of players running in one direction. Yeah, I'm a loss for words. These fights are crazy. The action is non-stop from start to finish.
Not just about the fights and how frequent they are, but also the angles that they have to take. It feels like they just catch no breaks, no room to breathe here. Though 1 magazine is all you can have, because that fight is never going to end until the last player is down. And Aura, they've somehow managed to scrounge their way up, and I feel like that also helps, because as the attacker, you are setting the pace for a lot of these fights. Instead of having to react to this, I'd imagine it'd be very difficult with all these flashes and other plays coming through. This Viper wall as well, gonna push some presence there, but you're not gonna be that scared on the side of RIMA, because they do have Yanni playing close already, making that sure that lurk doesn't come anytime soon.
Fake teleport.
Alright, Graham's got a nice piece of map control just for free. Walked straight in, no contact whatsoever. When the Brimstone's leaving the Cypher alone on the side, that's completely wrong call. The clone, a little to be desired, but they should be able to get the job done regardless. Into the side they go. Oh my gosh, Bugsy gets caught with the molly out as well, but Bless is still here, being a rat within her own cage, but eventually gets traded out. So perhaps for the first time in what, feels like 5 rounds, they're gonna convert 2 rounds in a row. That is aggressive from Sawamura, but I don't expect anything less this kind of a round, this kind of a match so far. Both trading frags, trading blows. Give you an uppercut, you give me a left hook. Now down to just 2 little pistols. And things should have settled for the time being. Aura looking like a relatively clean round so far. Just 1 player going down. Should be just a formality. Announce their position as well. Probably just gonna die to the spike at this point. A little bit of discipline would be great. You don't want to give away 1 more alt orb to any one of the duelists right now.
Oh, very true. Just as you mentioned, they just died to the spike there. Get the round reset, and RIMA, they lose another one, and Aura, they move 1 up. It feels like a lot of these fights, since they are setting that tone, setting the pace, they really are a bit more in control of what's happening. It's so difficult to react. Everything is smoked up. There's a cage upon cage, trips upon trips, and the space that's being given is something that you just kind of have to respect. I wonder at what point the RIMA will just adjust during this. Maybe during this timeout, play a bit more far back, allow them to expand their utility to enter the site, and just save yours to go for the retake. That could be a good option, play further back. but it's such a passive way to play. I'm not sure if
Yeah.
that's the only option that they do have, because I'm sure that you want to get some semblance of map control, be it by just your positioning, or maybe they can just use the Cypher Cam, who knows?
Yeah, it's hard to call, but I think it was it Aura Differential or was it RIMA GC? I think it was RIMA GC when we were watching them in the B stream of like the first day, if I'm not mistaken, and they were again playing really far back. They were playing really slow. They were letting the attackers actually move up pretty close to the side and not really contest it, right? But as a result, their opponents were able to set up in post-plant positions. But now, when they're down and out, the retakes have not exactly been going the way they would like. They haven't strung any rounds together in a row. Maybe a change up, maybe something aggressive, taking some map control away, fighting a little bit of a fight, disrupting the post plans or the executes. Perhaps that might be a call.
Might be a good option for them, but it's just so difficult because Aura's composition specifically, it's kind of bad during the mid round because you don't have that much expendable utility to use without the flashes regenerating. But for the early part, when you can take those fights, it's confusing because they can just throw everything at you. But if you wait too long, they also have the agents that can play a really strong post plant. So it's a weird balance where you have to strike at the right time, but because this is bind and they can just kind of reconvene at any moment with a TP, it's so difficult. And here comes another classic. I'm gonna press my ultimate and ping everyone on site. So
Bring all the troops. Yeah, and this is just so much info. Spotted out
so
4 players. What is this, Grams? That is crazy. You commit to this? She doesn't have a gate crash set up. And yeah, just like that, they disappear into the night. But look at where the Viper Faye has stuck her way all the way towards showers, and they call for the rotate. But coming in, Sawamura finds a timing. Oh, and attention's turned again. It's just fights on every side of the map. Vipers stay committed towards this B side, but Orbital Strike flushes them out of the plant site. They have to replant. Oh, here comes the neural theft. It's perfectly timed. They can't plant. 30 seconds left. No one's in the site. And they can't go back. They have no TP this time. They have to go all the way towards that A-shot position. What's happening? This is crazy. What is this round again?
Smokes just stalling out everyone with 19 seconds.
They TP again. Let's go. 15 seconds. We have to commit. Do we have any utility? Rise is Rolling Thunder. Rise is Rolling Thunder use. 10 seconds left. Rolling Thunder is surely good enough. Here it comes. No time. No time. RIMA off the back of another weird, crazy, ridiculous round. 5 players standing. 5 players standing and they win.
Shoot the bad guy.
What is happening? It's like at that point, RIMA just are just patient enough that Aura played themselves.
Oh my.
I'm actually lost for words with that one. It felt like
there's
it's
a pistol strat called the Snake. Have you heard of that?
Yes, actually.
The Snake? It felt like that,
Snake.
but in a gun round and mid-round, being called mid-round, okay.
It's just that they invested so many ults on both sides. I mean, granted, the defensive ones were a bit better to stall out the time, but the offensive ones a bit sketchy there. The biggest one, of course, the gate crash, not available there after the dimensional drift. Small blunders here. Maybe a bit too focused on the game because the contact and this time around coming into play. Finally, a normal fight of Valorant here on Showers.
Bugsy, great catch onto Fi. And now that's the spike information at least being passed over. RIMA knows that the spike was committed towards the Showers position. I expected a commit, but Rice spotted out in the open. Bugsy, what a shot coming in. And the showstopper gotta get no value whatsoever. Tub still playing at the back of the site. So perfection. I mean, so good at just playing around these corners to perfection. Sawamura. Nice shot there. 3 kills in the round, but it's 1 versus 2. Ace required. 3 kills already. 2 more. Both coming in from that CT position. Oh my lord, that was close but Bless. What an insane trade. That angle, not easy to hit. And RIMA posts that 4th on the board.
Just exposing a pixel of yourself there, and Bless gets that frag, the quickest trade on a teammate. If not, the Rays could have gone for a reposition there and maybe just clutched out that round like you mentioned with an ace. But that's not the story that they have today. It looks like, RIMA, they do come away with the round expensive, but they do get the round.
Alright, okay. Down to another 1 versus 1. These rounds, I mean, they They can't be separated at all. It's literally back and forth.
Yeah, there's no other way to really put this, honestly. I feel like both teams are on a knife's edge here, as every player is trying to do their maximum effort to get value without getting picked off too early. It's for both sides, to be honest, and it could happen at any moment. Five's gonna back away here once the Viper wall is deployed. They did pull a couple of rotations with that small fight towards the A site. Might make B a bit easier to take, especially without the camera yet. It does, or at least it is in a position where they do spot out the arms. They know that they're walking in.
They don't see the camera. The camera's seeing everything. No, camera's just above them. Bless knows all the information. Calls for the rotate over. Knows that it's most likely not going to be another TP play. And here they go into the site. Oh, a little bit of a slow rotate situation though, but okay. Thrash gonna be invested to clear out this elbow position. Gonna be catching onto Graham's. But they don't actually capitalize it immediately. This cover fire being provided. Tess somehow buys enough time for a teammate to be alive. And they continue to go and fight Graham's. Was caught out initially, but now with the gun back in hand. Oh my gosh, another 3K coming in, but was the other Yoru this time. Yati watching down that corner. On for the ace. Another 2v ace. But it's a 1 versus 1, and guess what? Starrybun has over the strike. Buying so much time. As a TP, as a flash, Starrybun has relocated on towards this hookah position. Yati, no idea whatsoever. Stick up the spike and a tap of the hair. Starrybun puts her team up to 6.
What another nail-biting round here. It looks like they're really trading blows for blows. The fight just never ceases to end here. This time, the battlefield gonna be on that elbow. Multiple players just raining down both utility and themselves. The Thrash, like you mentioned, not being able to be capitalized was just bought so much time. And even though they had the very early camera to spot them, eventually the Cypher had to get off because they are pathing towards his position. That signaled to the attackers that the rotate's gonna happen, and they just were very ready to take a fight.
Ooh. These rounds are just crazy to me. I've never seen anything like this. So back and forth. These walked up contact plays. Different strats being called. It's great. And then an even better strat gets caught against them. Three players in U-Haul just chilling with the spike. Okay. How are we gonna navigate this, guys? Alright. Trailblazers just to scout out towards a CT position, I guess.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh, just stunned together with the aftershock. At least 80 damage dealt onto Tess already. But how do you plan? You don't have showers. They have to re-clear that. Meanwhile, they're fighting onto CT as well, dropping the boombot there. Here comes the flash in. Oh my gosh. So many fights happening everywhere. Eventually, they do clear out this showers position. So, okay, they can go for that plant finally or a differential. Looking for a lead in the half. 3 versus 4. Blast gonna be coming over from that B side. What utilities do they have? 2 flashes, a smoke, and a molly. It's about it if they want to retake this site. Meanwhile, this corner, this angle, Salbura has been perfect on this before. Going for it yet again. Noted her position. The molly should be great to isolate a couple of these players, force them into unfavorable angles. Yeah, that does. Salbura, great shot there. Bugsy finds that kill, and Bless as well with a nice trade frag. Not even a trade frag, just to back them up. 3v4, but Graham's alone. What is this retake coming in for RIMA? It's perfectly done. These angles to the utility. Barely anything, but they make it happen.
It's so difficult to fight through. You're fighting through the cage in a 1v3, and then the sky smoke on top of that. The brimstone is trying to stick, and there's 2 players marking you out. But the fact that you mentioned earlier, they didn't clear showers, and it took such a long time for them to go for that re-clear. Awkward pause as well. Eventually they get onto site, but not enough players to really convert that round once they did get it. It feels like RIMA have been kind of okay, I would say, except for that one blunder in really retaking a lot of these attacking rounds.
It feels like every other round I'm seeing a dimensional drift. We see 3 players now running away, and again, what is the call coming in? Surely we go into the B side, right? We spot 3 players from the defense here. No, we're just committing towards A shot instead. Clear out this entire position. These close range weapons could deal a boatload of damage. Around this corner, Bugsy. Aim as sharp as ever. Next onto the Viper. Now that is the smokes out of the round. Orbital strike now, Investor. Here comes the retake. Spike's not even gonna get planted for around the smoke. Barrel spotter, Saramura. Showstopper. Investor doesn't see anyone. Oh, misses it. Tub capitalizes off that miss. Guns out. A nice trade frag coming in from Showers as well. 3v3. Rotate coming in from the defense. Coming in from the B side. The Molly just to deny them access here. They're fighting on multiple fronts, but they could just take the TP yet again. Technically, they should know that there's at least 2 players here. I don't think they've seen the Cypher of Bless, so just gonna commit towards this side. Have it regardless.
I've got your trail.
Here it comes. Seekers just to flush out any positions. They know all defenders coming in from spawn. Here we go. Final round and a half. Everything on the line. Bless. Neural theft as well. Stun being prepped up and ready. Okay, where do you choose to use it from? Towards the shot position. Neural theft used up. They know where they are. Around the corner. Bugsy blind of a shot. Spots out Tess as well. Beautiful patience coming through. And it's just a 1 versus 2. Story Bun kills Bugsy post bottom, but the player's still alive. Rima tie up the half 6-6. We could not get any closer.
I can't believe that it ends 6-6 like that. I mean, what a great retake as Rima finally gets to like figure out how everything works under their defense to really secure. I think the moment that they really stopped playing too aggressive, they were just not punished, and they had a lot more resources to take a lot of these more successful retakes. That's the key to really deal with these aggressive comps, and it might be something that Aura would learn themselves now that they're on the defense.
Yeah, with that being said, my mind is fried. Let's see how the panel handles it. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Fluffy and Coldan. Unusual rounds, some of them, but 6-6 is what we're staring at. And what can you tell us about the first half, Zach?
Well, it was very unusual. I'm gonna have to agree with Coldan on that and keep using that word because that's how a lot of these plays look to me. They have never been seen in the history of Valorant before, and I don't know. Some of them I would like to see again, but most of them I would hope to not see again because they were very questionable. But it worked, and if it works, you can't complain. Really good half from both of these teams. I think Aura started off a little bit stronger. They had a pretty good lead, but some of these thrifties as well as the retakes that were pioneered by Rima were really good as well. And in particular, I like the way that they were kind of farming up that neural theft and trying to use it for these retakes because it was just incredibly powerful. I really like their management of ultimates, and I think that's where Rima kind of had an edge up compared to Aura. But now with that side swap coming in, I'm kind of curious to see how Aura's comp is going to help them out because they have, I think, a better comp that is geared towards attacking, especially with that double duelist.
Well, especially to Rima without that Jet or Raze, we're gonna have to see how that's gonna work for them with this second half. Maybe, you know, with the Breach, Yoru, Gecko all going in together. But that is for us to see and for our casters to take us through. So back to you, Fluffy and Coldan.
Well, Fluffy, you might have to carry me out on a stretcher depending on how this second half pans out.
I know, I was thinking while the panel was happening, thank God I'm not doing play-by-play for this one because it's such a mind bender. Even trying to analyze these routes are so difficult. I wonder how it feels for a lot of these players who have to actually try to perform while all this commotion is happening. But the panel did
the coach
do like a very good point where now, this time around, the Raze is on the defense side. It might be a bit more difficult for them with that double duelist setup to be a bit more explosive. They don't have the power to really set the pace again with this one. More of the reaction that's important. But big difference this time around is a very slow start from Rima as they try to creep their way towards this B split attack, making sure that they clear up a bunch of these important angles, especially in long. But they're slowly but surely backing off the hookah, maybe gonna put the brunt of their force towards this long side and just go for a very aggressive push as Tess with a jump spot might be able to get some info here, but no punish.
Yeah, it spots out like what, 4 players there just creeping out around the corner. As that settles down, 1 minute on the clock. Just a little bit of presence known towards that. Ooh, wait, we're pushing showers. That is a lot of information, and that allows Aura to just heavily stack towards this site. B side is a protocol. Aura's being taken up. The counter aggression, you can see Graham's already prepped up the flash. Oh my gosh, beautiful utility just to delay. The stun comes through, but it doesn't matter. The kills still come in the way of the defenders. Lil Bro is planting the spike, but here comes the defender for the retake. Fire around the backside. Low on HP though. Flash out. But at least just surviving, buying a bit more time. But they flush that player out of the corner. Starybun coming in with the hookah position. Great kill onto Bless, and that's a different avenue for this retake to happen through. Rice in an exposed position and baited out onto the jump. Starybun caught out by Bugsy. Backs turned. Pistol round for RIMA.
See, without the Rays jumping in at the same time as the Euro, it's a bit calmer, if that's even possible. But still, the fact that they got the defensive delay for a bit did give them a bit of breathing room, but it just wasn't enough as the aim of RIMA really pushing through there. And I feel like a big part of this pistol attack is also the fact that they have a wingman available to them. They can keep their guns active. They don't lose anything from going for the plant there, and that would be risky if you didn't have a Gecko, but thankfully they do. So one of the strengths of the composition really working out for them, especially that they can take a bit more angle control now that they have Tubbs flash as well on the offensive side.
I like the smoke that they put down towards that B-long position. Right here. We haven't really seen that on the other side of the defensive side.
True.
Defense off. Regardless, this round should just be a formality, right? You got the better weapons. Actually, 4 Bulldogs being purchased up. I kind of like that. No Spectres at all. Gives them a pretty good chance in the bonus round.
Yeah, at this point, it's more like an investment moving forward rather than trying to win just this round. They are thinking way ahead.
Oh my, hello?
What a TP from there. They
what was the call? What was the tell? Why did something happen that they...
Maybe it just took too long?
Maybe just to bait them into going towards the A side, then they're fully rotating towards A, but now we're going back to a 2v2-3 split. Never mind, we're taking the teleporter again. Okay. So the fake from Aura actually pays out. Right? The majority of their players are here. They dropped the spike as well. Bugsy, nice trade there, but the spike is lost. 30 seconds. They have to commit towards his A side. There's no rotating now. You have to go in, guys. Come on. First player let in through as well. Oh, a little bit of a labeled spray. Picks up, well, Wingman in the open. Still surviving. Top on barely any HP. They've got a player in U-Haul as well. So all they do have the player advantage. Still on low HP. These pistols might just deal enough damage. Bugsy. Nice cover fire coming through. Rice watching the heaven. So what could be a very close round actually turns out into a flawless one for RIMA.
I'm surprised that it's flawless, to be honest with you.
I'm very surprised.
It's such an interesting strategy because in game, right, if I were playing, I would think the whole team just went to B. So maybe they're running towards A, but they decide to all go A as well and try to beat the timing. Or maybe they expected them to actually stay on B. Either way, they do get priority onto the site, and it does allow them to get the angles that they want to play that long range. And that initial investment of all these rifles will pay off now as they have the fighting power to really stop this attack from happening.
Right there.
Say that they have the stopping power, we'll have to see. Seen a lot more. We've seen a lot of close rounds, right? Even though the weapon differences can be quite stark. They've lost control over the hookah position. That's pretty early on. It's minute 20 and they're already crept up so close. Do they expect it though? By around this corner. They're just gonna disengage. Just gonna fall back. Waiting for more aggression for Aura. Spotted out. Showers was pushed.
Oh, we're gonna group towards the A side as well. I love how the defense is setting up a lot of these long range fights though. They use that Brim Smoke early on to B. Their Viper Wall is set up to cross in front of Showers as well as the B side. They just want to push them back for the longest amount of time. And with 50 seconds compared to the previous half, they're very far away from this site. Even though they don't have that double duelist, they should be able to take a bit more space here. And Graham can be the first person to contact here as she does, or she might spot out one player. Might be a bit over eager though. Multiple encroaching by. Does manage to find one. Tries to go for the flash. I'm not sure if he'll have the gun out in time. But she falls instead with Top getting the trade.
The Trailblazer spots up players towards Showers. So the Aura players here in the Showers position. Compromised. The flash is perfectly done. Masamura peeks upon the contact. Beautifully done. Teleport coming in to assist as well. And it breaks them off of the plant. And we're going back towards the B side. 10 seconds left. 9. We have to commit. Have to stick it immediately. And I think they do just in the nick of time. Tub waiting for the teleport play to come through as well. 2v2, very much doable. Yeah, Brim out available on Bugsy. Top needs to find the first one. Beautifully isolated.
Thrash as well.
Sawabura. 1v2. No ultimates to work with. Thrash and Orbital Strike. Easiest post one I've ever seen.
Oh,
whoa, what a flick around. Oh. 1v1 yet again. Oh my lord. Imagine if Sawamura flicks around, but hey, that's a different universe that we don't live in.
I honestly believed for a second. That's why I shouted out unless. I've seen too much in this game that I don't know what to believe anymore. Anything's really possible because they're fighting for their lives here at this point, and everything's just on the table. The full aggression from both of these teams showing and flexing their firepower. But the fact that binds alongside their compositions in general is just so confusing for both these teams. Like a small misstep, just that could cost a round.
At least it would have been a crazy flick if it were ever to happen.
True.
It's a complete 180. Almost basically could have been like a 360 if you consider the first turn. But
true.
Regardless, this orb, it's a little bit wide. It's a little bit of a gap there. So the attackers, that allows them to just creep up. That might catch Aura off guard. Not expecting them so up close already.
My potter broke.
Oh. Trying to go for more aggression here, but they don't want to stop. Less matches to find one. The Rolling Thunder. I mean, they stun rather. Gonna go through, but this is still an eco round for Aura. So they are pushed back pretty far, and they can play the post.
Alright. Nice kill on the anchor. And off of that, a pretty solid post-plant position. You got Thrash as well. Not the best utilities in the hands of Aura. Flash and go. Into the site. Comes in a very exposed position. Thankfully, still manages to find that kill. Yeah, these angles being isolated to perfection. Retake can't even leave the spawn. Nicely done.
Wow.
Yanni looking sharp. Flawless round coming in for RIMA. Feels like it's either a flawless or 1v1. There's no in between.
It's so down to the wire as well. It feels like these rounds just get closer and closer, and this is the only time, because of the eco, that it looked slightly normal, but still with all the utility raining down, it feels so claustrophobic to play around that you don't even notice the weapon advantage at times because they can play such a close range that you never know when these eco weapons can really strike. But that's being said, somewhere they will bring out the operator, and we saw in map number 1 how powerful she is with that weapon if she can get that opening pick, if she can get the angle correct. And honestly, with the way that they're pushing them to play so slow, it could prove to be a very important tool here to really secure at least one of these angles.
Up in the hands of Sawabura, that's a bit of a change up. Down towards that long position. Be careful about any of those sneaky fake clones.
Gotta make sure. True. You haven't checked the smoke here with the shorty. Graham might make contact here because this smoke is going to fade fairly soon.
Careful there.
Teleport out for Graham as well. Good escape there.
Spots.
Still wants to stand and fight, alright. A little bit of contact and then teleports away. Chip damage and space taken up by Stariban. This is very, very bold from the IGL and controller, but that's info.
No, but look at how much they've progressed during this attack. It feels like the round just started, but only 40 seconds. They don't really get any relevant space. Aside from trading a couple blows here, Sawamura can come out big if they can take out Bugsy. But it's such a tight angle as well. They don't go for the wide peak, but not looking in the right direction. A great opening one. Has a chance to back out as well. Might have to take it. Just ejects out of the situation here.
Beautifully done though. Nice disengagement. Here comes the commitment towards the side. Thrash invested. Oh, doesn't get too much value, but still the kill. But there's two players still at the back of that side. What a beautiful flick coming through. Spike gotta be stuck by the wingman around the back of that side. Wow, Tub just casually flicks onto the player on the side. But still, in a 1 versus 2, Showstopper invested. Still alive though is Tub. Wow, beautiful jiggles coming in for Grahams. And that's a 7th now put on the board. Aura answering back with their own.
I need like a counter to see how many dimensional drifts I've seen and how many dimensions we've been through, because at that point the free info is actually too free there, and that really won them the round. The fact that she was able to reposition there, pull attention away, and cause the panicking Gecko just really slowing down the pace of this attack. Even though they get the spike down, it's an easy defuse after this is kind of calmed down a bit.
Yeah, and because of the AWP in hand, right, in the hands of Salbura, it took down Bugsy, which was their only controller. So they didn't have any smokes for the CT position, allowed for a very fast retake for Aura differential. No smokes there, stopping them. See what they have in store for us this time. Awkward buys coming in from Aura. They don't have the best money situation, so it's just a Bulldog and sort of Salbura back on that AWP. This time it's towards the A side.
They have a shower stake. The clone will come through, as well as the support from Breach, as Rice does hold the mid one as well, being the linchpin player of the team. Wants to stay here as well because she has a Rolling Thunder available if need be to get those Showers players onto site. But with the 3-stack defense here, might prove to be difficult if they do manage to get her out with her. Maybe her utils out, or maybe just spot out the timing. Because Graham's aggression.
Again. In the corner. Beautifully jiggled up by Rice. I don't know that Graham's there. Surely Graham's doesn't commit to this. That would be crazy. Baiting in for the breach perhaps. For the AWP instead. Yeah. Really, really nice. Not even leaving that spot. Waiting for someone to creep up closer. Salbura just pivots towards the Showers position as the smoke fades. Tub watching down this line. That's a bold angle to hold up against an AWP. Escapes it just at the right moment. Do you want to commit again? Do you want to recommit towards the side with the AWP? You know, you just saw the AWP here. Into we go. Smokes in. Teleport through as well. What a beautiful flash coming from Yanni. That's what you need to open up the side. Bugsy trades onto the AWP player of Salbura as well. That should be it. Plan going down. Postman's required. Yanni even providing a little bit of assistance, a bit of recon. Showers being compromised though. Coming in. Spy. But taking up the fight. Middle of the site. Damage onto Graham's. 1 HP to boot. Knows that there's a Viper here as well. Spy. Nice isolation. Down to a 2 versus 2. Graham's. Barely any HP to boot. Bugsy. No utility. No postman lineups. Just gotta be wrapping around towards the Showers position. Tap on the spike. Nobody peeks. What a call. A call on the fake. The Molly lineup. Beautifully done by Bugsy. Nobody needs to peek. And they don't know about Bless's position at all. They both string together. Perfectly done, Bless. What a clutch play coming in from RIMA. Both of the two brilliant players in that clutch situation. 2v2. It's perfectly done.
It's the discipline as well to really wait that out. I mean, they had confidence in the lineup, no one to block it in that high pressure situation, but that opening kill as well. Such a smart bait to kind of just, you don't have to peek out of the corner because you won't get pushed anyway, and you just signal them to over peek into your own operator.
I love that play. It's such a small little play. You don't really need too much utility.
True.
Yoru can just escape whenever.
But it's so smart, you know, it's like so low risk. Because worst case scenario, the AWP misses and it's not that bad, but opening things up already. Tub managed to find Salmura.
Check the corner, please. Oh my gosh!
Please.
Oh my Tub!
I know exactly where.
You can see Yanni just turning around. There was someone there. Alright, in we go. Commitment, flash into the tube. Nice transfer, but no, Stariban with the frenzy in hand, actually, of all things. Now Graham's in a world of trouble. The Avengers peeking her as she exits the cage. And here we go, RIMA with a very convincing attacking side, only dropping a single round to Aura, despite it being such frantic rounds. They're still at match point.
I mean, there weren't any slouch on this map themselves. You mentioned a bit earlier that RIMA, of course, have such a strong history on this, and Aura, although they did have their own moments on this map, just not as much experience, I think, on Bind. And even through all the fusion and confusion, they still manage to find the rounds that they need. And even though they feel close at times, you zoom out and you're thinking, it's 12-7. There is a 5 rounds that they have to climb back to even get to OT.
It's a compromised position. We capitalize off of it. Nice spray down. A good trade. That's initial pressure, initial damage. Look at the rotations. Aggressive is Graham's on the back lines as well. Breaks the trip, I think. Does he break the trip? I think there's one that was broken. So they are aware. See the pings. Yeah, the pings are on the map. They know that there's someone there. Graham's is teleported across the second trip as well, but do they know they're being penciled in? They don't really care, I guess. They just want to accelerate back into the site. See how this retake happens though. Aura, the man disadvantage. Orbital strike available. Oh my gosh, Bugsy. Caught in no man's land. They counter flash back into the fight. What an adjustment coming in from Bless. Beautifully done. Oh my god, he goes down with the spike. Here comes the retake in already. Cypher cage around the site. They're in the pocket. Rice She expect a player already up close and personal. Over to strike the flush of the player at the back. Bugsy, beautiful trades coming in. Starry bound in a 1v2. Spotted out. Spike tap 4. A double swing comes in. Rima 30-7. What a crazy map, an insane ordeal. But their attacking side looks divine. They close things out 13-7 up against Aura Differential and push it to a third.
What a way to get your map number 2. I'm sure moving on as well, the momentum that you've carried from this high is going to move all the way to give them all the firepower and momentum that they need to raise that morale as they move on to essentially a reset in map number 3. But this bind game, what a way to really showcase your team, because throughout, no matter what's happening, no matter what's being thrown at you, you have that resilience to really just rectify any situation and hold up to a lot of the questions that's being presented to you and answer them correctly enough that you build up that lead and you secure another map.
Yeah, they just need to secure a couple of defensive rounds. I'm looking at just at the stats again. I'm realizing, why is the attack side so good? It's 77% win rate on attacking side. They've won out every single attacking side they play on this map, and it's 100% win rate. I mean, clearly they have got that attacking side cooking, and they should put it on, grand display here today. But enough of us yapping on. Let's see what the panel has in store for us. Take it away, guys.
And we are going the distance once again today, going to map 3 with Rima taking bind. Now everything was just so on point. Starting from the pistol round, they were able to apply that pressure on Aura Differential and carry that momentum forward.
Yeah, I think the map was very chaotic. There were a lot of plays that were very questionable that I haven't seen before, but they make it work. And I think that one thing that I really like for Rima that our casters also highlighted was how strong they are on the attack. And I think a key piece of that is the kind of duels that they were taking. I think that they realized that the B side was a little bit weaker and they could just make that contact play into hookah, get a couple of frags, and decide where they want to go from there. And you see that pressure coming in throughout that entire map. Even these last few rounds that they wrapped up, it was always that push onto that hookah, and they were almost always rewarded with a kill or two in that area, which made things much easier for them on that attacking side. And I mean, looking at the scoreboard here, I think that while in terms of kills both teams were close, in terms of objectives, Rima definitely seemed a little bit ahead in that regard. And you can see that from the story, like the kill feed, like even though the scoreline is so far apart, the kill feed is pretty close together.
It's just with their attack, Rima, they really use that breach stun, Gecko utils, helping Yoru get into the site, and that was a pretty easy entry for Rima. I just feel like on Aura Differential side, maybe if they applied more pressure, with the double flash, with Sky and Yoru, I would push out maybe in the belong or even that hookah to make sure that, they don't really give Rima that easy entry and maybe make it a little bit more uncomfortable, but that did not quite happen, and thus 13-7 for Rima.
Yeah, I mean, this tells the entire story, right? It's like 7 first kills compared to 13 for Rima, and I'm willing to bet that more than half of those were towards that hookah on that attacking side. And I mean, if you look at the post plants as well, I know we shade screens, but bear with me a little. Rima had a very good retakes, which you can see from the amounts of rounds that Aura converted on their attacking side. And compare that, Rima were able to win 6 out of 7 in their attacking rounds and in that post plant. And while the economy graph, it's kind of similar for both teams, I would say, until the end where they kind of pulled it together. I think that Rima's post plants and also were super good because they were so ready for all the different angles that retake were coming from. They were so disciplined overall, and they constantly took those 2v1s, which I really appreciated.
And I think part of that came from how they were playing around the teleport on the map. They were, quick to rotate and really use that as their advantage on their attacking side. And, just unusual stuff from Aura Differential though, because we didn't have the Viper until the spike, usually the Viper is hard anchor on the other side of the map until the spike is planted, but for Aura Differential on this half, it's like they kind of rushed over to wherever their enemies were, leaving one side open. And of course, that's going to give, Rima an easier time with their post plants.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that so many of the rounds, like we talked about, because of Aura losing players so early on, they were constantly on the back foot in these retakes. Like this round, for example, you could see how much impact that Neural Theft had, how it was able to just constantly get the position of these players, and the 2v1 fights that they were taking. Really, really clean protocols overall to come out from the side of RIMA there. I think that for Aura, like you mentioned, Jen, they just weren't using the strengths of their team comp very well, because they had that double duelist, they had the Sky and the Breach to try and set them up with, and it just felt like they weren't getting the impact that they really could have with that team comp. It was just very passive overall. And RIMA, they're gonna be able to move this story to a map 3 and keep themselves in this. MVP for the map, of course, it's gonna be Bugsy on that Brimstone. 300 ACS almost, 202 kills. Just another day at the office for her, honestly speaking, because Bugsy always has crazy impact on the controllers.
Bugsy is always on fire, really.
Yeah, Orbital Strike, Brimstone Mollies. I also appreciate, something that I really appreciated this map was how much work both these teams have put into learning lineups, because look, you love them, you hate them, you can complain about them, but at the end of the day, you saw how many rounds were won off of those Brim lineups, out of those Viper lineups here. And I think that on Bind, especially if you're running these agents and you don't know the lineup, you shouldn't be playing those agents. You can find something with a little bit more impact. So I'm personally very happy that everyone here who is playing those post-plan agents are also lineup nerds. As a fellow lineup nerd, I thoroughly appreciate you, and thank you for your contribution to this game. I'm sorry for all the duelists who struggled in that retake situation, but hey, lineups, they're there for a reason.
All right, I have a feeling that we are going to see a lot more great lineups in the next map. But before that, I'm going to toss it off to a short break. And after the break, we'll be bringing you map 3. Welcome back as we're getting ready to head into Lotus, our last and third map of the day. Now, Aura Differential and RIMA, they both played this map 3 times this year. But, you know, is it safe to say Aura maybe has a stronger Lotus?
I mean, we have seen their Lotus before stream, and they looked very, very convincing against Mommy's Kittens. I can tell you that. They sent the packing home, I gotta tell you. It was like very clean 2-0, 13-4 win that they had, and I was there for that game, so I remember it very, very firmly. I do think that from what we've seen on stream, they definitely do have a very impactful Lotus, and I think that part of that is them not doing anything too crazy with the map. They run that double controller, if I'm not wrong, and I think that they really make it work for them, especially because of the experience that some of these players have in that controller role. They're very good at controlling the map, and you contrast that with RIMA, who run a very similar team comp, except that instead of a Sky, they have a Breach instead. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a case of similar playstyles, similar values, kind of clashing on this map to decide who's coming out on top.
Is it going to be as crazy as Bind, do you feel like?
Honestly
or
speaking,
as unusual?
I don't think so. I don't think so because Bind, I mean, when you have Euros in play and you have like such unique team comps in play, there is a little bit more chaos that gets added to it. But Lotus, I mean, it's a map that's been around for a while as well, a little bit more recent than Bind, I would say. And it's a map where the meta, while it does evolve, is kind of fixed towards either one side or the other, where you run like a Raze and a Fade and a very aggressive team comp, or you run like these double controllers that tend to get a little bit more passive. So I think that's kind of what I expect to see here, especially considering what we saw in the previous maps as well. I don't think either team is very hyper aggressive in terms of playstyle, so I think that'll translate to well on Lotus.
Yeah, so we can definitely cool down from double Yoru, double trouble.
Very sadly, yes, I feel like we are gonna have to say goodbye to Yoru, at least for today. If we do see it, trust me, I will be. I know who I said in my prediction,
you still
but
be
any of these teams, I'll still be happy. I think any of these teams who pick Yoru at this point, they have my vote for victory just because they picked the Yoru. I'm totally biased towards Yoru. I'm not like a caster who's biased towards any teams. I'm just biased towards the Yoru pick, so I apologize. in
The
advance.
agent.
The agent pick, yeah. I just want to see Yoru. He's so fun. So that apart, my rants on Yoru apart, I mean, in terms of team comps, like we said, that both teams run something very similar. They have that duelist as their solo Raze. They have a Killjoy to kind of watch for those flanks, to kind of anchor down those sides. Both very standard for Lotus. I do hope that we get to see some very good lurky action coming out of our double controller comps here if both teams decide to lock that in. And I think that having that Viper in particular can lead to a lot of really good plays on that A side because of how that wall can be positioned. So I think it's a pretty even matchup. That's it.
I don't know. I'm just still trying to kind of like wrap my head around what happened to Bind. So
yeah, we're still
excuse me
recovering. I
for a
understand.
second there.
I think.
All right, we are going to hop into Agent Select. Let's see if we're gonna get something new. Unlikely, but I have my hopes up over here, and we have Fade over here for RIMA, and Aura Differential, it's the Sky.
Yeah, like we said, pretty much mirror matchup.
Yeah,
just the initiators that are gonna change it up. So RIMA, they have gone for a little bit of a change here, opting to move over from that Breach to the Sky. From sorry, to the
Omen.
Fade, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so I really like that because Raze and Fade, of course, you can make some really good combos with the C's Fade shells. But more than that, I think the Fade Haunt gives you very, very high value information, which neither the Sky nor the Breach bring to the table. And I think, especially if you're a team that likes to pick up the Odin, there are a lot of spots on this map that are very wall bangable. And as we have seen in VCT before, I feel like the Fade can really help you out with that. So RIMA, it's their debut on stream for this map, and Aura, like you talked about, they had a very dominant showing before, so should be exciting.
Yeah, and you know, we talked about the great lineups. I just love like what Fade can do on this map. So many cool lineups with the Haunt and the Seas and everything. So hopefully we get to see that, and hopefully, you know, it excites you a lot.
Oh, I'm hoping for some of that action soon, since we do have the Vipers as well.
Yeah.
So Postman gonna be looking a little bit spicy here if you're not too careful. Killjoy, Nanostorms, Viper, Mollies. I don't know what else you're gonna throw at them. But the double controller as well, it also enables you to play a little bit more aggressive, because while you do have that single duelist, you can basically let your Omen act as that second entry, especially since Omen is made to be so aggressive. So many times we've seen people just throw that paranoia, TP into a corner on that C side or into B, dodging out that turret or just surprising players. So I am very excited to see how these team comps are going to be piloted. I personally love seeing Raze, Omen, and Fade together. So I think that could be really powerful as well. But overall, I really don't know which team is going to win. I know we each had our predictions, Jen, but this matchup, it's been neck and neck so far. It's the gift that keeps on giving.
All right, gifts on coming. But yeah, let's see how all of this pans out as we send it over to Fluffy and Coldan.
All right, well, back on action. We have Lotus up next, and if Bind is any indication, I think we're in for a pretty interesting map of Lotus. It's pretty wide, pretty big, and pretty open for a lot of fights. So excited to see how things are. Of course, my name's Coldan. With me is Fluffy for the final game of the day. That is for certain. So yeah, excited to kick things off.
Exactly, and a bit of different flavor with this one. Not that many TP plays available this time around here on Lotus, so maybe we get a very calm Valorant game, because they are coming off a very explosive win, at least for RIMA, and I'm sure that momentum can be very impactful as we move on to map number 3.
Yeah, there's no TPs, but there are a couple of doors, right? So you might see some shenanigans involving those rotating doorways on the map of Lotus. Of course, it is pretty attack-sided. I like that Zahk also pointed out, right? They're swapping over the breach for that fade. A little bit more information, and you also have the synergy with the Raze, right? Really, really useful for taking control of rubble. You instantly pop that nade as well as the C's. Super difficult to get past if you don't have any movement ability. But yeah, Aura gonna be starting out on that attacking side. RIMA on the defense, double controllers, both sides. The only difference going to be the initiator between the Sky and the Fade. Yeah, let's get things started.
Exactly. Barriers about to drop here. Very standard Viper wall for the attack as Aura gonna pressure that C site instead, back away. The Fade gonna clear out Rebel side, give them a bit more control here. Not gonna spot them out though, and Rice gets the punish off Tufi's. Not expecting that she was that close.
Oh, there's a lot of defenders here just standing and fighting. The Molly would just buy them a little bit of time. They want to accelerate into this. Oh, Sawamura just holds down the tight angle. And now Yanni running for the hills. Lost all her teammates in that fight. But it's still a 3v3, and that technically favors the Aura side, especially if they built this clock, right? Gives the defenders a bit of question marks on where they could rotate to. It looks like they want to pivot into this B side, but there's 2 players waiting with open arms. Make that 1. It's Bless, the Killjoy here. She aware that they could have stuck through that broken door. Oh, and Sawamura playing really up close and personal. Taking the isolator 1v1. Oh, but Bless spots her out. Nice shot on the first one. Great trade, but it's info of where the last 2 are as well. They can pivot. They can just run straight towards the C side. Fake taps onto B. 35 seconds left. Just running straight towards that C side allows them a lot of time to reposition, find their post plants. Planted out in the open as well. So they can play from this CT position if they wish. See what the call is though. Paranoia in the hands of Starbound as well. That's a key piece of utility. Very useful. Especially in the pistol round. Stack up. One on top of the other. They might just walk straight into it. RIMA. Oh, but Graham's getting a little bit eager. Goes for the first one, but a great trade coming in from Starbound. And the aggression pays off, catching the defenders off guard. They didn't even have a chance to set up for that retake. Nicely done on the pistol.
It's a good thing as well that in that 2v2 towards the end to close out the round, it's actually Graham that gets the first kill. That way the sequence of trades ends up with them on top. Without that, it could be a completely different story here with both teams having the same idea. I'm surprised that they didn't use the paranoia that you mentioned, because when they are staying together like that, I mean, you wouldn't know, but if you have to at least clear a corner, it's one of those things that I think you do for safety instead of trying to go for a 50-50 gunfight like that. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for them, and C-side gonna have a lot of pressure here. It's only Fee is gonna hold the A-side push from any of these defenders that might try to do anything cheeky.
simple rubble control, open the door, get a lot of map space. Puts question marks in the heads of the RIMA players, like where could they deactivate the nanoswarm as well? That breaks an additional piece of utility. Now they really don't know if they could be at the front of the B side, but as you can see, it's just a standard hold so far, expecting aggression on the defense. They might just go in for a C8, execute. But Tub, that little corner, might prove to be a little bit of a nuisance, especially with the turret there to bait for her presence.
Oh, gonna back away slowly here. A much slower round number 2 this time around. That's true. How do they even know?
Hello? Rice? That's crazy. How in the freaking world did she manage to land perfect 3 body shots onto that player? Oh, speaking about shots, that's a crazy one. And Staribun catching the rotate as well, while Graham just stuck her way into the C side. Killjoy's turret was up, so expecting Bless to be around the corner, but Bless is pretty far gone, right? All the way towards that C position. Spike gotta go down without too much fuss. And Aura, they stabilize. It seemed like something that could get a little bit out of hand. Got the heal from Grams. Just the classics. Sheriff on Rice. Any damage here would be pretty solid.
Very true. I mean, they still have the nade to work with. No blast packs to get to that upper part of site, though. Yanni kind of stuck to choose her fight, where she wants to take that initial contact. There goes the pain shells, as well as the Prowler push through. But there comes the weaponry, and Sawamura manages to find two. Eventually gets punished, but that's not going to be enough to really salvage anything. They do a bit of damage here and there, but ultimately, Aura starts very strong with this Lotus map.
Not the worst thing in the world. Got 2 kills. You broke all of the armor of the remaining 3 players. And this right here. Oh my lord.
Work?
Literally perfect shots. With, I mean, it's not a headshot, right? But all 3 shots on the body. I think that's even harder to get.
More impressive. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
if it was just a random shot and it just so happens to hit someone in the dome, you're like, okay,
That's
unlucky.
consistent.
But to hit all 3, you're like, wow. How did you predict that?
Spidey sense is tingling. She's the IGL for a reason. Maybe the big brain coming out clutch right there. Nice smoke.
Exactly.
And the haunt. Some control over rubble.
I love the Fade utility usage as well. 1 Prowler to trade out all these Viper utility plus whatever else they might want to throw. Just to make sure that that's clear. But the explosivity already to go on to site. A quick turnaround here onto Waterfall. Sawamura gets such an advanced positioning. The help of the Paranoia as well to push the defenders even further into the hands of Fee, but doesn't spot out Bugsy.
Alright, this got a little bit interesting. Bugsy still alive, still being a nuisance. And while they have this waterfall control, there's none of the defenders coming from there. They open up the door, they swarm from P-Main, and now they've gotten control over the site. Not a lot of places where Aura can be playing from. Oh, and there's a bunch of Util just spraying it down. Okay, Tess, a little bit of a timing, and actually Aura picking up a couple of great frags in the midst of things. Bless still here to hold things down, a spray down. And 1 versus 2, Bless forced into the fight. Dies to her own hand. What is this from Aura? They suddenly just, with the util dump, buys enough time, and the frags just 1 by 1, they walk into the crosshairs, and Aura picks up the third.
I love the way that they kind of dissect the space there on the B side. The moment that they trigger the alarm bot, they go for a very quick hit, and they pivot toward this waterfall to try to get even more of that space. And the fact that they're able to really corral them into this small area onto B, forcing them to take a lot of fights at a disadvantageous position, or at least something where they want to set that tone, has really paid off. And now, this Raze, Sawamura, she has the ultimate to work with, the showstopper available this round, can lead a charge with this one, as it's a very aggressive start here with a bunch of utility being bombarded towards stairs. Only 3 is the real danger now.
Yeah, fast flank as well coming in from RIMA. Of course, this is just a low buy, and there's only 1 player here. Surely they check top, right? Top is just chilling in that 3 position. Fi, playing this anchor position towards rubble, should be able to get at least 1. Oh, I say that. Okay, good for that first one. Has to go for the reload though. Bullets spammed out. Graham's still just watching this corner. Tess pushing the issue all the way towards spawn. Graham's solid. But yeah, Tub is still somehow just alive, chilling on the side. Oh, Showstopper invested just to flush him out. That's a bit of an overcommitment, I feel, but regardless. Top in a 1 versus 2 as the isolate. He's killed, and Sawamura with the white swing comes through. And what I thought was going to be a pretty clean round, actually, they lose quite a few players, 2 players standing, but still at least a run.
I feel like it's also the little heads-up play that Top played for herself. Dark covering her own entrance, so it feels like there's no one there, since why would they smoke that? But instead, she's the one that's hiding and waiting, and she even gets, I think, a chance to tap the spike there before eventually get taken out. An expensive round for the attack, but at the end of the day, they can't afford it because they've been winning all these rounds.
Yep, Showstopper didn't really get anything, but I guess they got the round at the end. Pretty simple utilities being expended. Aura, not the kind of team that would like to contest that at the start, it seems.
Very true. I feel like this time around, though, they won't really care about the specifics of how they win the round, because at this point, you just want to get that 13 as quickly as possible. And Note 4, it's not anything that anyone would really complain about, because they still have a bunch of util to work with. That's the util dump for the exec does come through, but Team Flash gonna slow things down quite a bit.
Alright, a little bit of a fumble of utility, but they get there in the end. Sight is there, Sword taking. No contest just yet. You got the Nightfall and the Showstopper for this retake. So RIMA set up for success, but he have to flush out the flank. They have to flash out the lurk. Viper's here around the corner. Oh, still manages to catch the first one. Good damage onto Rice as well. And that's a Showstopper out of the picture. This rotate, this retake, having a little bit less threat to it. Great tags abound, but Graham's just standing her ground. Beautiful paranoia. Graham picks up 3 just like that. Nightfall invested. But yet, Rice is the last one standing in 1 versus 3. 30 HP to boot. Might as well go for the save right here. She ain't win this one, and it's a 5th round for Aura.
What an advantage to really stand on at the moment, especially on the map where this really defines everything. Such a strong start, and the fact that they're able to play so disciplined in contrast to, I guess, the previous map where it was more like controlled chaos. This time, the pace very slow, very methodical, and it's working out a lot for Aura, fitting their playstyle.
Despite that, I mean, great job from Fire, right? Being able to get at least one in that situation, but right here, oh my lord, the paranoia could not have been better timed, better placed. It felt like it was just a centimeter away from Graham's, and it was just enough of a space, a little bit of a gap for her to just swing out and connect all those kills. Really impressive work coming for Aura.
Yeah, team play coming into fruition there. Looks like it's the time to really shine if you have that. Because RIMA, with this timeout, they have to figure out their answers to a lot of the questions that Aura is providing them. Rice thinking maybe about that Hero Vandal, but without that ultimate and much to work with, it's going to be very difficult. Maybe they're going to rely on the Viper's Pit instead, because with that, alongside the Showstopper, maybe you somehow get Bless online with the Killjoy ultimate. It could prove to be a big difference if they allow them to plant, but the problem is I find that in a lot of these early rounds, Aura is just winning a lot of these opening picks or getting on site very quickly. And that is something that they have to start punishing. I feel like on the opening rounds as well, RIMA was really good at aggressing towards this A main, but they stop at a certain point. And every time that they stop, Aura just seems to find that chink in the armor into the defense and slowly creep their way and make it larger.
Yeah, the calling has been really solid coming for Aura. I think Starbun having the little bit more of experience in a different region, being the IGL, really coming up in clutch situations right now. Rice, Hero Vandal on this defensive side. It's going to be towards that A site. The attackers, though, look at the minimap. They're just sitting on the spike and spawn, expecting aggression, expecting RIMA to do some sort of push.
I mean, honestly, it's more of a respect because they go for the attack and you're thinking, okay, they might have some kind of cheeky plan on this eco. Go for some kind of weird rush play. It's better to be safe than sorry than anything. And that discipline is what I was talking about the previous round. That's really been carrying them through. They have an opportunity to get the Haunt out. They get presence of at least 2 that shot it down, though, even if they don't get the scan.
No presence anywhere else on the map. This is the commitment coming in. Smoke, not the best as well, so that's just indication for them to just commit into the site. Boomba to clear out the left side corner. Satchel straight in. Standard piece of utility. What more can RIMA do? A nice shot coming from Rise. The only Vandal in their hands. Bomb up the last 2 kills on the site. And The remaining 3 players.
30 seconds
Sheriffs in
left.
hand. Oh, and they're just gonna accelerate off of this Bugsy. Great kill coming in. Showstopper investor. Can he get multiple kills perhaps? Around the corner. Not even looking in that direction. But down to 1 versus 2. Yanni, with everything to do with teleport. What is this? Oh, sorry, but that's crazy coming in from her. Just teleports up onto the rafters. It just jumps into her own smoke. That could have gone really bad, but hey, respect the attempt,
True.
respect the play. Got pretty flashy.
You gotta admire the confidence as well. An important round where you want to keep that momentum up. And you think that you might be losing 2v1, you stop the TP on the side for a second and you go for a crazy play instead.
Yeah, I mean, sure. If you can frag, why not? Right, you're up 6-0. Everything is kind of working. Got a couple of close rounds, but important ones are those rounds, right? You gotta get it on the board. Even if you bring it close, it's still not registered as a win. So, RIMA, what is the call? Viper's Pit available. What's this A side? Yet again, Aura pressuring C-Mount. They get that for free almost every single time, it seems.
Yeah, no challenge really to stop and slow down any of the pace here. Just a rinse and repeat of the previous strategy, but this time around, they're a bit more lax of how they're doing things. Great paranoia though around the corner, but that's not going to stop Grams to get any shots as well, Sawamura.
Yeah, nicely done. This C execute, RIMA has no answer for it. Top in such an isolated position, the nano swarms, the paint shells, all towards a position, and now RIMA double man disadvantage. You got Starry-Bun up on top as well, on the elevated position. Oh, but the pre-aim coming in from Bugsy, I like that. Controller, reading controller minds, but this post-bind is difficult. Fine, giving away an easy kill right there, but it protects Amura. Backstun, easy 4K for her. 7 rounds now gone. They don't clear out the site successfully, don't clear it properly, and you pay the ultimate price.
Just so focused there to take out the lockdown towards the end. They don't have the vigilance to double check and make sure that there's anyone. But the fact that it goes such a clean transfer as well was just in the nick of time to save her team a bit of credit. It's not like they need it at this point, but man, RIMA, another eco. They're going for a slight force here. They need to get that round on the board. They don't want the repeat of map number 1, where one could say they could have made it and won that game, but that deficit of 9-3 was just too huge. And now 0-7, if this pushes any further, it's so difficult to climb out of, because that pressure will always be on you once you're swapping to that attacking half, that you can't make any mistake. It's less likely that you take risks. And this time, to secure that C site, no risks at all. They just invest the Viper Spit straight off the bat, and what a deep trailblazer as well to spot out all the players. The pre-ultimate as well from the Killjoy, but that's where not the pivot's gonna be. Rice gonna take out feet.
A nice catch on top as well. This attacker side looking a little bit dangerous. Grams, what a beautiful adjustment coming in from her. She's really stepped up where the team needed to. But here, what is the call? What's the mid-round call? You're in defender spawn. All 3 players' sides have swapped, essentially. Look at the attackers all just chilling in defender spawn. Bugsy with the judge is not the best weapon to clear out these positions. Bless watching a tight angle as well. Aura have the map to play with. 30 seconds though. They have to make a decision relatively quick. Finds the presence of Bless there. They want to accelerate straight towards the C side. But this is where Bless has set up shop. This is where Bless has been playing. Can she actually find success this time around when the players are coming in from her spawn? So much confusion being thrown into the mix. They go for the plant. Uncontested. Grams still here. Timing found. What is that from Grams? Opens up the round, shuts it out. Just like that, she slips into the night. They have no idea where she's gotten off to. That spike planted for the CD position as well. Grams might have just shut the door on this round already. They're not even gonna contest her. Too much respect under the new player on the block. Bless, Rice, what can they do? Crossfire has been set up as well. 1 player towards the water position. Alarm bot just to notify. The delay from the nano swarms. This is perfectly done. Starry-Bun whipping up the shorty. Gives them a little bit of a chance. But now it's Tess versus Rice. Surely there's no more time left. Has to take this. Tess. Easy work for her. 8 rounds now on the board. What a beautiful mid-round call. And Graham, the timing of a lifetime, just flicks into 2 hits. It looks like she's playing aim labs.
I know, and it was such an important decision to make as well. Not even backing off after the first kill. You just take that fight, get that double headshot, and unfortunately even the shorty fails for them. Looks like everything's just working out here for Aura. And RIMA is struggling to find footing here on this opening half. 0-8 at the moment. They are getting really just moved on from everything that they do is just being read.
Rinsed about. It's like they're kind of in a washing machine, just constantly being thrown in for a spin, not even aware of what things might happen. Like what is your protocols for a round like that? And then you spawn 3 of them. It really comes down to that calling and individual reads, right? Individual reads and timings. This time it's a double push down A long. Guy's been spotted. Information passed across. What does Aura want to do? Into the B side it goes, it seems. Yet again. Empty side for the taking. It's a retake setup coming in for the defensive side. Showstopper investor. Top hits the wall. And she's out of the round, but Bugsy, maybe a chance. No, Tess takes her down as well. Bless, now's her time. Takes down the Viper. Pit going down. There's a chance. Spike goes down though. The double retake coming in from the B main position. Oh, and it's tagged up multiple players. Taliban running straight towards danger. But they're spotted out. Both towards the broken door position. What a kill from Saramura. Nade in hand. Oh, it's a flub kill coming in. It's Graham's yet again the clutch, the savior of Team Aura. She does it time and time again.
What a close round. The accuracy in these clutch situations that Graham just provides to her team is just so impactful. Even though Bless is able to find 2 and shut down that Viper's pit, I was surprised, honestly, in the 2v1 that the Rays let go of the spike. I feel like there's a world where you could have just stuck that, no?
Yeah, possibly. But I think it's Graham's, right? You gotta try to take her down. She's 15-5 as a Sky. That is crazy coming in from her. And relatively unknown. I don't think she played in GC last year, but now she's making a name for herself. A household name at that. Seeker's in. Here comes the execute. They've been successful every single time, and yet again it's a free side for the taking. RIMA just cannot hold these sites at all.
They're just giving it at this point. Forced back onto the eco yet again. Trying to select another hero to carry the only rifle they have. It's gonna be Bugsy as they try to retake this site. Smoke's coming through to get an advanced position. The nade to get even more space towards the backside. They're just gonna tank it though. Not even move that far. The nano swarm for even more delay. Not enough.
Saramura catches the rotate. Oh my lord, they fall like flies. Aura 10-0. It's a flawless attacking side to reach double digits before RIMA even posts a single on the board. It's pure domination. Graham's and Saramura leading the charge 16 and 15 respectively. And I mean, yeah, it's just an ego, but the teamwork, every single kill just floods into the feed once the smoke dissipates.
The fact that they have these crossfires kind of pre-set up, or even when they're not set up, the fact that they're able to reposition in such a way that they trade their teams and win these rounds is really what's pushing them, because it's not like the rounds are over immediately. There's a lot of fighting chances. They just happen to win a lot of the duels or happen to win a lot of the trades, and that in one part comes from the fact that they get the better position, because RIMA rather doesn't really contest them for these longer angles. I don't even remember them fighting through maybe door to C site or mound or rubble rather. No, it is mound. Just a lot of utility, and even this.
Oh my god! The clears so perfectly done. The setups are being completely read by Aura. They know exactly what RIMA's been planning. And Stariban gets a kill. Not even the luxury of a trade. Bless 1v5. I have no money for the next round. No way. No way you get a flawless half, right?
Nah, but then if anyone's gonna make it, honestly, maybe Aura's gonna try their best. They're so close, and it's checkmate already this round. I don't imagine a world where you get this 1v5 where you don't even save the rifle because you're just so low on your economy. Still holding the angle, hoping for some more.
If you don't save this, you literally have nothing for the next round. Bless needs to save this. And they will give her the luxury of that. It's kind of impressive that Aura aren't just full sending it, because I would. Just trying to hunt her down.
At this point, like, you don't even care if you lose your rifle anyway.
Yeah, sorry, Mura, just dancing on the side. Whatever. You got 11. They got nothing.
Last round before the switch.
Oh, such a heartbreaking to see. They were so strong on map number 2, and RIMA, they look like a completely different team. Lost, being played like a fiddle here. As Aura just stepping up the macro game plan, but not just that, but landing the shots to allow the executes to happen. With no early aggression that RIMA's really providing, or at least not aggression that works, you know? Like, they tried to fight, but you lose the fight, so at that point, you're not really scared to just take the fight. But if they combine the utility and really just go for a more coordinated play, they could just take so much more space. But look at this attack, it's just given for free yet again. No one playing close, the door not even open. It's all up to Fade onto side to really stop this raise, and Sawamura, checks the wrong side.
A chance, showstopper, re-aggression, they want to take back this space, but the spike is already gone. They know that the stack is here. What is the mid-round call coming in? No way! Okay, thankfully so, the trade comes in with the rocket. What is the call this time? From the shadows available, I stare, but she could teleport all the way towards the seaside. Tess making presence known, drawing the rotation of Bless, breaking the alarm bot, and forces attention towards B. What is the call now? 3v4. The best chance RIMA has had in this entire half. It comes down to the last round.
Better late than never, I guess, because they have to strike. Maybe get even something. Every round counts at this point if you have to climb that mountain of 11.
Oh my god, Graham's found a free side. They're over-rotated RIMA. Super sensitive on any piece of utility that's being heard. Any audible that's being heard across the map. They're
playing
fast to
so
rotate.
scared.
Sorry, but even gonna just use this ultimate to cross the open field just to secure them the plan as well. This is adding insult to injury. But still a chance though. 4 versus 3, very much doable for this retake. They've got great pieces of utility that they could use. And the scan, revealing the star player Graham spotted out, has to escape there. The paranoia for her disengage as well. Beautifully timed by Aura. Here comes the Prowler. Here comes the commitment towards the site itself. Yanni stuck in that position. They have to flush out. Where are the attackers playing from? Tess finds the timing. Doesn't get a single kill, but Graham's is still here. Wreaking havoc. Graham's picking up the shorty. Down to a 1 versus 1. Starry Bun. And Yanni hits a hit. Reload comes through. The spike stuck to half. 1v1. Starry Buns plays her like a fiddle. Easy game by her. Tap, tap, tap. It's 12-0.
What a way to salvage that round. They lose the opening, but during the mid-round, they pull a great perceived pressure play and just blocks out the info. But the defenders, even with a man advantage, just so scared to hold a bunch of these angles because of the firepower that they've seen. And because of that, they just misposition themselves and give away a free A side. But Graham, again, getting so much value with her life, able to find 2 and do damage on the Omen. There's just so much to talk about, and I'm sure the panel has a lot more to say.
Things are looking dire for RIMA, 12-0 in the halftime. Is there a way that they can make a comeback, do you feel?
They have to win 12 rounds in a row. That is their comeback. That is about the comeback story. There's nothing else you can really say here. And you know, I've seen teams do it on Lotus before, like DRX did it, I think, in a tournament.
It was like 11-2 Blessing?
Like, yeah, 11-2, 11-1 Blessing, 10-2 Blessing, whatever. We've seen it happen before, but a 12-0, that's a lot to ask for.
I don't know. Yeah.
Well, we can speculate about the possibilities of the comeback, but, you know, before we do that, I would like to highlight what that half was. And it was just a Sawamura/Graham show. They were running the show every single round. 2K, 3K, 4K, clutch. It was just them steamrolling it forward. The rest of the team providing perfect support, and Aura differential, well, I don't know how else to say it, but they diff them in every single aspect. Kills, map control, finding those opening frags, post plans. Well, I mean, we haven't seen post plan for RIMA yet. Let's hope that it's impressive. It's gonna have to be impressive to get them 12 rounds in a row, but I have nothing else to say because 12-0, I think that tells the whole story by itself.
Yeah, RIMA just unable to stop the 2 duelists from our differential. What's the story of the first half? Let's move on to the second half. I'm gonna toss it over to our casters, Fluffy and Coldan.
Alright, as I like to put it, it all starts with a pistol. Alright, round by round, let's see what RIMA have in store for us. I still have hope, a little bit of hopium.
That's true. I mean, it could start with a pistol, but it could also end on this pistol, to be fair, because Aura, perfect half so far, and if they can keep this momentum up, just a couple wrong clicks here and there on a very important round, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally, and I mean literally no room for error. One mistake probably cost you this tournament.
Already early aggression onto A, going to be pushed back, redirected maybe towards this B side. But look at the difference in the defense. The constant jiggle from this Killjoy on Aura, just to make sure that there's no players that can pass through and they can funnel them towards B. Already the pings from Starrybun. She knows that there could be an inkling of some presence towards her. No dark cover available, but she does have the paranoia in her pocket if she does need it though.
Yeah, there's no presence towards C, no presence towards A. Expected to be B. The initial utility coming in from Aura just stops any aggression, any attempt coming in towards this B side, and they're forced to reconsider.
They do get Bugsy in a pretty cheeky position though, if anyone does try to re-clear this B area. But a slow, methodical play is a good thing, but at a round like this, they might have the wrong read as they're walking away from C, which is where the attackers are posturing to hit. Turret gonna signal the retreat though. Gonna pull all the rotations back, I believe.
30 seconds
they gotta move
left.
fast though, because the rotations are already coming through. And finally they do. RIMA enter the C side. Bugsy playing that late rotate, that late flank catcher. Flash comes through. No smoke towards CT. That's curious. They're planting right in the open. You gotta be careful. Not get spammed out of the round. Yanni's here. 14 seconds left. You gotta plant the spike. There's no more smokes. You gotta just win out these duels. Graham still alive. Dancing around the corner. Is it enough? 5 seconds left. You have to stick the spike. Bugsy's on a world away. That is it. That is how the cookie crumbles due to time itself. Aura 13-0. They went out of last map in flawless fashion, and they pushed themselves into the top 3 of the tournament.
I didn't think that was gonna end like that. I'm gonna be honest. Like, there was a world where they did lose that round, but not like that. And with the spray with the /FF towards the end, it felt so hopeless for them to really come back from that after losing 12-0. A statement already from Aura that they can really come back from a middle map that they lost and really just come back so strong.
Yeah, I think as the desk mentioned, I think it was a very clear team diff, I guess, and you know, everyone just stepped up immensely. I will have to give credit to RIMA. You know, they gave us run for our money at the first 2 maps. It was really cool to see this entire run from them, but I wish them nothing but the best. I really like what they have done so far. I hope to see them. I mean, we will see them in the next stage. Of course, they've already qualified for that group stage. But I hope that they don't take this loss too hard. I think they're a fantastic team. They've done so much work, beaten so many, you know, more favorite teams in this tournament to reach here already. So I think they should leave here with the hits held high.
I agree. And for a bunch of more talk. Actually,
so,
I agree.
Yeah, that is. I'm just really happy to see new players, new teams on the scene. You know, picking up different players in the off season, cooking up different strats, and I think GC Game Changers Southeast Asia I think is more open than ever. You know, in the past few years, you got a couple of dominant squads, but I think now you can see RIMA GC, you can see Aura Differential being a team that was formed relatively last minute as well, making it so far and so deep in the tournament. It's really great signs. But congratulations to Aura Differential. They will be moving on in the next stage. But we have to see what our panel has in store for us. Guys, break it down and close out the show.
Well, hello again. We blinked for a second and the third map is over. It does not get any cleaner than that. 13-0. What a great way for Aura Differential to move on to the next game, which will be happening tomorrow. But, Zach, will you be kind enough to break down what happened on the second half?
Sawamura and Graham C, Sawamura and Graham shoot. Oh, the second half. Okay, that was the whole game. No, but second half, no time to plant the spike. Yeah, and we've seen that throughout this tournament, especially with these two teams. And it was pissing me off on Vine. And honestly speaking, if that's how you lose, and it's a 13-0, that's really sad, but plant the spike, please! Keep an eye on the timer, please! You know, there's like this clip of Sideshow, this caster that I really like, and he's like losing. I think everyone's seen it at this point. You know, like when he's watching and he's like, time? That's like literally running through my mind every time somebody misses out on time. But yeah, that was a summary of the last half. No time, and Aura, they have all the time in the world, at least on this map, to make it a very dominant finish. Graham's, of course, MVP. You know, before we went to the second half, Jen, you said 2 duelists, and even though Graham's is on Sky, I completely agree with you. She was playing it like a duelist.
Okay.
This is very funny.
Somehow she made the Sky look like the duelist. That is my excuse.
This is her first time. This is her first time in a professional tournament. And if she's delivering impact like that, I cannot wait to see how Grahams is going to evolve as a player. I mean, I know this is the post-match breakdown, but if it's a 13-0, there's not really much you can break down. And RIMA, they really don't have anything to show for it. I mean, yes, they had 6 first kills, great, but they were never able to capitalize off the back of those kills. Of course, I think Aura also had some very crazy rounds in terms of like their players getting multi-frags, and in particular Sawamura and Grahams, they seem to just have plot armor. It doesn't matter how many bullets you throw at them, your opponents just turn into stormtroopers when you're shooting. And this, I think this is just a excellent summation of the whole game. Very up, mostly trials for RIMA, but Aura, they went up, and they went up all the way. The only reason that light is dropping at the end is because it was the half change. And this as well tells the whole story. Like, I mean, RIMA, they could have concentrated more on trying to attack that A and B site, but they kept trying to go for C, and they kept getting blocked out really, really badly.
Oh man, it's just so rare that you just see a graph like that and get a 13-0 score. But Aura differential, obviously, it's such a confidence boost for them heading into their match tomorrow. Whereas for RIMA, they played well today, but fortunately on Lotus, I feel like they just had a really, really hard time, especially for Bless and Buxy, to kind of deny that entry from Aura differential.
Yeah, I think Aura, once they got that bonus round, they were just feeling it. Like, they were so many of these rounds just taking these dry contact fights, going in for the duels here. Stariban, so many of those rounds, you saw her on the lurk just going in for those peaks. And I don't know if it was a case of timing or luck or confidence or a mixture of all three, but every single person on this roster were winning out their duels. Like, look at this from Grahams. Absolute insanity. It was a 5v3 retake, and it seemed like it was a round that they would definitely win, but instead it's just Grahams and Sawamura getting themselves in these corner positions, having such a nasty impact. And this final round, it honestly breaks my heart. Like, Stariban denies even that one round in that 1v1. And Grahams, of course, we talked a lot about her today. 34 kills on the first map with Reyna, 400 ACS on Sky, which is even more than the Reyna, by the way, on this map number 3. So definitely a hero for Aura differential. Really putting the diff in differential, I gotta say.
Yep, you know what, tonight I'm gonna be going to bed thinking, you know, how deep is Graham's agent pool? Is there an agent that she can't really pop off at? I think not, but I'm just super excited to see how for Grams, like, it seems like it doesn't matter what agent she plays. She's just Grams. She's just doing her.
She is her. I think that is the takeaway from today's series here. But yeah, really, really excited to see this team matchup against BOBA tomorrow, if I'm not wrong. That is that lower final. And I think that, again, it's the case of Goliath versus Zeva tomorrow, because BOBA, they have these very established players, very probably, like we talked about, the best of their country coming together in one super team and going up against these newcomers here. I'm super excited to see how that one goes down, because I think that the main thing I like about Aura here is how much they've grown as a team from the first game we saw on stream until now. They look so much more confident, so much more dynamic, and I think this 13-0 win in particular is really gonna give them that booster they need to go up against BOBA tomorrow.
Right. Now we have an interview coming up with Stariban, so let's get to it and ask her all the questions. Hello, Stariban. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Now, 13-0 on Lotus. You feel good? Are you satisfied with how the team performed today?
Yeah, I mean, after losing Bind, we all kind of had a really good mental reset, and we're like, we're gonna win. And then, I don't know, after losing a map, it just kind of ignites something in you, you know, where you just have that power to win. So the 13-0 was really good for my teammates. They really stepped up.
It's just incredible to see how you can pick yourselves up after that loss on Bind and really just dominate on Lotus. And just in general, you guys have been coming back stronger and stronger day by day. Just can you tell us, you know, what was that, what made you be able to improve that much in such a short amount of time?
We're actually not too sure what that is too. We've even talked about it, how we kind of play as if we've been playing for a really long time. But I just think that everyone just trusts each other. I think it's really nice to have like teammates who just always will have your back. And I know that like even if I'm not aiming, Graham's is, or like MJ, my duelist, is definitely fragging. So definitely there's a lot of trust between all of us.
I have a question. So on all three of these maps, you guys do have some pretty interesting strategies, and on Bind in particular, it kind of popped out. So what is the rationale between such a hyper-aggressive push and taking so much map control towards CT? Is it because you want to make your opponents expend more resources, or what is like the thinking? Because I haven't really seen too many executes on Bind go that way before.
I think we push for a lot of CT control on our attack side because they have such a util heavy comp that if we just sit on site, we're just going to get util dumped, and it's going to be harder for us to play the post plan. But if we kind of push into their spawn, they're kind of forced to use all that util there, and we can always just kind of go back and then play the post plan. So it just makes it a lot easier.
All right.
Yeah.
And, I have one more question. Sorry. Tomorrow you're gonna be. Yeah, you're gonna be going up against BOBA. Exactly. So you're gonna be going up against BOBA. I think that if you're familiar with the Game Changer scene here, all of these names are pretty popular. So what are your expectations for the team, and do you have any battle strategies into play? Anything you want to say?
I mean, tomorrow I know they're going to be a hard team. They all look like they're insane players, but if you kind of think about it, we have really nothing to lose, and we're just going to play like that, you know, because we're technically the underdog in that series. So if anything, we're just here to have a good time, and if we show them up, we show them up, and if we lose, then, you know, it was a good run.
Well, congrats on your win today, and congrats on the top 3 finish as well for your first Game Changers SEA. I hope you had fun coming over from NA.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Starban always having those insights and great answers to all of our questions. And I don't know if it echoed on the stream, but for me there was a little bit of echo in her voice, and it made her sound so godly, you know. It's that
truly an aura differential at that point.
So yeah. My prediction did not go the right way, but congratulations, Zach.
Oh yeah, I won. I actually forgot about that, but yay, thank you, Aura Differential, for proving me right, and congrats on the 13-0 and for that top 3 finish, like I saw Sorryban as well. I think I'm very happy for them, because this is a roster that was very new. I think all of us casters, even when we saw the team, we were like, they seem good in the group stage, but we're not sure how they're going to stack up against these more popular names. But you know, them being able to beat RIMA like this, the team that took down Money First, who was the second best team last year, and of course just how confident and consistently improving this team is, I'm very excited to see what Aura Differential will shape up to be throughout the course of the year. I think that for this tournament, they're definitely not over yet. Like Saribun said, they have a game tomorrow, and if they can make that grand final, I think that is probably the best debut any team has had with new players.
Heading straight into grand finals, yeah, definitely will be an achievement. And now with 2 matches we have today, we have a little bit of bracket update. So let's take a look at the bracket and how it's shaping up. Now, BOBA versus Aura. For me, I would love to see Lotus between the 2 teams, but you know, I would just in general love to see their matches go all the way.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a best of 5 tomorrow, if I'm not wrong. So it should be much more competitive, I would say. And in terms of a map pool, I think that's where BOBA does have a little bit of an advantage because of their deeper experience with the game. I think that their map pool overall was a little bit better than what Aura can bring to the table, because Aura, they have a very strong bind, and we just saw their Lotus that was good. Yes, their Sunset is decent as well, but if the series goes to Icebox, for example, I mean, they did well in the group stage, but against a team like BOBA that has a lot of experience, I'm not sure how that's going to shake up. I think that BOBA have an advantage just because of a little bit more experience in their map pool, but because the roster was put together so soon, I don't know if they've had the experience to train properly. Both of these teams, they've had very little time to practice apart from the tournament, like whatever time they spent in it.
Especially, it's interesting because BOBA with the superstars on the team and our differential just growing stronger and stronger every single day. We just don't know how good they are going to get by the time it's tomorrow. So we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, that was day 3 wrapped up. Great day today, especially with your Paper X scarf. But I will be bringing you guys some new jerseys for you to be jealous of. But that's all we have for today. It's about time that we say goodbye to you. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, so see you then.